to his father when Maximus released Lyra, letting her crumple to the floor as he drew a gun from inside his jacket. The movement was smooth, practiced, the action of a man who had anticipated this moment, who'd been waiting for it. "One more step," Maximus said calmly, "and I'll add another scar to your collection." Greyson didn't stop. The shot rang out, the force of it spinning him half around as the bullet tore through the flesh of his shoulder. He caught himself against the edge of the table, blood already soaking through his jacket, dripping onto the pristine tablecloth. Pain bloomed through his veins, but he barely registered it. The familiar sensation, just one more data point in a lifetime of his father's lessons. "Is it the best you can do?" he asked, his eyes dragging up to meet his father's. "After everything else, you think a bullet scares me?" "Predictable," Maximus said, his voice coldly analytical. "Always so quick to defend the lesser sex, to defend lesser people. It's why you'll never be fit to lead." Greyson straightened, a laugh bubbling up from somewhere deep and broken inside him. It spilled out harsh and genuine as he pressed his hand against the wound in his shoulder. "Is that what you think I care about? Fitness to lead? Being like you?" He took a step forward in the silent room, then another, ignoring the gun still pointed at his chest. "Go ahead," he said, gesturing at the weapon. "Finish what you started. You'd be doing me a favor." Maximus's eyes shifted behind his mask, a hint of uncertainty there as he reassessed his son. Maximus adjusted his aim, the barrel now pointing directly at Greyson's heart. "You think I won't?" "I know you will," Greyson replied, still advancing. "Eventually. It's what you do. Eliminate problems. Destroy anything that doesn't conform to your vision, so do it. End the disappointment." Maximus's finger tightened on the trigger, hesitating. For a moment, Greyson thought it might truly be the end. A strange calm washed over him at the prospect. Not peace, exactly, but acceptance, freedom of a sort. The same sensation he'd felt when Shadera had pointed her gun at him. Except this time it was laced with fear. Fear of leaving his family with this man. Fear of leaving her with this man. Then, in the next breath, Maximus pivoted, squatting down to the floor next to Alara, the gun now aimed at her head. "Perhaps I'll start with your mother instead, since you seem to value others' lives above your own." The threat hung in the air, clear and unmistakable. Greyson went still, the calm draining from him as suddenly as it had appeared, replaced by cold, familiar panic. Not for himself, but for the collateral damage his father never hesitated to inflict. "That's better," Maximus said, satisfaction evident in his voice. "You see, son, some lessons do stick after all." For a heartbeat the tableau held, Maximus with his gun against Alara's temple, Lyra still on the floor, Shadera standing now, waiting for permission to attack. Greyson could feel blood running down his arm, warm and steady, pooling at his fingertips. "We're leaving," he said, his voice flat with suppressed fury. He moved to Lyra's side, positioning himself between her and their father. Shadera appeared at his other side, her body tense, ready for action. He could feel the coiled violence in her, the assassin calculating odds, measuring distances. "You will do as I—" Maximus began. "No!" Greyson cut him off, the single syllable carrying the weight of years of silent defiance. "Not tonight." He helped Lyra to her feet, steadying her when she swayed. Her mask had cracked along one side, a thin line running from eye to cheek like a tear frozen in place. He kept his body between her and their father as he guided her toward Shadera. In this moment he realized that he trusted her, not with his life, but with his sister's. He knew somehow that she'd seen the violence of men and she would protect Lyra just as he would. "If you walk out that door," Maximus said, his voice like ice, "there will be consequences." Greyson turned back to look at him, at the man who'd shaped his life through fear and pain, who had molded him into a weapon. "There always are," he replied. You will get your vow. You will destroy my life, and I can swallow that, but I will not hesitate to kill you if you ever lay a hand on Lyra again." He paused, knowing the threat would cost him. But instead of leaving it, instead of walking out the door with the damage that had already been done, he smiled at his father. "A Sorrel doesn't hesitate, right, Dad?" He turned then, ushering Shadera and Lyra toward the exit, his hand at Lyra's back and Shadera supporting her. "This isn't over, Greyson," his father called after them. "It's barely begun." Greyson didn't look back, didn't slow his pace as they left the dining room, the evidence of his father's violence marked in blood on his shirt, and the bruises already forming on Lyra's throat. Behind them he heard the sound of glass shattering against a wall, his father's rage finding its target after they were beyond his reach. He couldn't save his mother. He knew that she would never betray his father, that Maximus would have put a bullet in her head before she could take a step out of that room. His soul cracked at the thought, at the knowledge that she would be the one to receive his fury with no way out. The truth of Maximus's final words settled in Greyson's gut like lead. This isn't over. Whatever game his father was playing, whatever trap he was setting, this dinner had been just one move on a board much larger than Greyson could see. They were all in danger. He jabbed the button for his floor, leaving a smear of crimson on the polished metal. The elevator doors slid closed, sealing them in silence, broken only by Lyra's short, panicked breaths that Greyson recognized all too well. The aftermath of their father's attention. "Lee," he kept his voice steady, gentle in a way he reserved only for her. "Focus on my voice." Her eyes were wide behind her mask, pupils dilated. Her hand went to her throat where Maximus's fingers had been.
"I can't,"
she gasped, the words fragmenting. Lyra's breathing quickened, each inhale shorter than the last, her body trembling visibly now. Greyson moved toward her, but Shadera was faster, stepping in front of his sister as she tore her own mask from her face. She placed her hands on Lyra's shoulders, her movements careful but decisive.
"Look at me,"
she said, her voice gentler than Greyson had ever heard it.
"Through your mask, find my eyes."
Lyra's head jerked up, her chest heaving with the effort to draw breath.
"Good."
Shadera continued, reaching up to adjust Lyra's mask, straightening it softly.
"Now breathe with me. In through your nose.
She demonstrated, her own chest rising slowly.
Out through your mouth."
To Greyson's amazement, Lyra tried to follow, her breath still hitching but gradually slowing as she matched Shadera's rhythm. The assassin continued the pattern, her attention fully focused on Lyra, as if they were the only two people in the elevator.
"That's it."
Shadera encouraged.
"Again. In. And out."
Greyson pulled his tablet from his jacket, wincing as the movement sent fresh pain lancing through his shoulder. He keyed in a secure code, bypassing the usual communication channels to connect directly to Chapman. "Sir." Chapman's voice came through immediately, alert and concerned. "We have a situation," Greyson said, keeping his voice low. "Get to my floor, immediately." He ended the call without waiting for a response, knowing Chapman would be there. The man had never failed him, not once in 10 years of service. Greyson turned back to the women, watching Shadera care for his sister as something shifted in his chest. The scene felt surreal, disconnected from the reality he thought he understood about Daggermouths. They were supposed to be emotionless killers. They were not supposed to care for other people, not supposed to feel empathy, show kindness. Pain pulsed from his shoulder, but he pushed it aside, compartmentalizing it as he'd been taught. Physical pain was the least of what his father had inflicted tonight. The bullet wound would heal. The sight of his father's hand around Lyra's throat, of the gun aimed at his mother's head, those wounds would fester like all the others, buried but never forgotten. The elevator slowed, then stopped as rain began to drum against the glass box. Shadera's gaze moved between them and the city beyond the window, cataloging, assessing, planning. Greyson could almost see the calculations behind her eyes. The doors slid open to reveal Chapman standing at the threshold between doors, back straight, expression neutral despite the blood on Greyson's suit, despite Lyra's obvious distress. Shadera helped Lyra to her feet as Chapman used his own key to unlock the door, stepping inside first to verify it was secure. He nodded once to Greyson before he ushered them inside. "I need you to take Lyra to Callum," Greyson said to Chapman without preamble. "Tell him she doesn't leave his side until I contact him, not for any reason, not for work, not for father, not for anything, and use the service tunnels, not the main roads." Chapman nodded, already moving to retrieve a coat for her from the closet by the door.
Gray.
Lyra began, her voice still unsteady. "Please." He heard the desperation in his voice. "You're not safe at home right now. Callum can protect you until we figure out our next move."
Then come with me.
She pressed.
If he can protect me, then he can protect all of us.
Greyson shook his head. "No one is safe around Shadera and me right now." He placed his good hand on her uninjured cheek, a rare gesture of physical affection. "I need to know you're safe, Lee. Please."
At least let me help you first.
She conceded, leaning into his palm as her eyes flicked to his shoulder. "I'm fine," he lied, ignoring the hot blood spreading down his side beneath his jacket. "This isn't the first time. I doubt it'll be the last." Something about those words seemed to break her completely. She surged forward, wrapping her arms around him in a fierce embrace that sent pain screaming through his shoulder. He didn't flinch, didn't pull away. Instead, he gritted his teeth and wrapped his arms tightly around her, cradling his little sister against his chest as her tears soaked through his shirt.
I hate him.
She whispered against him.
I hate what he's done to us. I want him to die.
I know. He pressed his lips to the top of her head. I know, Lee. Go with Chapman. Stay with Callum. I'll fix this. Another lie, perhaps, but one she needed to hear. She pulled back, fingers brushing his injured shoulder with butterfly lightness.
Promise me you'll take care of this,
she said, gesturing to the wound. I promise. Lyra turned to Shadera then, the movement hesitant, uncertain.
Thank you,
she said simply.
For in the elevator.
Shadera inclined her head, her expression giving nothing away.
It was nothing. It wasn't nothing.
Lyra insisted, then more quietly.
Take care of him. At least for tonight. Please keep him safe.
Before Shadera could respond, Lyra turned away, moving toward Chapman, who waited in the entryway. His patience infinite, his discretion absolute. Greyson followed her toward the door, opening it and pressing the button to call the elevator, then pulled Chapman back a step. No one touches her, he said, his voice low enough that only he could hear as he withdrew a gun from a drawer in the entryway table and slipped it to Chapman. If anyone tries, even father's men, you have my authorization to use lethal force. Chapman's eyes reflected his understanding. Yes, sir. With my life. The doors to the elevator opened, and in the next breath they were gone, leaving Greyson alone with Shadera in the suddenly too quiet apartment. The absence of others made the space feel larger, emptier, the silence pressing in and suffocating him. Greyson stood motionless, his control maintained by the thinnest of threads. Now that Lyra was gone, now that his focus on her safety no longer anchored him, he could feel something unraveling inside him. A coil of pain and despair that had been wound tight for decades. Control. Everything in his life had been about control, maintaining it, projecting it, never letting it slip, no matter what his father did, no matter what horrors he witnessed on the execution platform, no matter how much of himself he had to carve away to maintain the facade. The sound of his own heartbeat thundered in his ears, the wound in his shoulder a distant concern compared to the rage building inside him. It started in his fingertips, a tremor that traveled up his arms, spreading through his chest until his entire body vibrated with it. That control he maintained, always maintained, began to crack, fault lines spreading into gaping voids.
You should sit.
Shadera sat, breaking the silence.
Let me look at your shoulder.
Her voice penetrated the fog, beginning to cloud his thoughts, but he couldn't bring himself to respond. The sound of his father's hand striking Lyra's face echoed in his ears. The image of the gun pressed to his mother's temple burned behind his eyes. The feeling of powerlessness, familiar, suffocating, tightened around his throat.
Greyson.
Shadera moved closer, her voice sharper now, more insistent. For the first time in his life, Greyson found himself contemplating not just escape from his father's control, but something far more permanent. Something that would end his reign once and for all. Something snapped. His fist connected with the nearest wall before he consciously decided to move, as a sound more animal than human shredded his lungs. Greyson drove his fist through the wall again. Plaster cracked and gave way, pain shooting up his arm to mingle with the fire in his shoulder. The physical sensation was cleansing, clarifying, a point of focus in the storm. He tore the mask from his face, hurling it into the mirror above the entryway table. Shards exploded outward like crystalline shrapnel. His hands reached for anything, scrabbled for anything he could destroy. The island stools were next. He picked them up one by one, slamming them against the counter, against the walls, the refrigerator, until they were nothing more than twisted metal. He dragged his suit jacket off his body as his heel connected with the coffee table. It flew across the room, flipping and splintering as it connected with the entertainment center and shattered the thin glass television screen. The sound was like ice breaking on a frozen lake. It wasn't enough. Nowhere near enough to contain the fury boiling through his veins. Fuck! The word tore from him as his fist connected with the marble island, splitting his knuckles. He tore through the apartment like a force of nature, upending furniture, shattering anything his eyes landed on. Each act of destruction felt like oxygen after too long underwater, like breaking the surface when he'd been drowning his entire life. He swept everything from the counters with a single arc of his arm, dishes and glassware shattering on the floor, a liquor bottle flying toward the window. 33 years of obedience, 33 years of swallowing his hatred, of playing the dutiful son, the perfect heir, 33 years of watching his father destroy everything. And for what? For the privilege of living in a cage, of killing on command, of pretending the heart's poison hadn't infected him to the core. He was dimly aware of Shadera standing at the entryway watching his rampage with calm eyes. Her presence registered like a distant signal through the static of his rage, but he couldn't stop, couldn't regain control, not yet. Greyson went for the couch next, flipping the large sectional over as another scream ripped from deep inside of him. The exertion sent a spike of agony through his injured shoulder, and Greyson stumbled, his vision blurring at the edges. He caught himself against the window, leaving a bloody handprint on the glass. His legs gave out, and he slid down the glass to the floor, chest heaving, the rage finally beginning to ebb, leaving exhaustion in its wake. His shoulder throbbed in time with his heartbeat, the pain no longer possible to ignore now that the adrenaline was fading. The apartment lay in ruins around him, a battlefield of broken possessions, a landscape of destruction that matched the devastation inside him. His ragged breathing sounded obscenely loud in the sudden quiet. Shame crept in at the seams of his awareness, shame at his loss of control, at the animal violence of his outburst, at the knowledge that Shadera had just witnessed him break. Another weakness revealed, another vulnerability exposed. He leaned his head back against the glass, closing his eyes as he sucked in a ragged breath. Time seemed to stretch and contract around him, reality bleeding at the edges. He was pulling away from his body, inch by inch, like a tide ebbing from the shore. A soft sound pulled him back, footsteps approaching, giving him plenty of warning. He forced himself to look at her, to acknowledge what he had done. He expected to find contempt or satisfaction in her eyes, some vindication at seeing her captor brought low. Instead, she stood a few paces away, holding a first aid kit in her hands, her posture suggesting caution but not fear.
Are you done?
She asked, her voice steady. Greyson nodded. She approached slowly as if he was a wounded animal that might still be dangerous. "I won't hurt you," he said, the words emerging rough and raw. "I would never." He stopped, killing the lie before it could form. He didn't have to lie to her, didn't have to pretend this was something it wasn't. They would both hurt each other if they had to, but at least, if nothing else, they were honest about that. A corner of her lips tilted upward, and she knelt in front of him, laying the kid on the floor beside her.
I know.
She said it so matter-of-fact, as if she understood him on some fundamental level that others missed, as if the line between his controlled public persona and this private destruction made perfect sense to her.
I'm going to clean that wound,
she said, nodding toward his shoulder.
And before you tell me not to bother, remember that if you bleed out, I'm the one who'll be blamed.
She retrieved antiseptic and bandages without looking up at him.
Can you move your arm well enough to pull it from the sleeve?
Greyson nodded, wincing as he undid the buttons and pulled his left arm free. The bullet had passed through the meat of his shoulder, missing bone and major arteries, a warning shot, clean and not meant to kill. His father was too precise a marksman to miss at that range if he wanted Greyson dead. Shadera worked in silence, cleaning the wound with clinical detachment. Her fingers were gentle despite the efficiency of her movements, a contradiction that seemed to define her more and more with each passing day. "I'm sorry," Greyson said after several minutes of quiet, "that you had to see that. My father, what he really is." Her eyes met his, green and steady and unafraid.
I've known what he is for a long time,
she said quietly, then paused. Her mouth quirked upward slightly.
Besides, what you really should be apologizing for, little heir, is stabbing me with that fucking fork. Hurt worse than an actual blade.
A startled laugh escaped him, quickly cut short by the pain it caused. Fair enough. They fell silent again for a moment as she kept working, and the energy in the air between them shifted. Her hand stilled on his skin, lingering. He swore he imagined it when her thumb traced a soft circle over a scar, and his breath hitched.
I didn't know,
she finally whispered, so softly he almost missed it. Greyson looked up, finding her eyes fixed on his face, her expression stripped of its usual defenses. The emotion they held, the pain that seemed to reflect him, made his heartbeat stutter. "Know what?" His voice was so foreign, so soft as it left his lips. He fixated on her eyes, those beautiful fucking eyes. She swallowed.
What it was like. What you...
Her fingers slid down his arm, never leaving his skin. Greyson's heart rate began to accelerate.
I knew that he was a monster, but I didn't know. I never imagined what it was like for you, living with him.
He couldn't have anticipated the severity of the impact those words would hit him with, unexpected and devastating in their simple honesty. He looked away, unable to bear the weight of her gaze. "No one does," he said, forcing his eyes back to her face. Her hand fell away from his skin, slipping into her lap, and the sudden absence of her touch, her warmth, made his throat constrict. He forced himself not to reach for her.
He killed my parents,
Shadera said, her voice almost a whisper.
20 years ago, I watched him kill my parents on that platform. Because they were from different rings. Because they chose love over law.
She lifted her eyes back to his, and the pain he saw raging there could have brought him to his knees.
I'm sorry.
She forced the word out. For what? He asked, genuinely confused. She cleared her throat, bringing her hands back to his shoulder gently. He sucked in a sharp breath at the contact, not from pain, but comfort.
For assuming you were just like him.
She secured a bandage over the entrance wound.
For thinking that because you are his son, the executioner, this was a life you chose. That you wanted to kill innocents. That you enjoyed it.
The statement from her lips was a blade sliding between his ribs, finding the heart of a truth he rarely acknowledged even to himself. He hadn't chosen any of this. That doesn't excuse what I've done, he said, the words thick in his throat. The choices I've made. The people I've... He cut himself off, unable to finish.
No,
She agreed, and there was no absolution in her voice, no forgiveness.
it doesn't. But it explains more than I understood before.
Her eyes moved over his face, studying him openly now. He wondered what version of him she saw at that moment. The executioner, the heir, the broken man, all of them at once. All equally true, equally false.
Earlier,
She started, changing the subject.
you said something about my mask bearing your mark. What did you mean?
The question was a lifeline, a shift away from the truth of what he'd done, and he was grateful for it. He exhaled slowly, considering his answer. All executioners have a mark, he explained. A symbol that identifies them, that becomes associated with their work in the Vera ranks. Mine is a skull.
A tattoo.
She asked, her eyes scanning what she could see of his chest, noting the scars but no visible mark. Yes, he hesitated, then made a decision. If she was going to understand, truly understand the man they were up against, she needed to see it. All of it. Slowly he pulled his shirt fully from his body, letting it fall to the floor as he turned away from her, presenting his back. The sound of her sharp intake of breath told him she saw it. The skull tattooed across his entire back, identical to the one on her mask. Black ink embedded in skin that was a road map of scars and burns and lash marks, some surgical, most jagged and brutal, evidence of years of discipline at his father's hands. This is my mark, he said quietly, still facing away from her. My fucked up legacy. Her fingers brushed his skin, so light he might have imagined it, if not for the warmth that followed the path of her touch as she traced one of the scars that crossed the skull.
And these?
She asked, her voice reverent.
Are they your legacy too?
Greyson closed his eyes, fighting the unexpected surge of emotion her touch evoked. No, they're my education. She reached for a pack of gauze and tape without speaking, quickly cleaning the exit wound before packing and sealing it off. Her fingers took one last dance across his flesh, feeling the ridges of his pain, before her hand stilled against his back, a point of warmth in the cold room. Then it withdrew, leaving him feeling strangely bereft.
Greyson,
She said, and the sound of his name in her voice, without title or mockery or disdain, made something shift inside him.
look at me.
He turned, meeting her eyes. She stared at him for a long moment, emotions raging in her gaze as she lifted her hands, then hesitated. It only took a breath for her to make whatever decision she was deciding on as her hands came up to cup the sides of his face. His breath caught in his lungs. He'd never been touched like this. The mask prevented it. Even before he was required to wear one as a child, no hands had graced his cheeks. Her thumbs swept over the surface in tandem, stilling on both sides of his nose. He didn't breathe, didn't blink for fear that she would pull away, that she would take discomfort away from him. Shadera searched his face before her lips parted.
For this moment, I'm going to put aside my hate for you. I'm going to forget that you're my enemy and speak to you. Survivor to survivor.
Greyson swallowed, then nodded, eyes never leaving hers. Her hands flexed against his skin.
You deserve a better father. Love is not supposed to be cruel. And what he's done to you, it's not your fault. You're a better man than him, Greyson. Now is the time to be that man.
She paused as his pulse pounded in his ears, ringing as if he was hearing for the first time.
Death doesn't have to be your legacy.
They stayed there, suspended in silence. Greyson didn't know how long it had been when she removed her hands, when she stood in front of him and offered her hand.
You need to sleep.
She said, her voice still gentle.
You've lost blood. You need rest.
Greyson only nodded again. He didn't dare speak, didn't trust any of the words that were begging to be set free. He took her hand, rising to his feet as he took in the ruin around them. Tomorrow he'd have to tell her the truth about the vow, the core of the heart. But tonight he needed sleep. He needed distance. He needed clarity. Shadera strode away from him without a word toward her room, and as he watched her go, as those auburn curls swayed with every step she took, he realized the irony of it all. The woman sent to kill him was the only woman who had ever made him feel safe. Chapter 20. I Promise. The door clicked shut behind Chapman as Callum turned to face Lyra. She stood in his entryway with the stillness of prey that had learned any movement might draw the predator's attention, and rage ignited in his chest, white-hot and blinding. His hands moved before his mind caught up, reaching for her face, needing to catalog the damage. She flinched, barely perceptible, but he saw it, felt it like a blade between his ribs. Callum forced his hands to slow, to gentle, telegraphing his movements as his fingers ghosted over the edges of her mask. Lee. Her name came out strangled, caught between fury and heartbreak that threatened to crack him open if he let it. The split ran from her left eye to the corner of her mouth, the metal edges sharp enough to have carved into her skin. Blood had dried in rusty trails down her neck, disappearing into the collar of her dress. But it was the bruising that made his vision blur red at the edges. Purple-black fingerprints wrapped around her throat, already forming like a necklace of violence. Who? The words scraped out of him, though he already knew and was calculating how many pieces he could carve Maximus Sorel into before death became a mercy.
My father.
Lyra's voice emerged hollow, drained of its usual steady elegance.
At dinner. Family dinner.
Callum's jaw clenched so hard his teeth ached. How many times had he watched Maximus destroy his children under the guise of family obligation? How many times had he stood by, powerless, bound by the same system that now had its hands around Lyra's throat?
Grey tried to stop him.
She continued, and something in her tone made Callum go still.
Father shot him.
The rage crystallized into something colder, more dangerous. Is he?
Alive. A shoulder wound. Shadera was with him when I left.
Lyra swayed slightly, exhaustion bleeding through her rigid posture. Callum moved, his arms sliding around her waist to steady her. She leaned into him for just a moment, her weight slight against his side, before straightening again, always maintaining that distance, that careful boundary she'd drawn between them. She pushed out of his arms and made her way through the entryway, navigating his apartment like she belonged there. She did, Callum thought, belong there. You need to rest, he said as she paused to steady herself against the living room wall. She only nodded in agreement as he began guiding her deeper into his living quarters. The space was deliberately sparse, all clean lines and muted colors, nothing that could be used as leverage against him. But he'd kept the guest room furnished, maintained it religiously, though no one ever used it, as if he'd been waiting for this moment, for her to need sanctuary. His hand found the small of her back as they walked, feeling the tension vibrating through her spine. Every instinct screamed at him to take her to his room, to keep her close where he could stand guard, where he could hold her. You can stay in the guest room for as long as you need, he said instead, pushing open the door to reveal the space he'd prepared. Neutral grays and soft blues, her favorite colors. Lyra paused in the doorway, and he watched her shoulders drop fractionally. I'll run you a bath and make you tea. You need something warm, Callum said softly as she moved into the room. Lyra nodded, taking in the space as he forced himself to focus on his tasks, turning on the bath, adjusting the temperature, laying out towels. Each movement kept his hands busy, kept them from reaching for her, from pulling her against him and promising things he had no right to promise. There are clothes in the wardrobe, he said, not looking at her. They should fit. He'd bought them years ago, telling himself it was just prudence, just preparation, not hope for a future with her. The lie tasted bitter now.
Callum.
Her voice stopped him at the door. He turned back, finding her standing by the window, silhouetted against the city lights below. Even hurt, even in pain, she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. The most beautiful thing he'd ever lost.
Thank you,
she whispered. You don't need to thank me, Lee. Not ever. Something unspoken passed between them, that old thread tugging him toward her. He turned away abruptly before he could act on it and fled. There was no other word for the way he left the room, driven out by the weight of everything he couldn't say. The hallway felt longer than usual, the walls closer. His apartment, his sanctuary, his refuge, had become haunted by his mistakes the moment she'd entered it. Callum allowed his posture to finally break out of her sight, his shoulders slumping as he leaned against the wall, the rage ricocheting inside his veins, threatened to erupt, to send him into the night seeking vengeance against a man who thought himself too powerful to touch. He dragged a hand down his mask before pushing from the wall and retrieving his tablet from his pocket. He typed in a code, and the screen flared to life with security protocols. 3 layers of encryption, 2 proxy servers, and a voice scrambler that would make him sound like static to anyone trying to trace the call. The line connected after 2 rings. We need to meet, Callum said without preamble. Tomorrow? The voice on the other end was careful, recognizing the deviation from their usual protocol. Tonight. No, Callum caught himself, glancing back at the guest room door. Tomorrow night. Things have escalated. I want an extraction. Absolutely fucking not. The words came out harder than intended, sharp enough to cut. We stick to the original plan. There is no way to extract safely. Once the vow ceremony is completed, we can talk new arrangements. The plan didn't account for... The plan accounts for variables, Callum interrupted. This is a variable. We adapt. We don't abandon. Thane, listen to me, he hissed, checking the hallway to ensure he remained alone. Maximus has doubled security at every checkpoint. The heart is crawling with his personal guard. Moving now would get them all killed. Quiet stretched across the connection, weighted with silent arguments. Finally, she needs to know we're trying. I don't give a damn about her if it fucks with my plans. Callum sucked in a long breath, his jaw flexing before he continued. Fine. I will make sure she's at the meet tomorrow. But you can send 1 person. 1. They will be able to talk to her, but if they try to get her out, I will kill them. Nothing gets in the way of this plan. A pause. 2. Callum's free hand clenched into a fist. 1. Any more risks exposure if I'm bringing her. Another pause. Okay. Tomorrow night. The usual place? No, I'll send coordinates an hour before, and whoever you send better understand the stakes. They will. Callum ended the call, immediately wiping the tablet's memory. The device would show nothing more than a normal evening's browsing history, carefully cultivated to maintain his cover. He slipped the device back into his pocket and made his way to the kitchen, as his mind began to race with contingencies, with the delicate dance of betrayals and allegiances that had become his life. The kettle met the stove with more force than necessary, the metal connecting with a sharp clang that echoed through the quiet space. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. Not from fear, he'd long ago trained that response out of his body, but from rage, so concentrated it seemed to have its own gravity, pulling at his muscles, his bones, his blood. Maximus was cracking, pressure slowly breaking down the dictator. That meant their window was closing. Whatever he was planning, whatever was causing him to snap was nearing. They had to strike first. While the water heated, he measured loose tea leaves into a porcelain pot. Chamomile and lavender, something to help her sleep. The kettle began to whistle, steam erupting from its spout in an angry plume. Callum removed it from the heat, pouring the boiling water over the leaves and watching as they unfurled, releasing their essence. As the tea steeped, he pulled out his tablet again, keying in a different set of security protocols. This call connected immediately. "Sir?" "Bring Davish in," Callum ordered, keeping his voice low. "First thing in the morning, to the interrogation room in my private residence." "Yes, sir," the man replied without hesitation. "Any specific preparations?" Callum's fingers tightened around the tablet. "Make sure he arrives with all his Sorrel Industry credentials. I want his access." "Understood, sir." "And Maris?" Callum added. "No trail? No records?" "As always, sir." The call ended and Callum set the tablet aside, pouring the steeped tea through a strainer into a delicate cup, a relic of his family line that had belonged to his mother before she passed. He added a spoonful of honey, knowing Lyra's preference for sweetness, and carried it toward the guest room. Sorrel Industries was the key, the last piece of the puzzle he needed to understand what Maximus was planning. Callum paused outside the guest room, listening. The sound of water lapping against porcelain told him Lyra was still in the bath. He slipped into the room and made his way toward the bathroom door, careful not to spill the tea. It was partially closed, a small crack wide enough that he could see a sliver of her body through the mirror's fogged reflection, hear the broken, muffled sound of her trying not to cry, but failing. His knuckles rapped against the door. "Lee?"
"Come in,"
she said, so soft he could barely hear it. Callum pushed open the door and met a wall of steam and heavy, warm air. It all registered as background as his gaze focused on her, and froze. She sat in the tub like a child trying to disappear, knees drawn to her chest, arms wrapped around her shins. She still wore her mask, that broken, bloodied thing, as the water lapped at her waist. She made herself as small as possible, a defensive curl that revealed the trauma she never spoke of. Her shoulders shook, slight tremors that ran through her whole body, visible even through the steam. Each breath came ragged and wet, catching on sobs she was trying to swallow. Something fractured in his chest at the sight. "Your tea," he said gently, setting the cup on the table next to the tub before sinking to his knees beside it. "It might help you sleep." Lyra nodded but made no move to take it. "Do you want to be alone? Do you want me to leave?" he asked, though it was the last thing he wanted to do. She shook her head, a quick, almost desperate motion.
"No,"
she said.
"Please don't go."
"I made it how you like it," he said, gesturing to the tea, an attempt to get her to drink. 3 stirs counterclockwise. She lifted her head slightly but didn't look at him.
"You remembered."
"I remember everything about you." The admission slipped out. Too honest, too raw. Those words seemed to break something in her. The sob that tore from her throat was harsh, grinding. Her whole body convulsed with it, and then another and another, until she was shaking so hard the water sloshed against the tub's edges.
"I can't,"
she said, the words barely making it out.
"Kelly, I can't keep doing this. I can't survive him much longer."
Callum's heart shattered open. Every barrier, every defense he'd built, every wall he'd constructed between his feelings and his actions, all of it crumbled at the sound of her pain. For only a second his hands hovered uselessly in the air between them, wanting to reach for her, worried that she wouldn't want him to. Fuck it. He didn't care about propriety or boundaries or fucking walls. Callum moved. He stood, stepping into the tub and dropping into the water, fully clothed. His expensive suit soaked through instantly, but he didn't care, couldn't care about anything except the way Lyra immediately turned into him, pressing her face against his chest as her fingers clutched his shirt. Callum's arms encircled her immediately, drawing her into him, one hand cradling the back of her head while the other traced soothing patterns along her spine. His clothes clung to him, water seeping through to his skin, but he barely noticed. His entire universe had narrowed to the woman in his arms, to her pain, to the desperate need to take it from her. She gasped between sobs.
He's going to kill us. All of us. It's only a matter of time."
"No." The word came out absolute. "No, he won't. I won't let him." A strangled laugh collided with her tears.
"You can't stop him. No one can stop him. We're all afraid. All the time."
The truth of her words settled into him, stark and undeniable. Fear was the currency of the heart, the foundation upon which Maximus had built his empire. Fear of starvation and disease in the outer rings, fear of exile from the inner circles, fear of the execution platform and the man who wielded the trigger. Callum pulled back just enough to meet her eyes, swollen and red-rimmed. His next words came without thought. "Let me see you," he whispered. "Please." The request hung between them for a moment, neither looking away from the other. Slowly, carefully, she tilted her head up. His breath caught. The trust in that gesture, the intimacy of what came next nearly undid him. 5 years. It had been 5 years since he'd seen her face. His hand trembled as it rose, fingers finding the edge of her broken mask. She went still, holding her breath. The mask pulled away with a soft, sucking sound, and Callum bit back a sound of pure rage. The sight that greeted him sent a surge of fury through his veins, so potent he had to fight to keep it from showing on his face. The mask had hidden the worst of it. The deep bruising along her jawline, the cut on her cheek where the mask had broken and sliced into her skin. A thin line of blood trailed from the corner of her mouth, and her left eye was beginning to swell, the delicate skin beneath it darkening to purple. "Oh, my love," he said, his breathing growing shallow as he stared at the violence that mapped her face. Her eyes, those beautiful, intelligent eyes he'd been in love with for as long as he could remember, dropped from his, shame evident in the way she tried to turn away. Callum wouldn't allow it. His hand came up, cupping her uninjured cheek, turning her face back to his. "Don't!" It was a command. "Don't you dare be ashamed. This isn't your fault. None of it is your fault." His other hand came up slowly, giving her time to pull away. When she didn't, his fingers ghosted over the injuries, cataloging each one, filing it away in the ledger of debts Maximus Sorel would pay. His touch lingered on the cut, feeling the heat of inflammation, the way she winced despite trying not to. He leaned down, pressing his lips to the wound, a whisper of contact and benediction. Not a kiss of passion, but of promise, of reverence, of rage transformed into something almost holy. Lyra's breath caught, her body going still beneath his lips. "I'm going to make him pay for this," he whispered against her skin, and his voice held no trace of kindness. This was the real Callum Thane, the one who lived in the heart's shadows, who collected information like weapons, who had been planning Maximus Sorel's downfall since childhood, since the day he'd first seen the evidence of his cruelty on Greyson's body. For every mark, every bruise, every moment of fear he's ever given you, I'm going to destroy him so completely that history will forget he ever existed. She shuddered against him, her hands fisting in his soaked shirt.
"Promise me."
"I promise." He pulled back to meet her eyes, no longer hidden, no longer guarded. "With everything I am, everything I have, he'll never touch you again." Lyra was his, had always been his in some ways, even when he'd been forced to let her go. And anyone who hurt what was his would learn why even the dark recoiled from the man who owned the heart's secrets.
Chapter 21. I have a plan. Morning bruised across the sky, dark purple bleeding into a sickly yellow, as Lyra woke to find her pain had crystallized into something sharper, pure, distilled, clarifying anger that settled into her bones like mercury, heavy and toxic, but absolutely necessary. Her face throbbed with each heartbeat, the gash on her cheek pulling with every small movement. She touched it gingerly, remembering Callum's lips against the wound, the promise in his voice, when he'd sworn revenge. But revenge wasn't enough anymore. Revenge was reactive, defensive. What she wanted, what she needed, was change. Her legs swung over the edge of the bed, her feet connecting with the cool marble floor as a heavy breath released itself from her lungs. The contact grounded her, a physical anchor in a world that seemed increasingly untethered from reality. Callum had left a replacement mask on the bedside table, and she stared at it for a long moment, a decision to be made. Here, in this house, she was safe. Safe to own her own face, not hide it away from the world. For the first time in her adult life, Lyra looked away from the mask. She moved through the guest suite and into the main living area of Callum's apartment and paused at the threshold. Two men stood in the kitchen area, their postures alert despite the early hour. Security guards, part of Callum's private detail. Their faces were bare, an act of rebellion on Callum's part. He refused to live by the heart's rules in his own home, refused to make his men abide by them. Their eyes widened slightly at the sight of her unmasked features. In unison, they both reached for the masks they'd discarded on the long kitchen table, and Lyra threw up her hand. "Please," she said softly. "You don't have to hide. Not from me." The men glanced at each other, before their eyes came back to her, and nodded. She could see the battle in them, trying to force themselves not to focus on her ruined face.
"Ma'am?"
The taller of the two said, inclining his head respectfully.
"Mr. Thane asked us to inform you that breakfast is available whenever you're ready."
Lyra nodded, her hand unconsciously rising to her throat. "Where is he?"
"Downstairs in his office, ma'am."
The guard replied.
"He's in a meeting, but should be done shortly."
"Thank you," she said, moving toward the breakfast tray laid out on the counter. "I'll wait for him here." The guards dipped their chins and retreated to their posts by the door, giving her space, while remaining vigilant. Lyra poured herself tea from the waiting pot, letting the familiar rituals settle her thoughts. The fine porcelain cup was warm against her palms, a small comfort in a world increasingly devoid of them. She carried the cup to the window, looking out over the heart spread below. From this height, the city appeared perfect. Platinum spires catching the morning light, streets laid out in precise geometric patterns, everything ordered and controlled. The illusion of utopia, maintained at the cost of blood. More innocent lives would be lost this morning. The media drones circling the platform where her brother stood like a statue behind two bound and kneeling men told her that. The red cord around their wrists, the red ceremony uniforms of the Vera officers seemed angrier today. The color more accusatory. She had spent her life standing at windows like this one, looking out at her father's domain. Crafted press releases that painted the heart's brutality as necessary security measures. Always the dutiful daughter, always the obedient woman, always the voice that smoothed over the regime's crimes for public consumption. She wouldn't do it. Not anymore. Something shifted inside her chest, a tectonic movement of emotion that had been building for years. The fear that had been her constant companion since childhood receded, replaced by something hotter, something with teeth. Rage. Not the momentary flashes of anger she'd felt before, quickly suppressed beneath the layers of training, of fear and self-preservation. This was deeper, more fundamental, a molten core of fury that seemed to burn away the fog she'd lived in for so long. Lyra's hand tightened around the teacup, her knuckles whitening with the pressure. She watched her own reflection in the window, superimposed over the city below, as the execution began. The bruises, the cut, the swelling, visible evidence of what had always been true, but carefully hidden. She was born from violence, and she had helped maintain the system that enabled it. She was complicit, had always been complicit. Her skills, her intelligence, her gift for narrative. It had all been used as weapons in her father's arsenal. Her position gave her access to information, to communication channels always used for his manipulation. If she had the power to maintain the system, she had the power to undermine it. Lyra set the teacup down on a nearby table, her hand shaking from the decision she had already made. She'd waited her whole life for power to be given to her, to be worthy of it, for permission to use the influence she already possessed. No more waiting. Lyra reached for her tablet, another concession to her status. Hard elite were allowed personal communication devices, while lower ranks made do with public terminals and limited access. Her fingers moved over the screen, navigating to a contact she'd never used, but never deleted. The call connected after 3 rings.
"This is unexpected,"
A voice answered, cautious, but curious. Lyra glanced to the doorway where Callum's men stood conversing between themselves, then took a step closer to the window and lowered her voice. "I have a plan."
The heavy iron door had been installed 30 years ago, back when Maximus still believed in the possibility of redemption through suffering. Now, he knew better. Suffering was not the path to enlightenment. It was simply the most efficient tool for maintaining order. His fingers found the lock's familiar grooves, the mechanism clicking open as it registered his prints. The corridor beyond stretched into shadow, lit only by sparse bulbs that created pools of sickly yellow light. This wing of his residence remained unknown to most. Even his children believed it held nothing more than storage for old Sorel artifacts. The lie had been necessary. Some aspects of governance were too pure, too essential to be diluted by outside observation. Maximus reached the end of the hall and descended the stairs with measured steps. His knuckles ached from the impact of Alara's lesson. She had created weak heirs, useless children. The thought of Lyra, of Greyson's pathetic attempt at rebellion, at his own table, reignited a flare of anger in his chest. The boy had always been weak, too influenced by feminine sentimentality. Last night had proven it beyond doubt. Defending that boundary trash, challenging his father's authority in front of the women. The corruption ran deeper than Maximus had suspected. Another lock, another door. This one newer, reinforced with titanium plating. The room beyond had been his father's design, though Maximus had made improvements over the years. Efficiency was a virtue in all things, particularly in the application of corrective measures. The scent hit him first, sweat, urine, fear, and the metallic tang of blood. Familiar, comforting in its consistency. Some things never changed, no matter how much the world pretended to evolve. Alara stood in the center of the room exactly where he'd left her 12 hours ago. The metal mask encased her entire head, a masterwork of psychological and physical torment. The weight of it forced her neck forward, muscles straining against the burden. The chain connecting it to the ceiling allowed her to stand but prevented any relief through sitting or lying down. He observed the spasms running through her calves and thighs as her legs trembled with the effort of remaining upright. Her dress, the elegant cream she'd worn to dinner, hung off her body, ripped and bloody. Green and blue bruises mottled her exposed arms, proof of her betrayal and its consequences. One shoulder had dislocated during her lesson in obedience. He could tell by the unnatural angle, the way she held the arms slightly forward. Maximus circled her slowly, his footsteps heavy on the concrete floor. Each sound made her flinch. Minute movements that sent the chain swaying. Good. Anticipation was half the lesson. "My poor wife," he said, letting false sympathy color his tone. The words were a ritual, part of the process that had played out hundreds of times over their marriage. "Look what you've made me do." A sound emerged from within the mask, not quite a sob, not quite a word. The design muffled everything, reducing communication to its most basic elements. Another efficiency. He continued his circuit, noting the drying blood in the bed of her nails, at the tips of her fingers where she'd torn at the mask trying to find escape. Such pointless struggle. She knew how this ended. She always knew, yet she persisted in these small rebellions that necessitated correction. 35 years, Maximus mused, stopping directly in front of her. 35 years of marriage, and you still haven't learned your place. Do you know how that reflects on me? The president of Newfound Haven, patriarch of the family, unable to control his own wife. The chain rattled as she swayed again, exhaustion making her movements increasingly erratic. He reached out, steadying her with a hand on her dislocated shoulder. She made a sound that might have been a scream if she hadn't swallowed it. I wish you would stop making me punish you, he continued, maintaining that same conversational tone while applying subtle pressure to the injured joint. It's tedious, frankly. I have more important matters to attend to than repeatedly teaching you the same lessons. Women were creatures of emotion, his father had taught him. They lacked the capacity for true logical thought, for understanding the complexities of governance and order. They required firm guidance, clear boundaries, consequences for transgression. Without these things, they became chaotic, destructive, like Lyra last night, speaking out of turn, questioning his authority. Like Alara teaching their daughter she had permission to be bold, an example of speaking out of turn. The weakness spread through female blood like a disease. He'd seen it in his mother, that soft corruption that had ultimately required her elimination. He saw it in Alara, despite years of careful conditioning, and now in Lyra, who'd somehow absorbed these poisonous ideas about equality, about women deserving voices in matters beyond their comprehension. Alara was supposed to be one of the good ones. Maximus's father had vetted her bloodline before they agreed to their vow. All obedient, all submissive, all women that knew exactly where their place was, kneeling at the feet of men. His wife was the rotten apple. Do you remember your place now? He asked, releasing her shoulder to resume his slow patrol around her trembling form. Or shall we continue this lesson? The response was immediate, a frantic nodding that sent the chain into wild motion. Her legs buckled slightly, knees bending before she forced them straight again. The chain would hang her if she fell too far. Words, Alara, use your words. The sounds that emerged were barely human, distorted by the mask's interior design, but he'd had decades to learn this particular language of suffering.
Yes,
she was saying.
Yes, please.
Yes, what? He stopped behind her, close enough that she could feel his presence, but not see him, even if the mask allowed vision. Be specific. More sounds, desperate now. Her whole body shook with the effort of remaining upright, of forcing words through the mask's confines.
No place. No, my place.
And will you speak out at my table again? A violent shake of her head followed by strangled attempts at,
No, never. Never again.
Maximus considered extending the lesson. There was value in thoroughness, in ensuring the message had truly been absorbed. But he had other matters to attend to. Greyson, the rebellion growing in the rings, the approaching vow ceremony, the reports from the military base that required his attention. Efficiency demanded he conclude this particular session. He produced the key from his inner pocket, taking his time with the motion. Let her hear it, recognize it, feel that mixture of hope and dread that preceded release. The lock was positioned at the back of the mask, and she went rigid as the key made contact, every muscle tensing. The mechanism released with a soft click. The mask came away like the jaw of a wild beast, and Maximus pulled it from her head as he circled back to see her face. She looked at him for one moment, just one, and he saw it there. The hatred, concentrated loathing that no amount of training or punishment seemed to fully extinguish. It flickered and died as survival instincts reasserted themselves, replaced by the blank expression she'd perfected over the years. Then her legs gave out entirely. She crumpled to the concrete floor in a heap of torn fabric and damaged flesh, her body folding in on itself like a puppet that had lost its crossbar. Her dislocated shoulders struck first, drawing a scream that she no longer had the strength to suppress. Maximus stepped back, avoiding the sprawl of her limbs. She lay there gasping, chest heaving with desperate gulps of air. Her hands clawed weakly at the floor, trying to find purchase, trying to push herself up as training demanded. But her body had reached its limits. She could only lie there, shuddering with each breath. He watched her struggle for a moment, cataloging the damage with detachment. Nothing permanent, nothing that wouldn't heal, nothing that would show beneath her clothing. He'd been precise, as always. Another reason for the mask. It was for her own protection, really, so her face would remain safe from her lessons. The bruises would fade, the cuts would close, the shoulder could be reset. By the time of the vow ceremony, she'd be presentable again. The perfect wife. The perfect mother to the heart. "Miranda," he called, his voice carrying to the corridor beyond. The maid appeared within seconds. She'd been waiting, knowing the routine. An older woman, cardinal-born, but elevated to his service through years of perfect obedience. "Clean her up," Maximus instructed, turning toward the door. "Reset the shoulder first. She'll need full mobility for her public appearances, and to complete her plans for the vow ceremony. I want her presentable within 24 hours.
Yes, President,"
Miranda murmured, already moving toward her. He paused at the threshold, looking back at his wife's broken form. "And Alara?" He waited until her eyes focused on him, until he was certain she was listening. "Remember that Lyra is at the age where her vow must be considered. I would hate for her to require similar instruction in wifely duties." The threat landed perfectly. He saw it in the way her body tensed, the way her fingers curled into fists around her dirty clothes. Maternal instinct, another weakness, but a useful one when properly leveraged. Maximus climbed the stairs without hurry, leaving the sounds of Miranda's ministrations behind. Each step took him further from the necessity below, and back toward the refined spaces where the heart's business was conducted. The transition was seamless. He'd made it hundreds of times. Captain Mikkel waited in his study, standing at attention despite having waited for over an hour. A good soldier, loyal to the institution rather than the man. The best kind of tool. "President?" Mikkel acknowledged with a crisp nod. Maximus moved to his desk, settling into the leather chair with a soft sigh. The exertions of the past 12 hours had been more taxing than expected. Age was beginning to make itself known in small ways. The ache in his knees from standing, the fatigue that came quicker than it once had. But his mind remained sharp, his will unbending. "Report," he commanded, reaching for the tablet that held the night's intelligence summaries. "The executioner and the Daggermouth returned to his residence without incident. They appeared to go their separate ways once they entered the residence. The scheduled executions for this morning went smoothly with no interruptions or hesitations." Maximus nodded once. "Miss Sorrel was taken to Callum Thane's residence last night," Mikkel continued. "She remains there as of the last report." Greyson choosing to send his sister to the broker rather than keeping her close was an interesting development. He had never sent her away. "Double the surveillance on my son's residence," Maximus instructed, pulling up the security grid on his tablet. "I want constant monitoring of both of them. Audio, visual, thermal. Full spectrum." Sir, the surveillance in that unit has been experiencing technical difficulties. Then fix it. The words came out sharp, edged with threat. I don't care if you have to replace every camera and microphone in the building. I want eyes on them at all times. Mikkel inclined his head, making notes on his own device. Should I assign physical surveillance teams as well? Discreet ones. Nothing that would alert them to our interest. Maximus leaned back, fingers steepled as he considered the broader implications. My son is more compromised than I thought. That woman's influence is concerning. That was an understatement. Last night had shown him how far Greyson had fallen, how deeply the corruption had taken root. Standing against his father, stepping in line of punishment, sending away his sister rather than maintaining family unity. Each action pointed toward a dangerous independence that couldn't be tolerated. There's also the matter of the vow ceremony, Mikkel ventured. Security arrangements need to be finalized with it being broadcast. Triple the usual contingent, Maximus decided. And I want marksmen positioned at all elevated points. If the woman attempts anything during the ceremony, or anyone makes an attempt to intervene. Understood, sir. Lethal force authorized. No, Maximus answered immediately. For anyone else, yes, but not for her. This public ceremony is to show the rings that the heart can unify even the worst of them. We cannot risk her execution by us being broadcast. The captain made another note, his efficiency a pleasant contrast to Maximus's useless offspring. This was how things should function. Clear hierarchies, immediate obedience, no emotional pollution clouding judgment. I'll be leaving for the military base in the next few hours and will be unavailable until tomorrow morning, he informed Mikkel, already rising from his chair. There are matters there that require my personal attention. You have your orders. Do not disappoint me. Never, sir. Maximus left his study, his mind already shifting to the next challenge. The military base held other concerns. Whispers of dissent among the younger officers, questions about what weapons they were building there and how they would be used that bordered on insubordination. These too would require correction, though a different sort than what he'd administered in the room below his feet. The heart demanded order. Order demanded control, and control, ultimately, demanded the willingness to apply whatever force was necessary to maintain it. Chapter 22. Everything's Personal. Jameson's boots made no sound as he navigated the service corridor, each step prepared for the possibility of discovery. The air reeked of industrial lubricant and burned wiring even through the bandana. The cardinal ring's signature scent. He'd shed his usual tactical gear for nondescript work clothes, the kind that made eyes slide past him without registering his presence. The Cardinal's rebel headquarters was nestled between a drone repair shop and an abandoned textile factory, its entrance concealed behind a malfunctioning waste disposal unit. Jameson pulled down the brim of his hat, tugging his hood further over his head as he approached. 3 surveillance cameras were on this block, 2 Heart-issued models mounted on nearby buildings, and a smaller custom unit hidden in the drainage pipe above. He signaled his arrival with 3 fingers against his chest, 2 long taps followed by a single short one. The door opened inward, revealing darkness broken only by the faint glow of equipment monitors. Jameson slipped inside, his hand automatically reaching for the gun concealed at his lower back.
You weren't followed?
A voice materialized from the shadows before its owner did. I know how to move through this city, Jameson replied, his eyes adjusting to the low light. Even with your ring's increased surveillance. Kestrel Farrow emerged from the darkness as she pushed off the door frame beside them and lit a cigarette. Her frame had thinned since he'd last seen her, cheekbones more pronounced, the shadows beneath her eyes deeper. The cardinal ring was taking its toll on even its most resilient daughter.
Follow me,
Kestrel said, jerking her head to the side as she turned away and led him deeper into the room. The space was organized clutter. Communication equipment stacked alongside ration containers, weapon parts disassembled on a workbench, encrypted tablets charging in a row. Through the grimy window, the garish glow of holo ads on the billboards painted everything in shifting blues and reds, casting Pharaoh's face in alternating hues that made her appear both ghostly and fevered. She pushed open the door to her makeshift office with the bottom of her boot and gestured for him to sit as she sank into her chair on the other side of a rusted metal desk and took a long drag. "Tell me what's happening in the Cardinal," he said, taking the seat she indicated and repositioning it with clear sight lines to her and the exit. Old habits never truly died, and he knew better than to underestimate her. She rocked back in her chair as she lifted her feet to the desk and sighed.
Maximus is dividing us, methodically, deliberately.
Pharaoh's expression shifted, something dark moving behind her eyes.
The Heart's tightening the noose. New policies rolled out 3 days ago. Any Cardinal worker who meets production quotas gets an extra water and food ration. Those who report suspicious activity get double.
Turning them against each other.
It's working.
She pulled a small tablet from her pocket, sliding it across the table. The screen flickered to life, showing Graney's security footage.
But that's not the worst of it.
Jameson watched as 10 figures were dragged into frame, their Cardinal uniforms torn, faces bloodied. The agricultural dome's viewing area stretched behind them, that pristine window into abundance that mocked everything the outer rings endured. The Vera worked with efficiency, stringing that red rope over the support beams.
They were caught trying to smuggle seeds,
Pharaoh said, her voice flat.
Not even food. Just seeds. The potential for food.
Fucking tyrant, he muttered under his breath as the footage continued. Jameson's jaw clenched as the workers were hauled upward, feet kicking, hands clawing at the ropes around their necks.
They left them there for 5 days,
Pharaoh continued.
Made every shift watch them rot while they worked. 10 Cardinal citizens, strung up like a warning. My people, Ghost. My people.
The anger in her voice was controlled, refined into something sharp enough to cut. Jameson recognized it, the same rage that had been eating him alive since childhood. Our people, he corrected, meeting her gaze head-on.
It's not just that.
She leaned forward, her feet landing on the ground with a loud thud as she lowered her voice.
The Heart isn't just tightening control on rations. They're preparing for something. Something big. Vera presence has doubled at all Cardinal checkpoints. The Cardinal workers assigned to weapons manufacturing posts on the base have not come back for 10 days now. They have never kept them overnight before this.
Do you know if they are still alive? Jameson asked.
Yes.
Her eyes flicked to the window, then back to him.
My sources say they are developing something new. Something they do not want anyone to know about. So they are quarantining them until it's done.
She swallowed.
But I suspect they will never leave that base alive, now that they've seen whatever it is with their own eyes.
Jameson stayed quiet for a long moment, watching as she crushed the remainder of her cigarette. The Cardinal needs to join with us, he said finally, turning to fully face her. Your ring has access we don't. Entry points to the Heart, technical expertise, numbers. Combined with boundary muscle and our network of smugglers, he let the sentence hang.
You're talking about open rebellion.
Pharaoh's voice was neutral, but her brown eyes were sharp, assessing. I'm talking about survival, Jameson held her gaze. How long before whatever they're building at that base is turned on all of us? How many more public executions are we willing to endure? The Boundary's been fighting back for decades, but we've been doing it alone. Imagine what we could accomplish together. A holo ad for Heart-approved entertainment flashed particularly bright, momentarily bathing them both in artificial daylight. In that flash, Jameson caught the full measure of exhaustion in Pharaoh's face. She was beautiful. Golden blonde hair that fell to her shoulders, olive-toned skin with freckles scattered over its surface, scars covering her body like the rest of them had. That beauty was what made her dangerous, among many other things. She knew how to use it to get into the right rooms, to manipulate men in her favor. Right now, beneath that beauty, all Jameson could see was the pain written in the way she held her shoulders, the exhaustion from carrying the weight of her ring's suffering. They had that in common. "I have something to add to your intelligence," he said, reaching into his pocket and placing a small object on the table. A drone chip no larger than his thumbnail. Pharaoh picked it up, examining it closely.
Heart technology, but I've never seen one this small before.
That's because it's from a new kind of drone. They can collapse in on themselves to get through tight spaces. They're mapping the boundary, Jameson explained. They started following me a while ago, and I've seen them every day since. Each one we've shot down has the same type of data. They are cataloging every building, every tunnel, every hidden passage, creating a complete three-dimensional rendering of both rings.
For what purpose?
That's the question that keeps me awake at night. Jameson ran a hand over his face. You don't map territory this thoroughly unless you're planning to do something with it. My guess is whatever they are creating on that base has something to do with it. She stayed silent. We have to do something. Jameson leaned closer, urgency bleeding into his voice. Together, we'd have a chance. Real coordination, not just parallel resistance. Your workers could sabotage production lines, create shortages the heart can't ignore. The boundary could hit their patrol and supply routes, their security checkpoints, force them to spread their resources thin. Pharaoh tilted her head, that bird-like gesture that meant she was truly listening.
And what makes you think the boundary would follow your lead on this? The Daggermouths have their own agenda.
Because the heart has one of their own.
Ah.
Pharaoh's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile.
The infamous Shade. The heart's newest acquisition happens to be your, what should I call her? Lover? Partner? Weakness?
Don't. The warning in his voice was clear. She raised her hands in mock surrender.
I'm simply pointing out that personal vendettas make poor foundations for revolution.
This isn't personal. A half-truth.
Everything's personal when you're watching your people die.
She leaned back, studying him.
But perhaps that's what we need. Someone stupid and brave enough to actually pull the trigger.
A pause.
Everyone knows what she did. It's not spoken of openly, but everyone is singing. Everyone is whispering.
I know, Jameson sighed.
What's your plan for her?
Pharaoh asked, rolling her neck. A muscle in Jameson's jaw twitched. We're going in tonight. Jaeger, myself, plus a small Daggermouth unit.
That's fucking suicide, Jay.
She couldn't hide the shock from her face.
You'll die before you make it to the first checkpoint out of the Cardinal.
I'm done arguing this with everyone, Jameson snapped. It's happening. I waited 3 days. I won't let her rot away in the heart.
Touching.
Her tone was dry, but something in her expression softened fractionally.
I'll consider your alliance proposal. If you survive tonight's stupidity, we'll talk terms.
She stood, moving toward the door.
I'll try to get additional shipments to the boundary in the meantime. Food, medical supplies, water, but I can't promise anything.
Jameson rose, checking his watch. 6 hours until the extraction, until he either had Shadera back or died trying. Kiss. She paused at his voice. Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. If you die tonight, I'll have to work with Rook, and neither of us want that.
She pulled the door open as Jameson smiled at the comment. The two of them had never seemed to get along, even when they were running the streets together decades ago.
Be careful. The heart is changing, becoming more unpredictable.
Dying beasts often are, he replied, then slipped past her out of the room. The rooftop gardens of Sorrel Tower existed in defiance of the ugliness they grew above. Greyson sat on a bench between their perfectly maintained rows, watching the surveillance drones above circle in predictable patterns. He counted them out of habit. 17 visible from this vantage point, another 30 hidden between buildings. His eyes fell to his boots where blood was still splattered from the morning's duties. He flexed his hands, feeling the phantom weight of his gun, hearing the echo of his voice pronouncing the sentences. 3 more families shattered. 3 more reasons the rings would celebrate his death. His uniform chafed against his injured shoulder, the fabric stiff and unforgiving. He should have changed. But after the platform, after watching the light leave those men's eyes, he needed air, needed distance from his world. This was the furthest he could get. Greyson closed his eyes, trying to push away the image of the young man barely out of his teens, executed for association with dissident elements. No evidence presented, no defense permitted. Just another body falling to the platform floor as he pulled the trigger. Slowly he pushed his eyes back open, focusing on the gardens instead of his thoughts. Like him, they existed in an artificial environment, sustained by resources stolen from others. He hadn't spoken to Shadera since she'd cleaned his wound, since her fingers had traced the executioner's mark on his back, since she'd seen the evidence of his father's lessons mapped across his skin. The memory of her touch lingered, unwanted but persistent. The gentleness in those hands that had tried to kill him. You deserve a better father. The words burrowed beneath his skin, finding purchase in places he'd thought long dead. She'd spoken then with such conviction, as if she could see some version of him that didn't exist. He'd spent the night in his study alone, confronting what that moment had revealed to him. His weakness, his desperate hunger for someone to see him as something other than the executioner. A drone flew closer than usual, its camera focusing on him for a moment before continuing its patrol. A reminder that privacy was an illusion, even for a Sorrel. Especially for a Sorrel. The sun was starting to dip in the sky when Greyson finally pushed himself to his feet. He couldn't avoid her forever. There were things that needed to be said, truths that would shatter whatever fragile understanding had formed between them. The thought of it, of watching her face when she learned what the vow ceremony truly entailed, made something in his chest constrict. He dragged a hand through his hair, taking in one last deep breath of the garden air before he forced himself toward the elevator. If he was lucky, she would put him out of his misery the moment she found out what came next. The descent from the rooftop to his apartment took exactly 3 minutes and 45 seconds. He counted each one in an effort to calm the nerves flaring through his system. Count the seconds, focus on the numbers, push everything else away. By the time he reached his apartment, a familiar dread had settled into his bones. The lock clicked open and he stepped inside to find the apartment silent. He lifted his mask from his face, setting it on the table quietly as he listened for any sign of her. A soft metallic scraping sound reached his ears from the hallway. Greyson moved silently, following the noise to the door of his weapons room. Shadera knelt before it, poking the tip of her tongue through her lips in concentration, a makeshift lockpick fashioned from what appeared to be a broken hairpin working at the electronic mechanism. "Are you going to try and break into something new every time I leave you alone?" he asked, keeping his voice neutral despite the twinge of amusement for her persistence. Shadera's body went rigid, but she didn't startle or show surprise as she looked up at him, unrepentant.
Yes?
Greyson found himself fighting an urge to smile at her candor. "That particular door requires both biometric authentication and a 12-digit code that changes every 6 hours.
I would have gotten it eventually,"
she said, rising to her feet and squaring her shoulders. "I actually believe that." He stepped back, creating space between them. "We need to talk." She didn't answer as her eyes took in the blood on his boots, the uniform. For the first time, she didn't send a jab his way about his duty, about carrying it out, and somehow that was worse. The living room. He gestured his head as he turned away from her, listening as she followed him at a small distance. The apartment had been restored to order in his absence, the furniture replaced, broken glass removed, debris cleared away. Chapman worked quickly. No evidence remained of his violent outburst except the additional layer of unease that now stretched between them. They settled on opposite ends of the couch as Greyson freed himself from his jacket, folding it carefully and placing it across the coffee table, then rolled up his sleeves. "The vow ceremony is in 4 days. he began, forcing himself to meet her eyes. You need to understand what will happen.
I understand perfectly. I'll be paraded before the Heart Elite, before all of Newfound Haven, a trophy to show how even boundary filth can be tamed.
Her voice carried her usual mocking tone, but her fingers worked against each other, betraying her tension. It's more complicated than that. Greyson leaned forward, elbows on his knees, searching for words that wouldn't come. How did one explain a horror built on generations of tradition, a ritual designed to dehumanize and control?
Just fucking say it, Sorrel.
She snapped after a minute of waiting. The ceremony will be public and held on the execution platform, he said finally, watching her face carefully. It will be broadcast throughout the heart in both rings. Shadera's expression remained unchanged, but he could see the muscle in her jaw fluttering. We'll stand before a veiled altar. You'll wear white. Tradition dictates the bride must appear pure. The irony of that particular tradition didn't escape him. We'll recite the vows. There's a brief unmasking. We'll see each other's faces, then replace the masks before lifting the veil and turning to face the crowd. Greyson's hand moved unconsciously to his face, even with his mask already removed. It symbolizes an act of binding, the intimacy of seeing each other's faces.
Why are we even doing this ceremony? We've already seen each other's faces. We are already trapped here together. Why doesn't your sister just put out a release that you have taken the vow privately?
Her words were frustrated and slightly erratic as she folded her arms over her chest. He wants the symbolism. You mean something to the rings, and he wants everyone watching to understand that you can be brought to heel.
And if I refuse? If I don't speak the vows?
Then he makes good on the things he promised us in his office. He hurts the people we love. The thought made his stomach churn. Lyra, Callum, your friend in the Boundary, Jameson, they will pay the price, and we will watch. He saw her flinch at the name, saw something flicker across her face that might have been pain or longing or both. Greyson had the sudden urge to reach for her, to offer some comfort, but he knew his touch would not be welcome. Not now, not with what he still had to tell her. There's more, he said, his voice dropping lower. After the public ceremony, there's a tradition. Something in his tone must have warned her because Shadera went perfectly still, like prey sensing a predator's approach. Greyson couldn't meet her eyes as he continued. The marriage must be consummated in a ritual. He paused for her to say something, anything, but she stayed quiet. It's not private, it's... He stopped, started again, the words like glass in his throat. There's a chamber... viewing platforms above, the governing men of the heart. They watch, they witness, they ensure the marriage is properly sealed. The silence that followed was absolute. Greyson watched the color drain from her face, watched her hands curl into fists so tight her knuckles went white.
You're going to force yourself on me.
Her voice was flat, dead.
In front of an audience. That's what you're telling me.
No. The word tore from him. No. I would never.
But you will.
She stood abruptly, fury radiating from every line of her body.
You'll do it because Daddy commands it. You'll do it because you're a good soldier, a good son. You'll force yourself on a boundary whore while the Heart's Elite watch and applaud.
Stop. He was on his feet now, too, something breaking inside him. You think I want this? You think any part of me is excited about... He couldn't even finish the sentence. I would die before I forced myself on any woman. I would put a bullet in my own head before I became that kind of monster. She stared at him for a long moment, then bolted for the kitchen sink, barely making it before her body rejected everything, violent heaves that shook her entire frame. Greyson stood frozen, turning away to look at the wall, to swallow the sickness that was rising in his body. He didn't turn back around until the sounds of retching were replaced with a cupboard opening, a cap being unscrewed. He watched her drag the bottle of vodka across the counter and lift it to her lips as she headed toward the balcony without a word. She didn't bother shutting the door behind her, but for a moment he waited, trying to control his own rapidly beating heart. Eventually he followed her out, leaning against the railing and watching as she sat on the patio couch, drinking from the bottle with her legs pulled underneath her.
I shouldn't have said that.
She didn't look over at him. A heavy sigh fell from his lips as he scrubbed a hand down his face. I don't blame you for thinking it. What the heart is, who I am, gives you no reason to trust that I wouldn't. He hated it, but it was the truth. She had no reason to believe he wouldn't hurt her.
You have given me a reason,
she said, finally glancing up at him, and he stilled.
You stood up for me to your father when you didn't have to, knowing it would only cause trouble. You took a bullet to protect your sister.
She paused, taking another drink.
I think you hate me, deeply because of what I am, because of what happened to your brother. But if you wanted to hurt me, you would have done it already. You would have done it knowing it would make your father proud. But you haven't.
Greyson hesitated. Now wasn't the time, but it might be the best opportunity he got. He took a step closer, pulling the bottle from her hand and taking a swig before handing it back. Do you know what happened to him? Do you know who killed Brooker? He kept his voice cautious, calm.
No.
She shook her head. The answers sounded honest.
I had no idea his death was at the hand of a Daggermouth until you said it.
She met his eyes from over the bottle.
I think you're missing the bigger picture here.
His brows furrowed. What do you mean?
God, you're dense.
She rolled her eyes.
No one in the Boundary or the Cardinal has the kind of money needed to purchase a contract. The hit on your brother, on you, came from inside the heart.
Shadera lifted a brow and smirked at him.
He was dead long before Daggermouth ever got to him.
Greyson froze. He hadn't even considered that fact. He'd been so blinded by Yeager's signature on the contract, by his hatred for Daggermouths, that it hadn't fully clicked that the only ones who could afford the hit were the ones living in the heart.
Looks like your precious heart has a snake in it,
Shadera said, snapping him from his spiral. He took another step toward her, snatching the bottle from her hands, and took a long pull as he fell onto the couch beside her. She pulled away from him as their thighs brushed, watching him carefully from the corner of her eye. Neither of them spoke for a long while as they passed the bottle back and forth, drowning their reality as it raced toward implosion. Greyson finally broke the silence. Would you tell me if you did know who killed him? She finally turned to look at him.
No.
Greyson couldn't hold back the smile this time, the corners of his lips lifting. It wasn't the answer he wanted, but it made him trust her. She was honest, remained loyal even when it could get her killed, and he admired that. A groan escaped his lips as he tilted his chin up toward the sky and rested his head on the back of the couch. There was still so much she needed to know.
What?
She asked, pulling the vodka from his fingers and downing the liquid. He turned his head to the side to look at her. Do you want to know more about what happens after the ritual? She only nodded. Women who have taken the vow are no longer seen as individuals to the heart. You will technically become my property under heart law. He watched her teeth clench and her eyes pull shut as he continued. You will have no rights, no authority. You won't be permitted to stand beside me or any man in public, only behind. You'll speak only when spoken to. Your body will belong to me legally, and any children... He couldn't finish the sentence, revulsion closing his throat.
I figured as much,
she whispered, leaning forward to rest her chin on her knees, her gaze returning to the city below. Greyson watched her profile, noting how her arms tightened around her legs, the flutter of the pulse in her neck. Something was breaking in her. Something that all her training, all her hardship in the Boundary hadn't managed to crack. The realization sent a surge of protective rage through him, so unexpected it left him momentarily breathless. The heart consumed, she'd said, and he was finally realizing the depth of this statement. Her identity was all she had, what kept her alive in the Boundary. She was giving up everything she was to protect not just one person, but thousands. In that suspended moment, watching as the lights from the city danced across her skin, Greyson recognized a truth. There were aspects of her he was beginning to love. Not romantically, not sexually, but something more fundamental. Her resilience, her fury, her refusal to bend. His whole life he had bent for the heart, his loyalty lying with no one and nothing. But her, she knew who she was, and had no shame in that. For one wild, insane second, he allowed himself to imagine taking her away from all this. Not just her, his mother too, Lyra, Callum, finding somewhere beyond the heart's reach, beyond newfound haven itself. The fantasy dissolved as quickly as it formed. There was no running from the heart, from his father. There was no escape, no path that didn't end in blood. The only way forward was compliance or resistance, and Greyson was done complying. "We should go out tonight," he said suddenly as he stood, needing to offer something, anything. Shadera turned to him, confusion breaking through her numbed expression.
What?
Out, into the heart, to the entertainment district. You should see more than this apartment. Have something before...
Before I become your property,
she said dryly. Before we lose all our freedom, he corrected softly. We can go to Callum's clubs. They're safe from my father's surveillance. You can drink yourself unconscious, and I can check on Lyra. Shadera studied him, suspicion warring with the curiosity in her expression.
Why would you offer that?
Because I need to see you alive before they kill your spirit. Because I want to witness you uncaged while it's still possible. Because I hate what I'm part of, what I'm doing to you. Because, he started instead. The last time you were drunk here, you nearly burned the place down. I'd like to keep our home intact. Our home. He hadn't meant to say that. It was his home, not theirs. A smile flickered across her lips, there and gone so quickly he couldn't be sure he'd seen it at all. She considered the bottle in her hand, then set it aside.
Fine,
she said, unfolding her legs from beneath her.
But I need to change first.
She started to rise, wavering slightly as the alcohol hit her system. Greyson moved without thinking, his hand reaching out to steady her. His fingers closed around hers, the contact sending an unexpected jolt through his nervous system. They froze like that, hand in hand, neither pulling away. Her skin was warm, calloused, marked with the scars of a life lived in violence, so different from the soft, pampered hands of heart women, so real. His thumb moved across her knuckles, tracing the edges of the numbers tattooed there. The contact shouldn't have felt intimate. It was nothing, a moment of balance, of steadying. But his hand refused to release hers, and still, she didn't pull away. Between one heartbeat and the next, his fingers were moving, tracing upward, following the lines of her tattoos, the ridges of her scars. Each mark a story, each scar a survival. His touch was light, giving her opportunity to pull away, to push him away. She didn't. His fingers reached her shoulder, paused on the ridge of an old wound, a bullet, maybe, or a knife, then continued their path upward to the curve of her neck where her pulse hammered beneath his fingertips, fast but strong, like her. Greyson's fingers flexed around her neck and Shadera's eyes fluttered shut. Something dark and hungry unfurled in his chest at the sight, at the realization that she might share his preferences for rougher handling, for the edge of pain with pleasure. His thumb pressed slightly against the hollow beneath her jaw, testing, and her breath caught audibly, not in fear. He knew fear intimately, could taste it on the air when present, but in something else, something that mirrored his own suppressed hunger. He hardened against his will as her pulse responded to his touch, despite everything between them. "We should go." He forced the words out, his voice rough with restraint. For a moment he thought she might lean into his touch, might acknowledge whatever current was flowing between them. Instead, her eyes snapped open as she jerked away. She cleared her throat, eyes not meeting his.
I'll change.
The words were clipped and cold as she pushed past him, striding back into the apartment and shutting the glass door behind her with more force than necessary. Greyson's feet remained rooted in place, his body humming with unwanted desire, with self-disgust, with confusion. He reached for the abandoned vodka bottle and took a long pull, letting the alcohol burn down his throat, hoping it might cauterize whatever wound had just been opened between them. Chapter 23. 4 hours. Wolfe's head reeked of cheap liquor, the stench clinging to Jameson's clothes the moment he stepped inside. The bar's neon lighting cast dancing colors across the worn tables where Daggermouths drowned their miseries one glass at a time. He scanned the room, eyes adjusting to the cigarette smoke filling the air, until they settled on the table in the far corner where Jaeger sat surrounded by 6 of his best, the only people in Newfound Haven crazy enough to attempt this mission. Jameson's hand drifted to the gun at the small of his back out of habit, the weight grounding him as he crossed the room. Jaeger didn't look up as he approached, his hands flipping that same damn coin through his fingers. The old man was staring at a map laid in front of him, his other hand running over marked checkpoints with meticulous attention. "You're late," Jaeger said, still not looking up. "Cardinal checkpoints are doubled," Jameson replied, sliding into the empty chair. "Had to take the sewers through 3 sectors. Now Jaeger's eyes lifted, gray and sharp. "If you can't navigate a few patrols, maybe you're not the right man for this." "I am the only man for this," Jameson shot back as the bartender appeared at his shoulder, placing a whiskey in front of him. Jaeger nodded, his lips quirking up in a smile as he gestured to a large duffel bag beside him. "Then let's get started." The team around the table watched with the unnerving stillness that marked all Daggermouths. Jaeger had chosen well. Each face bore the hard lines of survival, the blank expressions of those who had killed too often to count. They had names, but Jameson never learned them. He had worked with each of them before and knew them only by their positions: sniper, breach, trace, scout, comms, medic. Specializations, not people. It made the inevitable losses easier. Jaeger unzipped the duffel bag and rummaged inside, the table creaking with the motion. When his hand emerged, it was holding a neatly folded uniform of unmistakable design, the black and blue of Vera patrol officers. "Put this on," he said, placing it on the table before reaching for 7 more. The fabric slid across the worn wood with a whisper that sounded like execution. Jameson stared at the uniform, his stomach hollowing. "Where the fuck did you get these?" "You know better than to ask questions like that," Jaeger replied, continuing to lay out the uniforms in front of each team member. "Let's just say some Vera decided they didn't need them anymore." Scout, a woman with half a skull tattooed on the right side of her face, reached for the uniform in front of her.
"These won't get us past the checkpoints. They scan credentials."
"Which brings us to how we're getting in," Jaeger said, nodding to comms, who produced a small tablet from inside his jacket. A holographic display flickered to life above the tabletop, showing a map of the sector divisions between the Cardinal and the Heart. Red dots pulsed at each checkpoint, like wounds in the city's skin. "Checkpoint 37. Jaeger tapped one of the dots. "Our Vera officer on the inside took tonight's patrol shift." Jameson's eyes narrowed. "And you really think you can trust this Vera officer?" "Everyone has their price." Jaeger shrugged. "He'll get a Vera patrol vehicle through the checkpoint," comms continued, his voice flat. "We'll be inside, dressed as officers returning from a patrol in the Cardinal." "And if they check the patrol schedule?" Breach asked, his massive hands dwarfing the uniform he now held. "It's handled," Jaeger clipped as he reached into the bag one last time. He pulled out a 9th uniform, smaller than the others, and placed it on the table with a gentleness that didn't match his usual movements. "This is for her," he said, looking directly at Jameson. "Once we have her, she'll need to change immediately. A civilian, even a Heart civilian, traveling with Vera officers will trigger alarms. Jameson's fingers brushed over the fabric, the material stiff and heavier than it looked. The thought of wearing this uniform, this symbol of everything they fought against, made his chest tighten. But her rescue, her survival, was worth any compromise. Medic, a woman, the only one of them with no visible scarring, spoke for the first time.
"What's the plan if something goes wrong?"
"We try to get out with our lives," Jaeger replied, his face impassive. "Change," he ordered as he stood. "Back rooms. 2 minutes." The team rose in unison, gathering their uniforms and moving toward the private rooms at the back of the bar. Jameson followed, the weight of the folded clothing in his hands getting heavier with each step. He'd planned for this mission since she'd been taken, plotted it 100 different ways in his head. But now that it was happening, fear crept up his spine. The back room was cramped and smelled of mold, the single bulb casting sickly yellow light over peeling wallpaper. Jameson stripped quickly, his movements mechanical as he exchanged the familiar comfort of his tactical gear for the Vera uniform. The black fabric slid against his skin like it was trying to suffocate him. The armor plates integrated into the chest and back felt foreign, too rigid compared to the flexible protection he was used to. Each piece clicked into place, greaves, vambraces, collar. It was like assembling a new identity, becoming the enemy, piece by piece. As he fastened the final clasp, Jameson caught his reflection in a cracked mirror on the wall. The sight stopped him cold. The uniform transformed him, stripped away his identity, leaving only the blank canvas of heart authority. He barely recognized himself beneath the rigid lines and sharp angles of Vera design. Was this what was happening to Shade in the heart? This slow erosion of self, this rewriting of identity until nothing remained of who she had been. The door opened behind him and Jaeger entered, already fully dressed in his officer's uniform. The transformation was even more complete on him, despite his age. He carried the Vera uniform with a disturbing naturalness, as if he'd been born to it. "Worried?" Jaeger asked, noticing Jameson's fixed stare at his own reflection. "Terrified," Jameson admitted, turning away from the mirror. "Not of dying, of failing her." Jaeger crossed the small room, adjusting Jameson's collar with practiced fingers. "I taught Shade everything she knows. That girl is like a daughter to me." His eyes, usually cold and calculating, held something Jameson had rarely seen, genuine emotion. "But you, Ghost, you're the one she'll fight to come back to. Don't make me regret letting you come." The words carried both threat and blessing, the closest thing to approval Jaeger had ever offered. "I won't leave without her," Jameson promised. "I know," Jaeger replied. "That's what worries me." He handed Jameson the final piece of the disguise, a Vera officer's patrol helmet with its distinctive reflective faceplate. Unlike the decorative masks of the elite, these were functional, designed to conceal identity while providing tactical information through heads-up displays. "Remember," Jaeger said as Jameson took the helmet, "in and out. No heroics, no revenge against the executioner, no matter how much you want it. Get her and get out." Jameson nodded, his heart pounding against his ribcage with such force he thought the armor might crack. He slipped the helmet over his head, the HUD display flickering to life with data streams he didn't understand and didn't need to. The final transformation was complete.
Shadera stood in front of the mirror, fingers tracing the spot on her neck where Greyson had touched her. The phantom pressure of his thumb against her pulse lingered like he had branded her. She'd let him touch her. Worse, she'd responded to it. Fury bubbled up her throat, at him, at herself, at this entire situation that was slowly breaking down everything she stood for. "Fucking heart," she muttered, turning away from the mirror and pressing the palms of her hands to her eyes. She'd killed men for less than what Greyson Sorrell represented, for smaller sins than those he'd committed with his own hands. Yet when he'd touched her, she hadn't thought of the blood on his hands, or her hatred. She'd thought of nothing at all, the world narrowing to the single point where his skin met hers. Shadera pulled her hands from her eyes, glaring as her vision swam at the edges. "Get it together," she hissed, as she grabbed the edge of her dresser to steady herself. "He's the executioner. He's the fucking enemy." But enemies weren't supposed to take bullets for their sisters, or defy their fathers. They weren't supposed to reveal vulnerabilities or share their pain. They weren't supposed to have backs mapped with scars from the same system they enforced. This club, this night out, it was a distraction, nothing more. A chance to gather intelligence, to see more of the heart's layout, to plan her escape when the opportunity arrived. When, not if. She had to believe that. Shadera pulled open the drawers until she found something suitable. The selection was limited, mostly clothes Lyra had sent over and Greyson's shirts. Greyson's shirts. Jesus fuck! Concentrate! She shook her head as she settled on a pair of black pants and a dark green top with an open back. The fabric felt too fine against her fingertips, but at least the colors would help blend her into the shadows if necessary. She stripped quickly, tossing her shirt aside and reaching for the new one. As she tugged it out of the drawer and over her head, something fluttered to the floor, landing face down by her feet. A photograph. The photograph. Shadera paused, shirt half on as she glanced at the door, before looking back at the worn photo paper. She finished pulling the shirt into place, before bending to retrieve the photo. She had more time to study it now than she'd had when she found it. The two men standing side by side, arms thrown carelessly around each other's shoulders. Greyson, younger, perhaps early 20s, his unmasked face smiling in a way she'd never seen. The expression transformed him, erasing the hardness she'd come to associate with his features, replacing it with something that no longer existed in him. The thought made her chest constrict, that light had been beaten out of him. The second man had to be Brooker. The resemblance was unmistakable, the same sharp jawline, the same dark hair. But where Greyson's posture always held tension, this man seemed relaxed, confident in a way that suggested he had never questioned his place in the world, even with his mask off. They stood in what looked like a garden, the heart's platinum skyline visible behind them. Shadera turned the photo over. No inscription, no date, just an image of their unmasked faces, frozen in time. A single picture that in the wrong hands could get Greyson killed. She turned it back, studying Brooker's face more carefully. A strange sensation crawled up her spine as she looked at him. A sense of déjà vu she couldn't place. Something about the angle of his smile, the way he held himself. She'd never seen an elite in the Boundary. No member of the Sorrel family would ever venture into the outer ring, especially not unmasked. But somehow, she knew this face. A sharp knock at her door yanked her from her spiraling thoughts. She jerked in surprise, nearly dropping the photograph.
Shadera?
Greyson's voice filtered through the door.
Are you ready?
"I'll be right out," she called back, her voice steadier than she felt. Quickly, she folded the photograph and slipped it into her back pocket, patting it once to ensure it was secure. Her fingers slid over her mask, tracing the design, before pulling it from its stand and placing it over her face. The weight settled against her skin, a barrier between her and a world she didn't belong to. Between her and Greyson. She would need that barrier tonight.
The patrol vehicle smelled cleaner than anything in the rings. Jameson climbed in last, settling onto the hard bench across from Jaeger, the unfamiliar weight of the uniform constraining his movements. 8 of them packed tight in the transport's rear compartment, breathing the same recycled air, hearts pounding in unison. No one spoke. The stakes were too high for small talk, the risks too great to waste breath on anything but necessity. The engine hummed to life, the subtle vibration traveling up through the metal floor into Jameson's bones. For a moment, claustrophobia threatened to overwhelm him. The enclosed space, the identical faceplates surrounding him, the knowledge that they were heading straight into the heart of enemy territory with only the thinnest of disguises protecting them. The partitions slid open, revealing their driver's unmasked profile. Jameson's gun was raised and pointed toward him in one single breath without hesitation. "You've got to be fucking kidding me," Jameson snarled as Jaeger pushed him back. "Put your gun down, Ghost," Jaeger commanded, but Jameson didn't listen. His finger tightened on the trigger. "This is your officer on the inside? Him?" Jameson breathed, his voice shallowing to that pitch he used to steady himself before taking a shot. "Put your fucking gun down," Jaeger ordered again, this time his hand wrapped around the barrel, yanking it toward the floor. "Control your dog," Captain Mikkel hissed from the front seat. A low growl left Jameson's throat. He was Maximus Sorel's right hand, the man who kept all the Vera in line, the man who stood beside Greyson Sorel on the execution platform. He'd seen his unmasked face in black market photos enough times to recognize him. Jameson's eyes snapped to Jaeger, rage erupting in his gut. This was a setup. This had to be a setup. "You are trusting this piece of shit with our lives, with Shade's life. I told you," Jaeger barked, the palm of his hand connecting with Jameson's shoulder as he shoved him back into place against the wall. "Everyone has a price." Jameson's chest rose and fell frantically, his eyes darting back and forth between Mikkel and Jaeger, weighing his options. The silence pulled for a long minute before Mikkel spoke again. "Credentials," he said, his eyes still studying Jameson's form as he passed Jaeger a small stack of metallic cards. "They're genuine but time-sensitive. They will only be good for 4 hours. After that, any checkpoint they are scanned at will alert a security lockdown." Jaeger took the stack and distributed them to the team. Jameson accepted his, running a thumb over the cool surface. The card pulsed once with blue light, recognizing his gloved touch, then displayed his temporary identity. Officer Tanis Vrel, Patrol Unit 8, Cardinal Sector, Authorization Level 3.
"How'd you manage genuine credentials?"
Scout asked, examining her own card with skepticism. "Courtesy of the uniforms you are wearing now," Mikkel answered. "Officers die on patrol. Sometimes their deaths aren't reported immediately." Jameson bit back a scoff. "No loyalty to your own men? I wonder what that means for us." Mikkel turned to fully look at him then, his full unmasked face on display. "My loyalties are no concern of yours. I have skin in this rebellion and I plan to save it." "Where's the target?" Jaeger intervened before Jameson could snap back. Mikkel turned forward, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, meeting Jaeger's reflective faceplate before pulling his helmet back over his head. "She was last seen entering Club Thane in the entertainment district, approximately 80 minutes ago, with him." With him. 2 words that twisted in Jameson's gut like a serrated blade. He didn't need clarification on who he was speaking of. The executioner. The man who had taken Shadera, who was parading her through the heart like a trophy. His hand clenched around the credentials so tightly the metal edge bit into his palm through the glove. The pain was grounding, a sharp counterpoint to the rage threatening to cloud his judgment. This wasn't about Sorel, it was about Shadera. Getting her out, getting her home. "Club security?" Jaeger prompted. "Standard for hard elite establishments on the outside," Mikkel replied as he guided the vehicle through the dimly lit maintenance roads that wound through the Cardinal's industrial sector. 6 guards at the main entrance, 2 at each emergency exit, Inside, though, I can't help you. Thane uses his own private security and surveillance inside all his clubs, and it changes by the hour. Convenient, Breach muttered. The broker does not take kindly to Vera inside his establishments, Mikkel added. So you better be discreet, and you better be ready. If he gets his hands on you, you're going to wish it had been Maximus. Jameson stored the information away. He did not trust the captain, but he was as dead as the rest of them if they were caught, and that brought him a semblance of comfort. He forced himself to focus instead on the view through the windshield as they approached the first checkpoint. The thick wall separating the Cardinal from the Heart loomed ahead, illuminated by harsh spotlights that eliminated all shadows. Guard towers punctuated its length at regular intervals, each topped with mounted weapons that could reduce their vehicle to ash in seconds. The checkpoint itself was a fortress within a fortress. Triple gates, scanning stations, and at least 20 Vera officers visible on patrol. Concrete barriers forced all approaching vehicles into a single file, creating choke points where they could be easily targeted if necessary. Jameson's mouth went dry. He'd never been this close to the Heart above ground before. He'd been in their tunnels, in their sewers and maintenance shafts, but never imagined he would approach it head-on, much less attempt to pass through in the open. First check incoming, Mikkel announced, his posture shifting subtly, shoulders squaring as he settled deeper into his role. No one speaks unless spoken to. Let me handle this. The vehicle slowed as they reached the first barrier. A guard approached, hand resting casually on his sidearm. Mikkel lowered his window, offering a crisp salute. Captain Mikkel, Patrol Unit 8, returning from the Cardinal Sector sweep. The guard's posture straightened at the sound of his name. Sir. He inclined his head, mirroring Mikkel's salute. Credentials, please, sir, he said, gesturing toward the scanning pad mounted on the pole beside the vehicle. Mikkel pressed his card against the pad. It glowed green, accepting his identity without hesitation. The guard glanced at the scan results on the tablet in his hand, then peered into the back of the vehicle, eyes taking in the rest of them. Full complement tonight, he asked, a note of curiosity in his voice. President's orders, Mikkel replied smoothly. Increased presence in the Cardinal following the agricultural incident. The guard shook his head, his voice hardening. About time. Stringing up a few more of those thieves might help the rest remember their place. Jameson's jaw clenched behind his faceplate, but he kept still, kept silent. The guard waved them through the first barrier, and Mikkel eased the vehicle forward toward the main scanning station. Here was the real test, a full vehicle scan that would check not just credentials but weight, weapons, and any unauthorized technology. Remain still, Mikkel murmured as they pulled into position. The scan is calibrated for Vera equipment. Anything else will trigger alarms. The scanning arch activated as they passed beneath it, bathing the vehicle in pale blue light. Jameson held his breath, hyper-aware of every unauthorized item on his person, the concealed knife in his boot, the gun in the small of his back, not standard issue, the communication device embedded in his ear, modified by boundary techs. Seconds stretched into eternities as the scan completed its cycle. Then, mercifully, the light changed from blue to green, and the barrier ahead lifted. Proceed to final checkpoint, came a mechanized voice from a speaker mounted on the arch. Mikkel drove forward, his movements unhurried despite the tension radiating from him. The final checkpoint was staffed by higher-ranking officers, those with the authority to override automated systems if they suspected something amiss. As they approached, a commander stepped forward, hand raised for them to stop. Mikkel complied immediately, lowering his window again as the commander approached. Credentials, he said, voice clipped and cold. Once again, Captain Mikkel presented his card. This time the commander took it, examining it personally before scanning it with a handheld device. He circled to the back of the vehicle. All officers present credentials, he ordered. Jameson's heart hammered against his rib cage as he reached forward with the others, offering his card through the small window that opened in the rear door. The commander collected them all, scanning each one slowly. His helmet tilted slightly as he reached Jameson's, a gesture that felt like confusion or suspicion. Jameson's hand dropped to his sidearm, fingers curling around the grip beneath his seat. If they were discovered now, they'd have seconds to react before reinforcements swarmed them. The commander spoke into his comms, voice too low to hear. Yeager's posture stiffened, the only sign of his readiness to act if necessary. The rest of the team remained perfectly still, waiting for the signal to strike. Finally, the commander returned to Mikhail's window, handing back the stack of credentials. "Apologies for the delay, Captain. Security protocols have been enhanced due to increased unrest in the rings." "Understood," Mikhail replied. "Anything specific I should be made aware of?" The commander glanced around before leaning closer. "Rumors of an extraction attempt." Jameson's blood turned to ice in his veins. "For that boundary whore the president has locked up?" Mikhail asked, his tone staying neutral as he pressed for information. "No," the commander shook his head. "I'm surprised they haven't tried to get her yet, though." "Unlikely. They'd even make it this far, of course. The animals have never managed to breach even the outer perimeter." His voice lowered. "The rumors are about someone they've been calling Python over comms. No one knows who in the heart that is, but they sound important to the rings." Yeager tensed across from Jameson at the name, and the relief he'd felt was drowned out by suspicion. Mikhail nodded, keeping his composure, matching the commander's contemptuous tone perfectly. "Ungrateful scum. If they worked half as hard at being useful as they do at causing trouble, maybe they'd have earned better conditions." The commander laughed, a sharp, ugly sound. "True enough. Well, carry on, Captain. The heart endures." "The heart endures," Mikhail echoed, the traditional response falling from his lips without hesitation. The barrier lifted and Mikhail drove forward, the vehicle passing through the final gate into the heart itself. No one spoke until they were well clear of the checkpoint, the tension in the compartment so thick Jameson could barely breathe through it. "That was close," Mikhail finally said, his voice tight. "You need to make this as fast as possible. They are on alert." "Who is Python?" Jameson asked, forcing his voice to stay steady. "So many secrets, so much information split between rings, between people, so many different agendas colliding." "Someone I thought had left the rebellion long ago," Yeager answered, and Jameson almost heard sadness in his voice. "Are you part of these plans for extracting this person?" Jameson pushed, his tone growing agitated. Yeager turned to face him, flipping up his faceplate to look at him. "No, and I will not be questioned by you. You are here out of courtesy to your relationship with KL. Do not forget that. I do not question how you lead the rebels, and I will not allow you to question how I lead my guild." Yeager didn't give Jameson a second to answer before he flipped his faceplate back down and turned towards Sniper, asking something Jameson couldn't quite hear. He bit his tongue, turning his eyes back to the windshield. The heart unfolded before them, its opulence obscene after the industrial grimness of the Cardinal. Buildings of gleaming platinum and glass reached toward the darkening sky, their surfaces alive with shifting holographic displays. Streets paved with actual stone rather than crumbling concrete. Trees, real trees, lining the boulevards, their branches strung with lights that sparkled like captured stars. It was beautiful. It was hateful. It was built on the broken backs of the rings. "I have a 2-hour walking patrol," Mikhail said as they approached the entertainment district. "I'll park the vehicle in the designated area. You need to be back here when I return or you'll be on your own getting out." "Understood," Yeager replied. The vehicle slowed as they entered a quieter side street, coming to a stop in a small lot reserved for patrol vehicles. The engine died, leaving them in silence, broken only by the distant throb of music from the club several blocks away. "Club Thane is 3 blocks east," Mikhail said, turning in his seat to face them. "The main entrance will be heavily guarded, but there's a service entrance on the west side used by staff. They will let a uniformed Vera in, but they'll alert Thane immediately, so you need to do this quickly." Jameson nodded, committing the instructions to memory. "When you have her, Mikkel continued, his eyes finding Jameson despite the reflective faceplate hiding his features. Bring her straight back here, the same way you came. They'll be watching for her, and all Veyro will be alerted immediately when they realize she's gone. Getting her into the uniform will buy us time, but only a small amount. Time to move, Jaeger said on the tail of his words. He turned to the team, issuing quick, precise orders. Breach, sniper, secure the perimeter. Comms, monitor Veyro channels for any mention of our presence. Scout, medic, trace, establish exit routes in case the primary is compromised. He turned to Jameson last. Ghost, you retrieve Shade. In and out. No engagement with anyone else. And if I can't avoid him? Jameson asked, unable to keep the edge from his voice. Then you do what's necessary, Jaeger replied. But remember, this is an extraction, not an assassination. Your priority is Shade. Nothing else matters. They exited the vehicle in pairs, movements synchronized to appear as normal patrol activity to any watching eyes. Jameson followed Jaeger into the shadows between buildings, the bright lights of the entertainment district beckoning ahead. Stay on comms, Jaeger instructed as they prepared to separate. Report in every 10 minutes. If something goes wrong... Nothing will go wrong, Jameson cut him off. Jaeger's helmet tilted, the expressionless faceplate somehow conveying disapproval. If something goes wrong, he repeated. The fallback point is the East End maintenance tunnel. We wait 30 minutes, then we go, with or without you both. The harsh reality of their situation settled in Jameson's gut. They were outnumbered in enemy territory, working with borrowed time and stolen identities. The odds of all of them making it out alive were deteriorating quickly. Understood, Jameson said. Then go get our girl, Jaeger replied, gripping Jameson's shoulder briefly before melting into the shadows. Jameson turned toward the pulsing lights of Club Thane, each step taking him closer to Shadera. The Veyro uniform felt heavier with each stride, the weight of his disguise, his mission, his fear thrumming through his blood. He would find her, he would bring her home, and nothing in the heart would stop him.
The club was alive. Each beat of music traveled through Shadera's body as if searching for something to awaken. She sat at the bar, nursing her fifth drink, the alcohol dulling the flame in her veins. The awareness she had of his eyes on her, even from where he stood a few paces away. Behind her mask, she watched the elite dance and laugh and drink, their expensive clothes and ornate masks, creating a sea of wealth that could drown her. No one approached her. No one dared. The executioner's future bride was not to be touched, even here, in this supposed sanctuary of pleasure. The liquor was pure here, even better than what she indulged in at Greyson's apartment. Even their vices were superior, carefully crafted and regulated, while the rings made do with whatever poisonous concoctions they could distill from industrial waste. Shadera knocked back the remainder of her glass, the burn traveling down her throat as she turned back to face the bar. Every few seconds, her eyes swept the room, cataloging exits and entrances, counting guards, measuring distances. Habits that had kept her alive in the boundary, now automatic as breathing. 2 main exits, both heavily monitored. 4 emergency doors with alarm systems. 23 displayed security personnel positioned throughout the club, all in black, with subtle earpieces that betrayed their purpose. 15 more security dressed like patrons. 6 cameras visible in the main space, likely dozens more hidden. And not a single clear path to freedom. The bartender, a willowy woman, kept her distance, approaching only when Shadera's glass emptied. The other patrons did the same, creating a bubble of isolation around her that felt both protective and suffocating.
Try to have a little fun.
Greyson's voice materialized behind her as his arm swept over her shoulder and set another glass in front of her.
You look like you're planning a massacre rather than enjoying a night out.
She didn't bother looking up at him. Maybe I am.
Targeting anyone in particular?
There was a lightness in his tone she wasn't used to hearing, almost teasing. He slipped to her side and leaned casually against the bar. I haven't decided yet, Shadera replied, taking the fresh drink. But you're definitely in the fucking running. A sound escaped him, a laugh, a genuine laugh. The cadence of it was so warm. Shadera finally turned to look up at him. The mask he wore seemed less menacing in this lighting, its shadows softened by the club's ambient glow. His posture had changed, too, some of the rigidness in his shoulders loosening. "Are you drunk?" she asked, surprise evident in her voice. Greyson tilted his head.
If I am?
Then good thing you have a driver, because I am nowhere near sober. There it was again. That fucking laugh.
I'm going to go find Callum,
he said, leaning closer so she could hear him over the music.
He's either in his office or his apartment over the club. Will you be all right for a few minutes?
Shadera raised a brow even though he couldn't see it. I think I can handle this gaggle of drunken idiots. His hand ran down her bare back as he leaned across the bar, and she froze. He didn't even seem to notice he was touching her, like this was something he always did, something natural between them. She swallowed hard, forcing herself not to lean into his touch, not to bask in the warmth his fingers sent trickling up her spine. Greyson's hand came back over the bar with a bottle in tow, and he set it down in front of her.
The bartender seems to be scared of you, and I did promise you could drink to your heart's content.
His hand disappeared, and she thanked God he moved away from her before she could protest the loss. New rule after tonight, she thought, as she downed the liquid in her glass, then unscrewed the bottle. She was no longer allowed to drink around Greyson Sorrell. She watched as he strode away from her, threading through the crowd with ease. The bodies parted for him, recognition and fear creating a path, as he headed for the staircase in the back of the room. Before he could ascend, a woman materialized from the crowd, intercepting him with the confidence of someone who knew they belonged in his orbit. Even from a distance, with liquor-hazed eyes, Shadera could tell she was beautiful. Her dress, deep blue and cut so low in the front, it bordered on scandalous, clung to a perfect figure, the shimmering fabric catching the light with every movement, as her dark hair brushed against her shoulder blades. She'd stepped directly into Greyson's path, one hand landing on his chest with familiarity. Her head tilted up toward him, full lips parting into a wide smile. Whatever she said made Greyson pause, his posture shifting subtly as he replied. The woman's hand slid from his chest to his shoulder, then around to the back of his neck, the touch lingering, possessive. She leaned closer, her body curving toward his like a flower seeking the sun. There was history in that gesture, and the way she claimed his space without hesitation. Shadera's grip tightened around the bottle, an unwelcome heat flaring in her chest. It wasn't jealousy. It couldn't be jealousy. That would require caring, and she couldn't give less of a fuck who Greyson touched or who touched him. Yet her eyes remained fixed on them, watching as the woman's fingers slid over his body, tracing patterns on Greyson's arm, as her laughter carried faintly above the music. Greyson hadn't stepped away, hadn't created distance, but he hadn't touched her either, hadn't leaned toward her. Then his head turned, eyes finding Shadera's through the crowd. Shadera quickly looked away, bringing the bottle to her lips and taking a large swallow. When she risked another glance, the woman had linked her hand through Greyson's arm and was leading him up the stairs. They disappeared around the curve of the staircase, and her teeth clenched. "Who was that woman?" she asked, leaning over the bar so the woman behind it could hear her without yelling. The one with the executioner. The bartender didn't bother looking up at her as she crushed a lemon for a drink. Maya. She's one of Thane's girls. One of his workers. Maya. Shadera muttered under her breath as she turned back to the crowd, the name bitter on her tongue. She took another drink. Shadera pushed away from the bar, bottle in hand, and turned toward the dance floor. The crowd seemed to pulse with the music, a living entity of masked faces and swaying bodies. She could disappear into it, could find someone for herself, someone to help her forget, if only for a moment, the nightmare that her life had become. She'd only taken 2 steps toward the dance floor when a hand closed around her upper arm, jerking her backward with unexpected force. She twisted, swaying on her feet, alcohol sloshing over her hand as she prepared to unleash hell. But the words died in her throat, the liquor making her tongue heavy, as she found herself staring at the reflective faceplate of a Vera officer. Her heart stuttered, then raced. The Vera weren't supposed to be in here. Greyson had told her his father's men were not allowed in Callum's clubs. Before she could speak, the officer pulled her away from the crowd, toward a door marked with a small red light, an anti-scan room, where the hard elite could conduct business without fear of surveillance. She jerked against his grip, but his fingers only tightened, digging into her flesh hard enough to bruise. "Let go of me!" she hissed, as the music swelled, drowning her voice beneath its relentless beat. She didn't have any weapons, didn't have anything to protect herself. She'd have to fight her way out of this. No one around them seemed to notice or care. To them, she was just another patron being escorted away by security. No one would intervene. Not against a Vera officer. Not for a woman wearing a skull mask that marked her as something outside their carefully ordered world. The officer shoved her through the door into the anti-scan room, following immediately after. The door closed behind them with a pneumatic hiss, sealing out the noise of the club and plunging them into relative quiet. The room was large, with soundproofed walls, and a single recessed light that cast everything in a dim blue glow. Shadera spun to face him, fury replacing fear. She wasn't going quietly, wasn't going to be another victim of the Vera's brutality against women. If he wanted to take her, he'd have to kill her. "Touch me again, and I'll tear your fucking throat out," she snarled, dropping into a fighting stance. The officer tilted his head slightly, regarding her through that expressionless faceplate. Then, to her shock, he chuckled, a low, familiar sound that stopped her heart in her chest. Then, the next thing she heard was Jameson's voice.
"Did you miss me?"
Chapter 24. Jameson fucking Vine. Shadera's world narrowed at the sound of those 4 words. A voice. His voice. The liquor in her veins turned electric as she stared at the reflective faceplate, her own distorted reflection looking back at her. Time stretched and compressed around her as her mind struggled to process what her heart already knew. Jameson was here. In the heart, inside the beast's den. Something cracked inside Shadera, a dam breaking to release a flood of emotion so powerful she could barely breathe through it, as Jameson pulled the helmet from his head. She launched herself at him without conscious thought, arms wrapping around his neck as her body collided with his. He caught her, arms encircling her waist and lifting her off her feet in a crushing embrace against the unfamiliar hardness of the Vera armor. She didn't care. It was him underneath. It was Jameson. "You're here," she gasped against his neck, inhaling his scent. You fucking idiot, you're actually here. His arms tightened around her, one hand sliding up to cradle the back of her head, as a laugh slipped from his lungs.
Did you think I wouldn't come for you?
Shadera pulled back just enough to see his face, her hands framing his jaw, as if to confirm he was real, solid, present, that this wasn't some alcohol-induced hallucination. His eyes searched hers through her mask, drinking her in with equal relief. How? She asked, still not quite believing. How are you here in this uniform? The checkpoints, the security.
Long story,
Jameson said, his thumbs tracing circles on her lower back, as if he couldn't stop touching her now that she was in his arms.
I'll tell you once we're out of here. We don't have much time.
Reality crashed back with his words. They were still in the heart, still surrounded by enemies, still in imminent danger. The joy of seeing him was immediately tempered by fear for his safety.
Are you hurt?
He asked, his voice tightening.
Did he?
I'm fine. She cut him off, though the word tasted like a lie. You need to leave, she said, letting her feet fall to the floor and pulling back further. Her hands remained on his shoulders, unwilling to break contact completely. If they catch you, if Greyson sees you...
Greyson?
Jameson's hands stilled on her waist, his fingers tightening imperceptibly.
You're on a first-name basis with the executioner now.
There was something in his tone she couldn't quite place. Jealousy, maybe? Or betrayal? She didn't have time to analyze it. She ignored the question, stepping back from his touch. The loss of contact felt like stepping from the warmth of home into a winter morning. You need to get out. They'll catch you if...
They won't.
His voice held absolute certainty.
We have a way out, a good one, but we need to move now.
Shadera's mind raced, cataloging possibilities, risks, variables. There are at least 30 security personnel in the club, more outside. They were patrols in the streets, checkpoints at every sector.
We have a plan,
Jameson insisted, reaching into a compartment in his bag to withdraw a small bundle of black fabric and helmet.
But you need to change, now.
He unfolded it, revealing another Vera uniform, sized for her. Shadera stared at it, understanding dawning with cold clarity. They were going to walk out as Vera officers, hiding in plain sight, using the heart's own authority against it. It was fucking brilliant. Jaeger's here? She asked, already knowing the answer. Only Jaeger would attempt something this audacious. Jameson nodded.
And 6 others, but our window is closing. We need to go.
Shadera glanced toward the door, thinking of Greyson somewhere upstairs, unaware that his prisoner was about to slip through his fingers. Something complicated twisted in her chest. Not quite guilt, not quite relief, but some emotion that defied simple categorization.
Shade.
Jameson's voice softened, his hands coming up to frame her face, fingers gentle against the edges of her mask.
Come home. Please, come home.
The words undid her. Whatever confusion she felt about Greyson, whatever complex emotions had developed during her time with him, they paled beside the pleading she saw looking into Jameson's eyes. Get me out of here, she said, reaching for the uniform. The smile that spread across Jameson's face was one of relief, of a man looking into the eyes of a woman he feared he would never see again. His smile disappeared. The door behind them hissed open, and her eyes locked onto that bright blue gaze, and widened. Shadera froze, her body turning to stone. Greyson stood framed in the doorway, his broad shoulders filling the space. The mask stared back at her, black and expressionless, but she knew the face beneath it now, knew the look in those eyes that watched her through those hollow sockets. He stepped into the room, the door sliding shut behind him with a soft pneumatic hiss. sealing them in, the outside world once again muffled and distant. Greyson leaned against the frame casually, but Shadera could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his body coiled like a spring about to release. Jameson's hand slid to Shadera's waist, pulling her behind him as he slowly turned to face Greyson, his other hand dropping to the weapon at his side. The Vera uniform he wore made the standoff even more surreal. Two men in the garb of the Heart's enforcers, facing each other across an invisible line, with Shadera caught in the middle. The room began to shrink around her, the walls creeping inward with each breath. The air felt thicker, heavier in her lungs, as her heart rate doubled. The single hollow lamp cast their shadows against the wall. 3 dark silhouettes, stretched and distorted, overlapping and separating as they moved. Predators circling each other in a cage too small to contain them all. Shadera's eyes darted around, cataloging the space with growing desperation. Soundproofed walls, no windows, 1 door, no escape route. The alcohol in her system, which had felt warm and comforting just minutes before, now churned in her stomach, making her lightheaded. The room was designed for privacy, for secret conversations and clandestine interactions. Now, it felt like a tomb. A deep, menacing chuckle left Greyson's lungs, and the sound crawled over Shadera's skin like ice, raising goosebumps in its wake. She'd heard that laugh before, in his apartment after she'd tried to kill him, last night when his father had shot him. It was the sound he made when he was at his most unpredictable, when the careful control he maintained began to slip. His head tilted slightly, the movement predatory, calculating, as his eyes traveled from Jameson's face down to where his hand still gripped Shadera's arm.
Jameson fucking Vine. I believe your hand is on my wife,
he said, his voice deceptively soft. The claim set fire to her nerves. She watched Greyson's jaw tighten at the edge of his mask, saw his hands flex at his sides, fingers curling into half fists, before stretching out again, just inches above his weapon. The gesture was small, but loaded with violence. She knew him well enough now to recognize the restraint it cost him, the control he was exerting not to draw. Greyson, she started, trying to keep him calm.
Don't.
The single word cut through the air like a blade.
Don't say another word.
The command ignited her hate. I'm not your fucking wife, she snapped back, stepping out from behind Jameson's protective stance. I will never be your property. The words came out harder than she'd intended, razor-edged and absolute. She saw Greyson's head tilt further, a small, familiar movement that told her she'd struck a nerve. Good. Let him feel something of what she felt, this suffocating trap closing around her. Jameson's body tensed against hers. He turned slightly, confusion evident in the rigid line of his shoulders, and the way his gaze darted between her and Greyson.
What's he talking about?
The question was directed at her, but his eyes remained fixed on Greyson, tracking every minute shift in posture, every potential signal of attack. Before she could answer, Greyson pushed away from the doorframe, taking a single step into the room. The movement was too calm, almost languid, but Shadera recognized the deadly intent beneath the relaxed facade.
Do you really not recognize me?
Greyson asked, something odd entering his tone, a note that could have been amusement, or contempt, or both. Jameson's response came immediately.
Obviously I fucking do. The executioner.
His voice hardened on the last word, loaded with all the hatred, all the suffering that title had inflicted on the rings.
Interesting.
Grayson's head nodded subtly.
I thought my voice, or at least my presence, would be more memorable.
Shadera stepped forward suddenly, her voice shifting from anger to something closer to pleading. "Please," she said, looking directly at Greyson. "Let us go. I know you don't want to keep me prisoner. I know you're not like your father." The words felt too intimate, too revealing of the complicated understanding that had developed between them. But she kept speaking. "You don't have to do this." Greyson remained perfectly still, his eyes fixed on hers. Something shifted in their depths, a flicker of emotion quickly suppressed.
You made your choice, Shadera.
He finally said.
When you took my contract, when you agreed to my father's terms, you set events in motion that cannot be undone. What terms?
Jameson demanded, his voice tight with growing anger.
What the fuck is he talking about, Shade? 4 days,
Greyson answered.
In 4 days, we stand on the execution platform and take the vow before all of Newfound Haven.
His gaze moved to Jameson.
Every screen in every ring will broadcast it. The Daggermouth and the executioner united in holy matrimony.
Jameson's laugh was harsh, disbelieving.
That will never happen. The rings know what she did. The rebels are fighting with her, for what happened in the prison.
Shadera turned to him, confusion rippling through her. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything in that prison except get people killed. Jameson turned toward her, his brows furrowing. You really don't know? He shook his head. Your assassination attempt has spread through the rings like wildfire. Her throat constricted. Figures the heart wouldn't let you see what's happening in the rings. Jameson spat toward Greyson. The rebels are singing the anthem, everyone in the rings. His voice softened with something like pride. It's become the song of the rebellion. They're looking to you as a symbol, Shade, the Daggermouth that took a stand against the heart. I don't want that, she said immediately, the words tearing from her throat. I don't want to be a symbol. I just want to go home. She wasn't a fucking symbol. She was a mercenary, a killer for hire, not a hero, not a leader, not some face of a failing rebellion. I can't let you leave, Greyson said, his voice holding a twinge of apology. Can't or won't? Jameson challenged, taking a step closer to Greyson. Because from where I'm standing, this looks like a man who enjoys having a prisoner to play with. Shadera saw Grayson's shoulders tense, saw his hands finally form fists at his sides. When he spoke again, his voice had lost all warmth. I can't. The words seemed to cost Greyson something, dragged from somewhere deep and unwilling. If she leaves, if she doesn't take the vow, people die. He stopped, recalibrating. People who have done nothing to deserve it. Who? Jameson demanded. Callum, my sister. Grayson's eyes found Shadera's again. You know they're innocent in this. No one in the heart is innocent, Shadera hissed, despite the images rising in the back of her mind, the knowledge of the president's brutality. So you'll keep her prisoner to protect them? Jameson's voice dripped with contempt. Yes. Greyson didn't flinch from the accusation. I will keep her to protect them. I will do whatever is necessary to keep them alive. A pause, weighted with something unspoken. Why don't you tell him what will happen to him and the rings if you leave? The question landed like a grenade between them. Jameson went still, his eyes finding Shadera's with a question in them. He knows, she said quietly. Maximus has been watching you. He knows your location, the rebel headquarters, the clinics. The words tasted like poison on her tongue. He's had drones following you since the moment I left. He has bombs, Jay. If I don't comply, he'll drop them. Starting with you. Something seemed to click in the expression that formed on Jameson's face. Like the last piece of some puzzle he'd been missing, suddenly fell into place. The look quickly shifted to fury.
And you believe him? You think the Heart would risk bombing the rings? They need us. They need our labor, our—
He doesn't care. Shadera cut him off. Maximus is losing control. He'd burn it all down to maintain power. The radio on Jameson's belt crackled to life, Yeager's voice cutting through the tension.
Ghost, report. What's your status? We're running out of time.
Greyson's body went alert, his attention sharpening on the radio.
Is Yeager Nolan in the Heart?
The question was a demand, edged with pure hatred.
Where is he?
Jameson's hand moved to the radio, silencing it.
That's none of your fucking business. Where is he?
Greyson repeated, taking another step forward, until the two men were separated by inches.
What's the matter, Executioner?
Jameson taunted.
Afraid the Wolfe might send another Daggermouth for you?
Shadera sucked in a sharp breath of the charged air. The hollow lamp flickered once, casting Greyson's mask in sharp relief, and for a moment, his mask seemed to grin in the blue-tinged light. She'd never feared Greyson. Not really. Not even with all his threats and promises. But now, seeing him and Jameson in the same space, seeing the way they measured each other, calculated weaknesses, planned attacks, now she was afraid. Not of what Greyson might do to her, but of what these two men might do to each other.
Tell me where he is,
Greyson insisted, his voice dropping to a dangerous register.
Go fuck yourself,
Jameson replied, not backing down an inch. Shadera moved before she could reconsider, pushing between the two men, her hands against their chests, forcing them apart. "Stop it!" she barked. "Both of you!" The radio crackled again, more urgent this time.
Ghost, extraction window closing, 30 minutes until rendezvous.
Jameson's eyes dropped to hers.
We need to go, now.
Greyson's hand shot out, gripping her wrist with careful but immovable pressure.
She's not going anywhere. The hell she isn't.
Jameson growled, reaching for her other arm. Shadera found herself literally caught between them, each holding one of her arms, neither willing to release her. The situation would have been fucking absurd if it weren't so dangerous. "I'm not either of your fucking property," she snapped at both of them, yanking her arms free. "I just need to fucking think."
There's nothing to think about. We're leaving,
Jameson argued.
She's right. I don't own her.
Greyson started quietly.
But I do control what happens to you and your little rebellion.
Shadera's eyes shot to Greyson, then flickered to Jameson. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Understanding dawned slowly in Jameson's eyes, realization spreading across his features like a stain. Greyson pressed his advantage, ignoring her question.
Who do you think was smuggling contraband into the rings with a Sorrel serial number?
He asked, his voice laced with dark amusement.
The medicine for your clinics, the vaccines for the children, the antibiotics that keep your people alive. Where did you think they came from?
Shadera's eyes widened at the revelation, her body tensing, oxygen catching in her lungs. His words echoed in her head, and suddenly became clear. There are things I can do from this position that I couldn't do from a grave. All this time, he had been working both sides of the conflict, had been helping the rings. Her mind began to spiral as she frantically put together the pieces, replayed everything he had ever said to her, everything she'd ever seen him do.
You're lying,
Jameson said. But there was uncertainty in his voice now.
Am I?
Greyson countered.
The serial numbers all begin with SIG02. Sorrel Industries, my initial second son, my personal division.
Shadera watched Jameson's posture shift as the truth sank in. She could almost see his mind racing as fast as hers, recalculating risks, reassessing the man before him.
If you want that medicine to continue flowing into the rings,
Greyson continued,
you will leave now, without Shadera. According to Jaeger's timeline, you have 20 minutes to get out of the heart alive. I suggest you get moving.
The silence that followed was deafening. Shadera looked between the two men, her mind reeling. If what Greyson said was true, if he had been sending medicine to the rings all this time, then he wasn't entirely the monster Jameson believed him to be, that she had believed him to be. But he was still the executioner, still Maximus's son. I'm staying, she said finally, making the decision for Jameson, so he wouldn't feel the guilt of choosing the rings over her. He would choose them. She knew that at the end of the day, no matter how much he cared for her, he would not risk thousands of innocents just to keep her alive, now that he knew the consequences. We can't risk the rings getting bombed. They need the medicine. I'll find another way out.
With him?
Jameson asked incredulously.
With the fucking executioner?
Shadera glanced at Greyson, studying the rigid line of his shoulders, the way he stood perfectly still, waiting for her response. She turned back to Jameson. Yes, she confirmed, her voice steadier than she felt. You might not understand this, or believe me, because you haven't seen the things I've seen. But we're both trapped in this. Greyson and I have to find a way out of this together, if we want to save the most lives. Jameson was silent for a long moment, his face twisting with emotion, the clenched jaw, the furrow between his brows, the mix of anger and fear in his eyes. She knew his face better than she knew her own.
Get out,
Jameson said finally, turning to Greyson.
I need a minute with her, alone.
Grayson's posture stiffened.
Fuck no, I will.
Please, Shadera interrupted, looking directly at him. I won't leave, but I need to say goodbye. She watched the internal struggle play out in Grayson's body language, the tension in his shoulders, the slight tilt of his head as he considered. Finally, he nodded once, sharply.
3 minutes,
he conceded, moving toward the door.
Then I'm coming back in, whether you're done or not.
Jameson watched Greyson exit before turning back to Shadera. For a moment, they stood frozen, and the blue-tinged light, the weight of everything unsaid pressing between them like a physical force. Shadera could see the raw emotion he let bleed free now. Anger, fear, pain. In one movement, he closed the distance between them, reaching for her mask. His fingers found the edges of the skull, gently lifting it from her face. The air felt cold against her skin, vulnerable and exposed after hours beneath the mask. Jameson's eyes roamed her features hungrily, as if searching for changes, for signs the heart had already begun to transform her. He moved to kiss her, his body leaning forward with the momentum of need, of desperation, of all the nights they'd spent apart. But Shadera backed away, her hand coming up between them, palm flat against his chest, a barrier, a denial. The hurt that flashed across his face was immediate and visceral, a wound opening before her eyes. His arms, which had begun to reach for her, stilled in the air.
What's wrong?
He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Shadera swallowed, her throat suddenly dry. How could she explain what she didn't understand herself? The knot of confusion and fear and something else that had been growing inside her since she'd entered the heart, since she'd seen beneath Grayson's mask, touched his scars, witnessed his struggle against his father's legacy and brutality. "Nothing's wrong," she said, the lie sour on her tongue. "But you need to go. We don't have time for this. You need to get out of the heart before they realize you're here." His eyes narrowed, his gaze becoming more searching, more penetrating. She'd never been able to hide from him. Not really. He knew her too well, could read the truth in the tension of her body, the way she couldn't quite meet his eyes.
Time for what?
His hands dropped to his sides.
Time for goodbye? Time for us?
Jay. Still, she couldn't look at him, couldn't witness the pain she was causing. "You need to get to safety. You need to warn the rings." He studied her face, reading the truth she couldn't bring herself to voice. Understanding dawned in his eyes, followed by a flash of something darker.
"You really going to do this?"
he said, the words falling like stones between them.
"You're going to take the vow? With him?"
The weight of his gaze felt unbearable. "I don't have a choice."
"There's always a choice, Shade."
His voice hardened.
"Even when all the options are shit, there's still a choice. You were the one that told me that."
She ran a hand through her hair, frustration building beneath her skin. "What would you have me do? Let your clinic be bombed? The headquarters? Let children and families die because I was selfish? Because I wanted to go home?"
"You're falling for him, aren't you?"
The question was quiet, almost gentle, which somehow made it worse. "No," she said immediately, the denial sharp and genuine. "It's more complicated than that. I'm trying to keep everyone safe."
"It's not just about safety,"
Jameson pressed, taking a step closer.
"I know you, Shade. I can see it."
She forced herself to meet his gaze, to hold it steady. "What you see is exhaustion, fear, survival. What you see is someone with a new perspective, who doesn't hate him in the same way I once did. I am playing my part. I have to. Need to keep you alive." Jameson stared at her, assessing, trying to hold back the emotion that threatened to break through, as if searching for something he'd lost. His face was a battlefield of expressions, grief warring with anger, understanding with betrayal. In the harsh blue light of the anti-scan room, the shadows beneath his eyes looked like bruises, proof of sleepless nights and endless worry.
"You don't need to protect me,"
he said finally, his voice rougher than before.
"That's not your job."
"Isn't it?" she asked quietly. "Isn't that what we've always done for each other?" The weight of their situation settled into Shadera's bones. This might be the last time they ever saw each other. The thought sent a spike of pain through her chest so sharp, she almost gasped. After everything they'd been through together, after all the missions, the close calls, the nights of drinking and laughing and holding each other when the nightmares came. It couldn't end with him dying, because of her selfish need for revenge. "You need to go," she said again, her voice softer now. "Go back to the boundary. Prepare them for what might come." He looked away, his profile sharp in the dim light. She could see the calculations running behind his eyes, the strategist in him weighing options, looking for solutions where there might be none. "I'm sorry," she said suddenly, the words spilling out before she could stop them. "I'm sorry for not listening when you told me not to take the contract. I'm sorry for bringing this down on everyone. I'm sorry for—" Jameson's head snapped back toward her, his eyes suddenly fierce. He moved before she could finish, his hands coming up to cradle her face, fingers splaying across her cheeks with a gentleness that belied the intensity in his gaze.
"Shadera KL,"
he said, his voice low and intense.
"Don't you ever apologize for your anger.
Her breath caught at the unexpected absolution.
You walked into the heart knowing you might never come back. Not just because of what his family did to yours, but because you believed it would make a difference. That's who you are. That's who you've always been.
His thumbs brushed her cheekbones, the touch reverent.
The woman who fights, even when victory seems impossible. The woman who puts others before herself, even when she doesn't realize she is doing it.
The tears she'd been holding back threatened to spill over. She blinked rapidly, refusing to let them fall, refusing to make this goodbye harder than it already was. Jameson released her face, one hand moving to his belt, where he retrieved a small, flat object.
Here,
he said, pressing it into her palm.
Keep this on you if you can. It's an encrypted tablet. We can coordinate what comes next.
Shadera looked down at the device, no bigger than her hand, sleek and black. A lifeline to the world outside, to Jameson, to freedom. She slipped it into her pocket next to the picture, praying Greyson wouldn't search her when they returned to his apartment.
The signal is weak,
Jameson explained, his voice dropping lower, more urgent.
But it will connect to our network once a day at 3 a.m. Keep it hidden. Use it to let us know what's happening, where the bombs might be dropped if something goes wrong.
She nodded, her throat too tight for words. The clock was ticking down, their minutes nearly up. Greyson's return imminent. This goodbye had to last them, might need to sustain them through whatever came next. The radio at his belt crackled again, Yeager's voice cutting through with unmistakable urgency.
Ghost, exit window closing. Move now.
Shadera stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him, burying her face in his neck as his arms clutched her against his body.
We'll get through this,
he murmured into her hair, his lips brushing against her temple.
We always do.
Jameson finally pulled away, his hands lingering on her shoulders, as if reluctant to break contact completely.
I love you,
he said, the words simple and unadorned.
I will always love you, no matter what happens next.
The declaration hung between them, simple and honest. She'd always known, had seen it in his eyes 1,000 times, and the way he watched her when he thought she wasn't looking. But he'd never said it, not directly, not like this. The words were a gift and a burden, beautiful and terrible in their timing. Jameson reached for his helmet, placing it back over his head. The reflective faceplate slid down, hiding his expression, transforming him back into a Vera officer, anonymous, untouchable. He retrieved her mask from where he'd set it aside, handing it to her with a gentleness that made guilt flare in her chest. A sad smile graced her lips as she looked from the mask to him. As he moved toward the door, she said his words back to him, the same ones she had heard before she left the boundary. Don't die on me, Ghost. Jameson let out a small chuckle as he looked back at her.
I'll try, but no promises.
Then he was gone, stepping out into the crowd beyond the threshold, the thumping music filtering through the door as it slid closed behind him.
Chapter 25. Do your fucking worst. The bottle felt heavy in Greyson's hand, the expensive liquor burning a path down his throat that did nothing to dull the rage pulsing beneath his skin. The town car's interior pressed in on him, too small to control both his fury and the woman sitting beside him. She hadn't spoken since Jameson left the club. Neither had he. Words seemed futile in the wake of what had just happened, what she'd almost done. Shadera sat with her body angled away from him, one leg drawn up beneath her, creating as much distance as the back seat would allow. The whiskey bottle in her hand tilted toward her lips, her throat working as she swallowed. Her mask caught the shifting lights from outside, shadows dancing across the skull's hollow eyes as they passed through the heart's gleaming streets. He took another drink, letting the burn distract him from the images that kept flashing through his mind. Shadera in Jameson's arms, her body pressed against his, the way her fingers had lingered on him, the fucking way she'd looked at him. Chapman's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, then quickly away. Smart man. He had served him long enough to recognize when silence was the safest option. Greyson's jaw clenched as the car hit a small bump, forcing his shoulder briefly against hers. She shifted further away, pressing herself against the door. She'd been ready to leave, to walk out that door with Ghost and disappear into the night, knowing exactly what it would cost, knowing what his father would do to the rings, to Lyra, to Callum, knowing what he would do to Greyson. The realization came with a bitter taste that even the alcohol couldn't wash away. She'd rather risk everything, risk everyone, than remain with him. The thought dug hooks into his chest, tearing at something he couldn't name, wouldn't name. He drank again, deeper this time. Outside the window, Sorrel Tower loomed ahead, platinum spires reaching toward the sky like accusing fingers. Home, or the closest thing to it now. Except it didn't feel like home anymore, not with her in it, bringing chaos into his carefully ordered existence, not with her betrayal still bleeding between them. The car pulled into the private garage beneath the tower, the transition from street to underground marked by a sudden dimming of light. Chapman brought the vehicle to a smooth stop, and Shadera was out before Chapman could open her door, striding toward the elevator without waiting. Greyson followed, his movements controlled despite the alcohol making the edges of his vision swim. The elevator ride stretched eternal, silence broken only by the mechanical hum of their ascent. She stood in the corner, still clutching her bottle, mask firmly in place. He could feel the heat radiating from her body despite the distance between them, could smell the mix of club smoke in her skin, could hear each controlled breath she took. The elevator doors slid open, and he could feel her eyes on his back as he unlocked the door to the apartment and stepped inside. She pushed in beside him, moving with purpose toward the hallway, toward her room, away from him, away from the conversation they needed to have. "Don't," he said, his voice low as he followed her into the apartment, not bothering to turn on any lights. She paused mid-step but didn't turn. "Don't walk away from me." Greyson set his bottle down on the entry table with enough force that liquid sloshed over the rim. Shadera's shoulders rose and fell with a deep breath before she turned to face him. Her mask stared back at him, impassive and cold. "Take it off," he commanded, reaching up to remove his own. The mask came away with a soft sound, the apartment's air cool against his exposed skin. For a moment he thought she might refuse. Then her fingers found the edges of her mask, lifting it from her face carefully. Her eyes met his, green and defiant and beautiful in their hatred.
"What do you want me to say?"
she asked, her voice flat. Something inside Greyson snapped. The control he'd maintained since the club, the restraint he'd forced upon himself during the drive, it all collapsed beneath the weight of her indifference. "It's really that easy for you?" The words tore from him, alcohol making his voice rough. "To just betray whoever you need to on a whim?" Her eyes narrowed.
"Betray you? I can't betray someone I'm not loyal to in the first place."
"We had an agreement."
"We had a threat,"
she corrected, stepping closer, her finger jabbing toward his chest.
"Your father's threat. Don't confuse that with loyalty or choice."
Greyson matched her step, closing the distance between them. "You were really going to fucking leave, knowing what would happen? To the rings? To Lyra? To Callum?"
"Don't you dare."
Her voice dropped, dangerous now.
"Don't you dare try to make me responsible for your father's actions."
"But you are responsible for yours," he snapped. "And if I hadn't shown up, you would have chosen to leave us all here, knowing we would die because of your choice."
"I want out!"
The bottle in her hand swung wide with her gesture, liquid splashing onto the floor.
"I want freedom from this fucking prison you call home. I want to stop playing house with the heart's executioner."
Greyson refused to flinch at her words. Is that what we are doing? Playing house?
What else would you call it?
She laughed, the sound harsh and grating.
You can call me your fiancé all you want, but I am your prisoner. That's all I'll ever be.
Greyson stepped closer still, his height forcing her to tilt her head back to maintain eye contact. Is that what he was to you too? Why you left him in the boundary so easily? Just another jailer keeping the infamous Shade tied down? Or did you actually give a fuck about him when you betrayed him too? Something flickered across her face. Surprise, perhaps, at the naked jealousy in his voice.
I have never betrayed him.
Shadera hissed up at him.
You don't know anything about him, about us.
I know enough. His voice hardened. I know he was ready to get you killed, to risk everything on a fucking suicide mission that would have ended with both of you dead.
At least he was willing to try.
Her voice rose, edged with something raw.
At least he was willing to fight for me.
And I wasn't, Greyson demanded. What the fuck do you think I've been doing since you got here? Sitting back and enjoying the show? I'm fighting every day. Against my father, against the heart, against this whole fucking system, just to keep you safe, to keep everyone safe. Her lips curled.
While still doing his bidding. While still playing executioner.
She took another drink, her eyes never leaving his.
And what about your little reunion with Maya? Don't talk to me about Jameson when you were so quick to disappear upstairs with her.
The accusation startled a harsh laugh from him. Is that what you thought that was? You jealous, Daggermouth?
Don't flatter yourself.
Shadera's tone dripped venom.
I couldn't care less who you fuck.
I wasn't fucking her, Greyson snapped. I was getting information about my father's plans, about the military base, about the bombs he's threatening to drop on your precious boundary. She hears things in those clubs.
How convenient.
She mocked.
I'm sure her hands all over you was just part of the exchange.
Careful, Shade. His voice lowered to a dangerous register. You're starting to sound like you care. They were close now, nearly touching. Greyson could smell the whiskey on her breath, could see the flush spreading across her cheeks, the rapid pulse at her throat. Her anger was a tangible thing between them, reflecting his own, beat for beat.
I care about surviving,
she said, her voice dropping to match his.
I care about getting out of this alive.
Is that why you kept that tablet? He asked. The one tucked into your back pocket? Or is it merely for staying in touch with your lover? Her eyes widened fractionally, but she recovered quickly.
I'll use whatever tools I can get.
And what about me? Greyson's hand came up, not quite touching her hair, hovering in the charged space between them. Am I just another tool for you to use? Her breath caught, her eyes dropping briefly to his lips before snapping back up. The moment stretched between them, taut and electric. Then a red dot appeared on the wall beside them. Greyson reacted on instinct, grabbing Shadera and pulling her to the floor, just as the glass of the nearby window spiderwebbed with an impact. "Stay down," he hissed, his body covering hers as his hand reached for the gun holstered at his shoulder. She stiffened beneath him, then went completely still as the sound of movement registered from within the apartment. Soft footfalls, the rustle of fabric, the nearly imperceptible click of a safety being disengaged.
We're not alone,
she whispered, her breath warm against his ear. Greyson's mind raced, adrenaline cutting through the alcohol fog. The apartment should have been secure, the security system engaged. Someone had overridden his protocols, which meant only one thing. Vera. He moved off Shadera, pressing her against the wall as he unholstered his gun. Shadera's eyes were wide but focused, her breathing controlled. Not fear, calculation.
Give me a weapon,
she demanded, her voice steady. No. Greyson checked the magazine, then chambered around.
Are you fucking insane? We're under attack and you won't—
Figure it out. He met her eyes, saw the fury there, the disbelief, and smirked at her. You're resourceful. Before she could respond, he was moving, cracking the balcony door and firing 2 shots at the sniper position. Return fire erupted immediately. The apartment broke into chaos. Vera officers materialized from concealment points throughout his apartment, behind furniture, from closets, from his fucking bedroom. They'd been here, waiting. Their weapons were already drawn, faces concealed behind reflective visors. "Don't shoot. By order of President Sorrell," the lead officer began. "We are instructed to—" Greyson didn't wait for him to finish. He fired twice, hitting the man's center mass. The officer staggered back, his sentence ending in a wet gurgle as blood bubbled from beneath his visor. The remaining 4 opened fire simultaneously, filling the air with the deafening crack of gunshots. Greyson rolled behind the coffee table and overturned it, splinters flying as bullets tore into the wood. From the corner of his eye, he saw Shadera moving, a blur of deadly grace as she used the chaos to her advantage. She slid across the floor, grabbing a decorative metal sculpture from a side table and hurling it with precision at the nearest officer. It connected with his visor, cracking it and momentarily blinding him. In that split second of distraction, she was on him, her legs wrapping around his torso as she used her momentum to bring him crashing to the ground. She grabbed his gun as they fell, twisting it from his grip and firing a single shot through his throat before rolling away from the spray of arterial blood. Greyson took down a second officer with a clean headshot through the helmet, the round exploding out the back of his head. Blood sprayed across the white wall behind him, a violent Rorschach test on the pristine surface. The third managed to get off a shot that whistled past Greyson's ear before taking 2 rounds to the chest as he turned his attention to Shadera. The fourth was more cautious, retreating to the kitchen where he had better cover. "Executioner!" the man called, his voice distorted by his helmet. "Stand down! These are the President's orders!" "Fuck the President," Greyson replied, signaling to Shadera with his free hand. She nodded once, understanding, passing between them. Greyson fired 3 more shots to keep the officer pinned down while Shadera circled around, coming at him from the opposite side. The officer, focused on Greyson, didn't see her until it was too late. She fired twice, the bullets finding gaps in his armor at the neck and armpit. He crumpled, weapon clattering to the floor. Another 2 officers appeared from their places on the balcony while Greyson was distracted, and one was on him before he could react. He tackled him backward into the entryway table, the glass mirrors shattering as they fell to the floor. Shadera was rolling behind the island as shots rang out above her, but she kept moving toward the second officer, launching herself at his legs. They went down together, a tangle of limbs. Greyson couldn't help, couldn't even watch as the Vera's fist connected with his jaw, snapping his head back against the floor. Stars bloomed across his vision, but instinct kept him moving. He brought his knee up hard between the man's legs, earning a strangled cry of pain. As the officer's grip loosened, Greyson twisted, reversing their positions. His gun was gone, knocked away in the attack. It didn't matter. He brought his elbow down against the man's throat with crushing force, feeling cartilage give way beneath the impact. The officer's eyes bulged, hands clawing desperately at Greyson's face, at his arms, at anything they could reach. Greyson struck again and again until the hands fell away. He wrapped his fingers around the Vera's head, snapping his neck in one motion, and the body beneath him went still. His focus snapped back to Shadera, watching as she pointed a gun beneath the officer's helmet and pulled the trigger. His eyes caught movement behind her as an injured officer rose to his knees, blood streaming out of his body in heavy rivers, and raised a gun at Shadera's back. "Down!" Greyson shouted, diving for his fallen weapon. Shadera dropped instantly, the officer's shot passing through the space where her head had been. Greyson's fingers closed around his gun, rolling to his back as he slid across the floor toward her and fired a shot. 1, 2, 3 rounds. The officer's chest blossomed red, bullets tearing through flesh. He stayed upright for only a second before collapsing onto his back with a heavy thud. Silence fell, broken only by their harsh breathing. Greyson pushed himself to his feet, scanning the apartment for any remaining threats. 7 officers, all dead. Shadera stood in the center of the carnage, blood spattered across her face and clothes, the stolen gun still gripped tightly in her hand. She looked savage and beautiful, her eyes wild, her chest heaving with exertion and adrenaline.
"Are there more?"
she asked, eyes assessing. "No," Greyson answered. then paused, uncertain. Maybe. I can't be sure. Their eyes met across the bloodied floor, both drunk and disoriented from the attack, both aware of how close they'd come to death. Something shifted in the air between them, a current of energy that had nothing to do with danger and everything to do with survival, with being alive when they should be dead. Shadera's arm rose slowly, the gun now trained directly at Greyson's chest. Her hand was steady despite the alcohol in her system. "Drop it," he snarled, but didn't raise his own weapon in response.
Why should I?
Her voice was low, dangerous.
Give me one reason not to put a bullet in you right now. Complete my contract and walk out that door.
Greyson stepped toward her, unflinching as the gun tracked his movement. Because you'd never make it past the first checkpoint.
Try again.
Another step. Because if you kill me, my father will burn the boundary to ash.
Not good enough.
The gun didn't waver. He took a final step, close enough now that the barrel of the gun pressed against his sternum. He could feel her breath on his face, see the pulse jumping in her throat, and his hands twitched at his sides. Need filled his veins at the masterpiece she was, covered in their shared violence. "If you shoot me," he said, his voice dropping to a husky whisper, "it will only make me want to fuck you." Her lips parted slightly, pupils dilating. She licked her lips, and the sight made his cock harden as she held the gun steady against his chest. Then, deliberately, she flicked off the safety.
If you even think about it, I will kill you.
Greyson grinned, the expression feral and hungry. "Then I'm already a dead man." Her breath hitched at his words, and for a heartbeat neither moved. Then Shadera pulled the trigger. The gun discharged with a silenced crack just as Greyson spun away, the bullet grazing his side, tearing through fabric and skin. Pain bloomed hot and sharp, but instead of falling back, he surged forward, firing his own gun instinctively. His bullet grazed her thigh, drawing a line of red across the black fabric of her pants.
You shot me!
She gasped, looking down at her leg in disbelief before raising her eyes to his face. "You shot me first," he countered, his free hand pressing against the wound in his side, coming away red. They stared at each other, both bleeding, both breathing hard, the air between them electric with something that had been building since the moment she'd entered his life. One heartbeat passed, then two. Greyson wasn't sure who moved first as they collided with the force of two storms meeting. His gun clattered to the floor as his hands found her waist, her back, her hair. Her weapon fell beside his as her fingers dug into his shoulders, his neck, pulling him down to her with desperate strength. Their mouths crashed together, all teeth and tongues and fury. She bit his lip hard enough to draw blood, and he groaned as he backed her against the wall. His body pinned hers as his hands tangled in her hair, pulling her head back to expose her throat. He bit at the tender skin there, drawing a gasp from her that sent fire through his veins. "This is a terrible fucking idea," a voice in the back of his mind warned. "The worst possible idea." His body didn't care. His blood sang with the need to possess her, to claim her, to make her his in the most primal way possible. Her hands clawed at his back, nails digging into his skin through the torn fabric of his shirt. The pain only fueled his desire, a sharp counterpoint to the pleasure of her body against his. This was wrong. Every part of his mind screamed it as his body responded to hers with an intensity that bordered on violence. Her hands tore at his shirt, nails raking across his chest, and he forgot why this was a bad idea as she pulled it over his head.
Fuck.
Shadera breathed as his teeth scraped along her collarbone.
This doesn't change anything.
"Shut up," Greyson growled against her skin. His hands moved to her thighs, lifting her. She wrapped her legs around his waist, her back arching as he pressed her harder against the wall. One of his hands found its way to her throat, fingers wrapping around the delicate column with careful pressure. He knew what she wanted, what she liked, and he'd give her everything she needed. Her eyes fluttered at the contact, a small, helpless sound escaping her that undid him. The power of it, her vulnerability, her surrender, was intoxicating. He carried her to the kitchen island, sweeping bottles and glasses to the floor with one arm. They shattered at his feet, adding to the destruction around them. He set her on the edge of the counter, his mouth never leaving hers, his hands pushing beneath her shirt to find the warm skin beneath. She was fucking perfect, all lean muscle and soft curves, strength and femininity combined in a lethal package that fit against him like she'd been made for his hands. His fingers traced the outline of her breasts, brushing over her hard nipples, and the moan that vibrated through her chest nearly brought him to his knees. And when she bit into his shoulder, hard enough to mark, he thought he might lose his fucking mind. He couldn't hold back any longer. He undid the button on her pants, then the zipper. His heartbeat pounded in his ears as his fingers slid under the fabric, and he groaned against her neck as they were greeted with her dripping arousal. She was so fucking wet, and every ounce of it was for him. Shit. He breathed through his teeth as his fingers began to circle her clit, and moan after moan spilled from her lungs. It was the most beautiful sound he had ever fucking heard. He paused for one moment, bringing his lips back to hers, running his tongue over her bottom lip before plunging 2 fingers inside of her. A cry erupted from Shadera's throat as he pumped them in and out, slowly, burying them deeper inside her with every thrust. Her body clung to him, pulling him deeper, and a groan vibrated out of his lungs at the feeling. Everything blurred as she began to ride his hand, pushing her hips down onto him and rolling them. He was going to fuck her, and he would not be gentle. He pushed his mouth to her ear as his fingers sank all the way inside of her. I need you to tell me you want this. I need to hear you say it or tell me to stop right now because I will not be soft with you. I'm going to make you fucking scream for me, Shadera. Her answer was a devastating roll of her hips and a moan, then words.
Do your fucking worst, little air.
A growl left Greyson's mouth, his cock hardening at her words as he pushed another finger inside of her. He worked his way down her body with his lips as her hands curled into his hair. His tongue and teeth trailed fire along her neck, her collarbone, the swell of her breast above her shirt. Greyson pushed the fabric up with his free hand, exposing her stomach, the taut plane of muscles there contrasting with the softness of her skin. He swirled his tongue over the lace fabric across her nipples, nipping at them with his teeth. Her breath hitched as she arched further into him, a breathy groan slipping from her lips. He carved a line further down her body, his tongue tracing a path along her waistband as he reluctantly pulled his fingers from inside of her to remove her pants. Greyson's fingers hooked around the fabric, her hips rising, as 2 things fell from her pocket. They both froze. Greyson's eyes locked on the photograph. Him and Brooker, unmasked, smiling. The photograph from his bedroom. The one he'd hidden. The one no one else should have. He pulled back, his hands leaving her body as he bent to retrieve both items. Where did you get this? His voice had gone cold, all heat evaporating in an instant. She slid off the island, adjusting her clothes.
Doesn't matter.
Where did you get this? He repeated, anger replacing every other emotion. She met his gaze.
Who is he?
Greyson stepped back, the distance between them growing with each heartbeat. The reminder of what she was, of who she was, hit him with excruciating force as he stared at the picture, then looked up at her. Without another word, he turned and walked toward his bedroom, the photograph and tablet clutched in his hand. He could feel her eyes on his back as he left the bodies and the wreckage behind, but she didn't follow, didn't call after him. The door slammed behind him as he drove his fist into the wall, hard enough to puncture the plaster. Pain lanced up his arm, grounding him, clearing his head from the desire, the alcohol. He leaned his forehead against the door, breathing hard, the taste of her still on his lips, the memory of her body against his burned into his skin. What had he been thinking? What had he almost done? What the fuck was wrong with him? The patrol vehicle rattled beneath Jameson. His body was present, clothed in enemy colors, surrounded by his team, crossing back into the boundary. But his mind remained in that blue-lit room. The stolen Vera helmet felt heavier than before, the armor more restrictive. No one spoke. The mission's failure hung in the compartment like poison gas, seeping into his lungs, clouding his mind. 7 of them had entered the heart. 7 were returning. The numbers should have been a success. No casualties, no injuries beyond minor scrapes. But the empty space where Shadera should have been rendered the statistics meaningless. Jameson stared through the reflective faceplate of his helmet at his team. Scout cleaned blood from beneath her fingernails with mechanical precision. Breach stared at his hands, palms up as if reading a future that no longer included Shadera. Comms monitored Vera frequencies, his fingers tapping an anxious rhythm against his thigh. Sniper, Trace, and Medic sat with the perfect stillness of assassins, conserving energy, processing failure. And Jaeger watched him from behind his own faceplate, waiting. Through the partition, Jameson could see the rigid line of Captain Mikhail's shoulders as he navigated the streets back to the checkpoint. Mikhail's betrayal of the heart should have felt like victory. Instead, it made his stomach churn. One more complication in a world already fractured beyond recognition. "Did you know?" The words broke through the silence like a gunshot, his voice amplified inside the helmet. No one moved, but he felt the collective tension rise. Jaeger's helmet tilted toward him. "Did you know?" Jameson repeated, each word carved from ice. "That she's to be vowed to Sorrel?" Jaeger didn't answer immediately. Instead, his head turned toward the partition, toward Mikhail, who remained focused on the road ahead. A silent calculation passed between them, visible only in the subtle shift of posture. "Yes." The single word fell between them, heavy and final. The rage that surged through Jameson's veins was so potent he had to clench his fists to keep from reaching for his weapon. The metal wall beside him suddenly seemed the perfect target for his fury, but he kept himself still, contained, dangerous. "You knew." His voice had dropped to a whisper. "You knew, and you sent me in there anyway. You let me walk into the heart believing I could bring her home. I thought..." "You thought what?" Jameson snapped, cutting him off. "That she'd see me and magically decide to come with us? That she'd break the arrangement they forced on her because I showed up?" He reached up, yanking off his helmet in a single violent motion. The recycled air hit his face, cooling the sweat that had gathered along his hairline. He wanted Jaeger to see his face, to see every ounce of the betrayal carved into it. "Put that back on," Mikhail hissed from the front seat, his eyes finding Jameson's in the rearview mirror. "We're still in heart territory." "Fuck your territory," Jameson snarled, but he kept his voice low enough not to carry outside the vehicle. Jaeger removed his own helmet, his gray eyes meeting Jameson's without flinching. The old man's face was impassive, his mouth set in a grim line. "I believed that seeing you might remind her of where she belongs," Jaeger said, his voice steady. "I believed that given the choice between the boundary and the heart, between you and the executioner, she would choose correctly." "There was no choice." Jameson's words were raw, stripped of pretense. "Do you understand that? She can't leave because Maximus has threatened to bomb the boundary if she doesn't go through with it." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the vehicle's hum seemed to fade away as the words sank in. Jameson watched the information ripple through the team, Scout's fingers stilling on her blade, Breach's head snapping up, Combs' hands freezing over his equipment. Jaeger's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. "Explain." "The drones that were following me." Jameson leaned forward, his voice dropping lower. "He's learned everything with them. The president knows where our clinics are, the camps, headquarters. He knows where all of it is. If Shadera doesn't take the vow, he starts dropping bombs, beginning with me." His mind filled again with the image of her in that room, her face when she'd told him to leave, the way she'd backed away from his kiss. Something had changed in her, something beyond the threat hanging over the boundary. There's more. He looked directly at Yeager now. Those medical supplies I've been getting, the ones with the Sorrel serial numbers, they're from him. Bullshit, Breach muttered. He told me himself, Jameson continued. Knew the exact numbers, used it as leverage, said if I wanted the medicine to keep flowing into the rings, I'd leave without her. Yeager's face remained frustratingly neutral. And you believed him? Yes. Even if he isn't smuggling it himself, he knows about it, and is letting it happen, Jameson replied. When she confirmed what the president is planning, when she said she was staying, I saw her face. She was scared. She wasn't lying. He thought of that moment again, of Shadera standing between him and Greyson, her green eyes haunted as she made her choice to sacrifice her freedom for the boundary, for him. She's not in love with him, Jameson said, the words coming out before he could stop them. The fear that had been gnawing at his heart since he'd seen them together demanded voice. If that's what you're thinking. Yeager raised an eyebrow. I wasn't. She doesn't even like him, Jameson pushed on. She's doing this to protect us, to protect the rings. Are you trying to convince me or yourself? Yeager asked, his voice cutting through Jameson's defense. The question sliced into Jameson like a blade between ribs, because the truth was, he had seen something in that room, something in the way Shadera spoke to Greyson, the way she'd refused Jameson's kiss, that suggested a complication he wasn't ready to face. Jameson deflected. The only thing that matters is that we're fucked, all of us. The rebellion, the boundary, every plan we've made, it's all compromised if Maximus knows where we are, what we're doing. As they entered the deeper sections of the Cardinal, away from heart surveillance, Jameson's thoughts shifted into something harder. Shadera was trapped, yes, but she'd given him information he could use. She was still fighting in her way, still part of the resistance, and she wasn't alone anymore. She had him, had them, even from inside the heart. This ends now, Jameson said as they approached the boundary. His voice carried new resolve, steel beneath the exhaustion. No more secrets between us, no more compartmentalized intelligence, no more separate agendas. Yeager's gaze turned toward him. Careful, Ghost. You're sounding dangerously close to giving me orders. Not orders, Jameson met his gaze. An ultimatum. The Daggermouths and the rebels work together from now on. Complete transparency, combined resources, combined intelligence, combined planning. Or what? Yeager's voice held no fear, only curiosity. Or we lose everything. Jameson's answer was simple. If Maximus knows as much as he claims, if he's really prepared to bomb the boundary, we're already at war. And I refuse to lose the woman I love and this fight in the same week. The vehicle came to a stop at the final barrier between the Cardinal and the boundary. The team shifted, preparing to disembark, to disappear back into the shadows of their respective territories. But Jameson's eyes remained fixed on Yeager, waiting. Finally, Yeager nodded, a single sharp movement. Tomorrow, he agreed. Bring Pharaoh to Wolfe's Head, and we will meet. It wasn't a full capitulation, but it was enough for now. Jameson would take any victory, no matter how small, in a day defined by loss. Yeager's hand landed on his shoulder, giving him a small squeeze as he exited the vehicle and disappeared into the night with his unit. Jameson took one last deep breath before he stepped out of the vehicle, into the familiar grime of the boundary, already planning his next move. Shadera might be lost to him for now, trapped in that tower with the executioner, but the war for newfound haven, for freedom, for the future, was just beginning. And he would make sure she had a home to return to when it was over.
Chapter 26. 11. Consciousness arrived like an unwelcome guest. hammering at Shadera's temples and setting fire to her throat. She groaned, pressing her face deeper into the pillow, as memories from the night before flooded back in jagged, whiskey-soaked fragments. The club, Jameson in Vera uniform coming to free her. Blood. Broken glass. Bodies. Greyson's mouth on hers, his hands in her hair, on her throat, between her legs. The weight of him against her body on the kitchen counter. Her fingers unconsciously rose to her lips, finding them tender and swollen. "Fuck," she whispered, the words scraping against her dry throat. She forced herself to sit up, ignoring the protest from every muscle in her body. The room spun briefly before settling into focus. Morning light sliced through the gaps in the curtains, cutting across the bed in harsh lines and making the pounding between her ears pulse harder. She dragged herself from the bed, noting the bandage she had wrapped around her thigh while drunk and angry in the middle of the night. The wound wasn't deep, just a graze. It had stopped bleeding now, but the area around it was bruised and tender. Another scar to add to her collection. Another mark left on her body by Greyson Sorrell. It stung with every step she took, as his t-shirt brushed the edges of it. She really needed to get her own fucking clothes. Greyson's voice filtered down the hallway as she opened the door, and she hesitated for one moment, taking a step back into the room. She didn't want to face him. Not after. No. She shook her head. She needed coffee, and would not let him take that away from her, too. Let him see her like this, bloodied, disheveled, unmasked in every sense. Let him see what they'd done to each other. The living room looked worse in daylight. Bullet holes punctured the walls. Furniture lay overturned. Glass shards glittered across the floor like malicious stars. Blood had dried in dark patches on the floor, the white walls, the couch. The bodies still lay where they fell, marinating in their own blood. Her eyes roved over the room before they dragged up to look at Greyson. He stood by the cracked window, blinds drawn against the morning light, tablet pressed to his ear. He wore only sweatpants, his torso bare, revealing the full extent of the damage beneath the skull stretched across his back. The fresh graze wound from her bullet curved around his side, angry and red against his skin. Above it, the older wound from the day they'd met was still healing, the skin puckered and pink. His voice was low as he talked into the tablet, and she took a step closer, trying to hear what he was saying, who he was speaking to. He turned as her bare foot landed on a shard of glass, her hiss and the train of expletives that followed announcing her presence. Their eyes met across the destroyed living room, and for a moment, neither moved. The call continued, his voice lowering further, but his eyes stayed on her, watching, waiting. Shadera felt exposed, vulnerable as the memory of his hands on her body, his mouth against her skin, swarmed her mind at the sight of him shirtless in front of her. The silence stretched between them, loaded and awkward, until she couldn't stand it anymore. "You know," she said, voice rough from sleep and liquor, "you really need to learn how to dodge. That's twice now I've shot you. Patterns emerging." His lips twitched, not quite a smile.
"Just get here,"
Greyson said, then ended the call without waiting for a response, and set the tablet on what remained of the coffee table.
"Maybe you should learn to use your words like an adult instead of just shooting me."
She turned away to hide the smile threatening to break free, moving toward the kitchen. Coffee. She needed coffee to deal with whatever this was, needed distance from his bare skin and the memories it evoked. The body that had been on the kitchen floor last night was the only one moved, creating a path to the coffee machine that was miraculously untouched by the violence. She poured a cup, black, strong enough to strip paint. The first sip burned, perfect in its bitterness. She moved to lift herself onto the island, then froze. The island. Images flashed, his hands on her throat, her legs around his waist, the desperate hunger of their kiss. Heat crawled up her neck, and she quickly moved away, leaning against the counter instead, shaking the thoughts from her mind. About the bodies, she said, needing to fill the silence with something, anything else. Greyson sighed, running a hand through his hair. The gesture was unguarded, tired.
Callum's coming with his men. They'll handle it.
Handle it how?
The way he handles everything. Efficiently, quietly.
He moved closer, stopping at the opposite end of the counter, maintaining distance, but closing it enough that she could see the exhaustion in his eyes.
We should talk about last night.
No.
Shadera...
I was drunk. The words came out too fast, too sharp. Whatever happened, I've already forgotten it. Blackout, complete memory loss, medical marvel, really. He watched her, that intense gaze that seemed to see through every lie she'd ever told.
Is that right?
That's right. She met his stare. And if you ever try to touch me again, I'll kill you. Properly this time. No more grazes. The threat hung between them, hollow even to her own ears. She'd already shot him twice, and it had only seemed to turn him on. She wasn't sure what that said about either of them. Something shifted in his expression, and Greyson's lips curled into a knowing smirk.
Wasn't what I meant, but I'm glad to see it's so heavy on your mind.
She opened her mouth to respond, to deny, to threaten, to do something, when a knock echoed through the apartment. 3 sharp raps, measured, deliberate. Greyson's entire demeanor changed instantly. The smile vanished, replaced by alertness. His hand went to the back of his waistband, drawing the gun he tucked there. He moved toward the door with careful steps, keeping to the side, out of direct line of fire.
Who is it?
He called, his voice neutral.
It's Callum.
He snapped.
Open the fucking door before someone sees me standing here like an idiot.
Greyson's shoulders relaxed. He peered through the peephole, then unlocked the door, keeping the gun partially hidden behind his leg as he pulled it open.
Callum stood in the doorway with a briefcase in hand, wearing an impeccable suit despite the early hour, not a hair out of place, looking like he'd stepped from a magazine rather than arrived to clean up a massacre. He walked into the apartment, removing his mask before looking up to see Shadera's eyes pinned on him in surprise. Right, she didn't know him well enough yet to understand that he did not give a single fuck about masking policies. Good morning, sunshine, he said to Greyson, eyes still focused on Shadera as he took in her appearance. Rough night?
You have no idea,
she muttered into her coffee. Callum's gaze swept the apartment again, taking in the blood, the bullet holes, the destroyed furniture. His eyebrows rose slightly. Well, this is festive. Very avant-garde, very murder chic. Are your men with you? Greyson asked, ignoring his commentary. Headed up. But first, Callum's eyes darted between them, noting something in their positioning, their careful distance, the tension that crackled in the air. You two have that guilty look. Cal, Greyson started. I know, there are much more important things to worry about than whatever sick fuck you two had in a room full of dead bodies. He winked at Greyson. But we'll definitely be circling back to that later.
We didn't...
Shadera began to protest. Callum's hand shot up as a chuckle slipped over his lips. I am not here to judge your murder foreplay. His men appeared at his back on the tail of his words, dragging a hooded Vera officer through the doorway. Found him on Haven Tower's roof, Callum explained, watching as both Greyson and Shadera tensed. Had quite the setup. Long-range audio equipment, visual surveillance, a sniper rifle, the works, all pointed at this apartment. The guilty looks intensified. Oh, they'd definitely been up to something. The air between them practically vibrated with it. That particular tension that came from either fighting or fucking, and knowing these two, probably both. Callum filed the observation away for later torment. "Where?" Greyson asked, his voice taking on that cold edge that Callum knew meant someone was about to have a very bad day. "Weapons room," Callum suggested. "It's soundproof." He turned to his men. "Start the cleanup. I want this place pristine in 3 hours." They nodded, releasing their captive into Callum's grip before moving through the apartment, assessing the damage and beginning their work. Callum pulled the officer forward as he followed Greyson toward the hallway. Shadera fell into step beside them, curious rather than disturbed.
Why did you bring him here instead of killing him?
"Information," Callum replied simply. "Dead men aren't very helpful, but the living can be quite chatty with the right motivation." The officer's whimpering escalated to sobbing as they dragged him down the hallway. "Please," the officer gasped through the hood. "Please, I was just following orders. I have a family." "Shh," Callum soothed, patting the man's shoulder gently. "We're not going to hurt you. Well, not badly. Not if you cooperate." The lies came easily. They always did. The solid iron door had been tampered with, faint scratch marks visible around the electronic lock. Callum smirked, glancing at Shadera with a knowing look as Greyson keyed in the code, then pushed his palm to the scanner. The room opened up before them, revealing the steel walls lined with racks of firearms, blades, and more specialized equipment that formed a perfect cube of lethal possibility. In the center stood a metal table flanked by 2 chairs with a single overhead light illuminating the scene like an operating theater. Greyson didn't bother shutting the door at his back. "If I didn't know better," Callum started, shoving the officer into a chair, "I'd think you were a serial killer. Says the man with a torture briefcase," Greyson replied dryly, nodding to the case in Callum's hand. He smiled, setting the briefcase on the table with care. "It's not torture, it's enhanced interrogation, and it's an art form." Greyson zip-tied the officer's wrists and ankles to the chair quickly. No wasted movements, no hesitation. Sometimes Callum forgot that beneath the brooding and moral conflicts, his friend was still a Sorrel, still trained from birth in the application of violence. Callum took his time preparing. Half of interrogation was theater, after all. He rolled up his sleeves slowly, each fold exact. His rings came off, one by one, placing them in a perfect line on the metal table, their surfaces catching the overhead light. The briefcase opened with a soft click. Inside, his tools lay in custom foam cutouts, hammers of various sizes, pliers, scalpels, and other implements he'd collected over the years, some innovations of his own. He noticed as Shadera perched on the table's edge, legs swinging slightly. Greyson leaned against it beside her, close enough that their elbows touched. Neither pulled away. In fact, they seemed unconscious of the contact, like their bodies had developed their own gravity, independent of their minds' protests. Fascinating. Callum wondered, as he turned to face the officer, if Greyson had ever noticed these same small tells between him and Lyra, if he had also filed away questions that he never asked. He pushed the thought from his mind and refocused, reaching for the hood and pulling it from the officer's head to reveal an older man, mid-50s. The man's eyes went wide as his vision was restored, frantically fluttering around the room at the 3 unmasked faces staring back at him. "Now," Callum started, selecting a small hammer from his collection, testing its weight in his palm. "Let's establish some ground rules. I ask questions. You answer truthfully. Each lie, each refusal, costs you something." He tapped the hammer against his palm for emphasis. "Each truth buys you time." Callum watched as Greyson crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the officer like he was studying the fear building in his eyes. This was Callum as few ever saw him, the mask set aside to reveal the calculating creature beneath. The broker, the collector of secrets, the man who knew how to extract information from even the most resistant source. "Let's start simple. Callum said, pulling up a chair to sit directly in front of the man. Name and unit?
Marcus Webb, sir. Special Security Division.
Good. Callum's voice was warm with approval. Very good. And who ordered you to surveil the executioner, Marcus? The officer swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing.
Captain Mikkel. Direct orders from the President.
No surprise there. Maximus was getting paranoid, as dying kings often did. And what exactly were you looking for? He continued, leaning back in his chair casually. Marcus hesitated, his eyes darting to Greyson, then back to him.
Evidence of disloyalty.
Disloyalty, Callum repeated, tasting the word. Fair enough. What kind of disloyalty was Maximus concerned about? Another hesitation, longer this time. Callum sighed, his expression one of exaggerated disappointment. He moved without warning, the hammer connecting with Marcus's knuckle on his right ring finger. Bone shattered with a wet crunch, and he screamed, the sound bouncing off the metal walls. I told you the rules, he reminded Marcus gently, returning to his relaxed position. Now, I'll ask again. What specific disloyalty was Maximus looking for?
Divided loyalties,
Marcus gasped through clenched teeth.
He said the executioner's sympathies might be compromised by the Daggermouth whore.
From the corner of his eye, he saw Shadera tense, saw the way Greyson shifted forward, almost in protection of her. That was all Callum needed to see. The hammer came down again on his right pointer finger, bones splintering as another scream broke from Marcus's throat. Callum stayed leaning forward this time, elbows resting on his knees. I don't know if you know this about me, but I loathe misogyny. His voice was colder now. That Daggermouth whore, as you called her, has a name, and if the tension in this room tells me anything, it's that she is certainly no harlot. Callum looked to Shadera, watching the satisfied smirk spread across her lips as she gave him a subtle nod of approval before he turned back to Marcus. The team last night, he started again. What were their orders?
Install updated surveillance,
Marcus replied quickly, clearly eager to avoid further pain.
Replace the faulty audio and visual throughout the apartment. Report directly on their interactions.
Were they authorized to use lethal force? Greyson interjected. The officer swallowed again, his gaze flickering between Callum's hammer and Greyson's face.
No.
Then what prompted them to do so? Callum asked.
They got spooked. The executioner wasn't supposed to be back so soon.
Sweat was pouring off Marcus now, beads rolling over both temples. Callum turned to Greyson. Well, last night seems to be nothing more than an unfortunate misunderstanding. Should be easy enough to get around since they were in your home, where you currently house the Boundary's most prized possession. This is nothing more than self-defense.
So that means you'll let me go? That means I can go home now?
Marcus's voice was bleeding, the sound so pathetic it made Callum's stomach churn. The Veyra were nothing more than little boys who liked the power of a gun in their hand, but when it finally came time to be men, they failed on every front. No, Callum's voice had lost all warmth. I have some questions of my own. Greyson straightened and Shadera's legs stopped swinging. There were things his best friend didn't know about him. Things he had kept hidden, so if caught, Greyson and Lyra would not be collateral damage. Callum glanced at Greyson, his palms suddenly sweaty. He wanted to believe he knew Greyson well enough to know that what he heard next would not put Callum on the platform. Now, Marcus, these next questions will be harder. You're not going to want to answer them, but you will. You're going to tell me about the military base, about what they're doing there, about why Cardinal workers are being held. The hammer spun lazily in his fingers. Or I'm going to move on to other bones in your body that will cause much more pain. Your choice. Marcus's mouth opened, closed, opened again. No sound emerged. The hammer fell with surgical precision. Marcus's scream filled the weapons room, ricocheting off the walls as his kneecap cracked in half. Bone protruded through skin, through fabric, as blood began to pool and spread across the polished concrete floor in a pattern Callum had seen countless times before. "Let's try again," Callum said, his voice returning to that light and conversational tone despite the violence of his actions. "The base." The officer's breath came in ragged gasps, his chest heaving beneath the blood-spattered Vera uniform. Blood still trickled from his split lip, a souvenir from his capture.
"I don't know," he whispered, his voice cracking. "I swear on the heart, I don't know."
Callum sighed, turning the hammer over in his hands. That's disappointing. Davish Cross was much more forthcoming. Marcus's head snapped up at that name, fear flashing across his features.
"Cross? You questioned Cross?"
"I did." Callum circled the chair. He had quite a lot to say about diverted resources from the Cardinal and Boundary rings, supply chains that disappeared, food shipments that never arrived. He paused behind the officer, leaning close to his ear. "He screamed beautifully when I removed his fingernails one by one." The lie slid easily from Callum's tongue. Davish Cross had required nothing more in their second conversation than the threat of additional pain to reveal what he knew. But the officer didn't need to know that.
"Please,"
the man whispered.
"I'm just following orders."
"Ah, the eternal excuse of the morally bankrupt," Callum replied, moving back into the officer's line of sight. "But you see, that's not good enough for me. Not when those orders mean children starving in the Boundary." He brought the hammer down again, this time on the officer's right elbow. The crack of bone was followed by another scream, this one higher, more desperate. Callum glanced at Greyson, seeking some reaction, but the executioner remained still, observing. What would Greyson think if he knew the full extent of Callum's activities? For years he'd been walking the edge, using his position to gather intelligence, to filter supplies and information to the rebellion. Greyson knew some of it. The men and women from the lower rings he'd given jobs to helped them escape poverty and feed their families. The occasional food that went missing from his clubs. But not the deeper involvement. The nights spent in secret meetings with rebel leaders. The encrypted messages passed through his network of informants. "Answers, Marcus. I don't—" The hammer came down on the officer's left wrist. Blood sprayed across Callum's chest, dotting the pristine black of his shirt with crimson. "You're being tedious," Callum said, wiping a speck of blood from the fabric. "And I have a very busy schedule today." From her position on the table, Shadera finally spoke.
Maybe he needs more motivation.
Her voice carried a cruel edge that sent a shiver through the room.
I could start removing pieces. Ears first, perhaps.
Callum smiled. He liked her more than he'd expected. There was something refreshing about her directness, her lack of pretense. "An excellent suggestion," he agreed, watching Marcus's face drain of color. "Though I was thinking of moving to larger targets." He placed the hammer against his jaw, applying just enough pressure to promise pain.
"Wait!"
Marcus's voice cracked.
"Wait, please! I don't know specifics. It's classified within lower Vera ranks."
"But you do know general plans," Callum pressed.
"Yes."
Marcus's head dropped, defeat evident in the slump of his shoulders.
"Population adjustment. I don't know anything else."
"You're lying," Callum said softly, raising the hammer.
"I'm not!"
The hammer crashed down onto Marcus's other kneecap with devastating force. The scream that followed was primal, tearing from his throat as his body convulsed against the restraints. Blood and fragments of bones sprayed across the floor, some landing on Callum's boots. The visceral display of violence didn't faze him. He'd done worse, much worse, in rooms similar to this one across the heart. "You have more fingers, another elbow, and various other appendages to work with," Callum said, once the screaming subsided to whimpers. "How much of yourself are you willing to sacrifice for Maximus Sorel?" The officer's face had gone gray with pain, sweat beading on his forehead.
"You don't understand,"
he gasped.
"He'll kill my family if I talk."
He'll kill everyone if you don't.
Shadera interjected, sliding off the table and gesturing her head toward Callum. She approached the chair, crouching to meet Marcus's gaze.
including your family.
Callum wouldn't, actually. He had a strict moral code, even if flawed. No children, no women. But if it helped to get information, he'd let Shadera use the threat.
We know about the bombs. Give us details.
Shadera replied, pressing on his shattered knee. Marcus hissed in pain as Callum's eyes shot to her. She already knew about the bombs. He had only learned about them yesterday in his interrogation with Davish. What else did she know?
The bombs.
Marcus's breath came in shallow pants.
They aren't normal. They're designed specifically for the rings.
Callum felt his stomach twist. What kind are they?
Gas. They're gas bombs.
His words tumbled out now, pain and fear loosening his tongue.
The president says the rings have become too populated, too unmanageable. He's been testing them on the Cardinal workers. That's why they haven't gone home. They're dead. They're all dead. He's calling it the culling.
The culling. Callum's hand tightened around the hammer's handle until his knuckles ached. When? Greyson demanded, stepping forward. When is this culling scheduled to begin?
I don't know. I just know it's happening. That they have perfected the gas.
And the deployment plan? Callum pressed. Which sectors are targeted first? The officer hesitated, his gaze darting between the three of them.
All of it. The gas was created with mapping molecules. It's designed to stop at the heart's border.
Callum's eyes met Greyson's, fear passing between them. This was worse than anything he had expected, anything he could have imagined. This was hundreds of thousands of people, men, women, and children.
Why?
Shadera asked, her voice strained.
Why would he do this?
Marcus's jaw clenched.
He is making room for something.
Greyson went perfectly still, a dangerous energy radiating from him. Callum opened his mouth to press for more details, hammer raised and ready to strike, when a voice came from the doorway.
What the fuck are you guys doing?
Her voice was barely above a whisper, horror evident in every syllable. She stood frozen, taking in the blood-spattered floor, the bound and broken officer, the hammer in Callum's hand. The three of them stared at her, caught in a tableau of violence. Callum lowered the hammer slowly, shame burning through him at being discovered like this. Not the torture itself, he'd long ago reconciled himself to the necessity of such actions, but that Lyra, of all people, should see this side of him, the side he'd worked so hard to keep away from her.
Lyra,
Greyson recovered first, stepping forward. How did you get in here? She held up a cluster of keys, her hand trembling slightly.
I used my key. No one answered when I called or knocked, but I knew you were home.
Her eyes moved from Greyson to Shadera, then finally settled on Callum, lingering on the blood that covered his clothes, his hands, his face.
What is this?
Callum couldn't bear the way she looked at him, as if seeing a stranger wearing the face of someone she trusted. He set the hammer down on the table, wishing he could wipe away the evidence of what he'd been doing, what he was capable of. We needed information, he said, his voice steadier than he felt. Information that could save thousands of lives. Lyra's eyes moved to Marcus, whose consciousness seemed to be fading, his head lolling forward as blood continued to pool beneath his shattered knees.
By torturing a Vera officer in my brother's apartment?
She asked, her voice rising slightly. Lee, Greyson began, but she cut him off with a sharp gesture.
Don't leave me,
she snapped.
How long has this been going on? How long have you been...
She gestured at the scene before her, apparently unable to find words adequate to describe what she was seeing. Callum felt something crack inside him. The careful wall he'd built between his life as Callum Thane, charming owner of Heart Entertainment venues, and his other life, the one filled with blood and information and desperate measures, was crumbling before his eyes, and with it, any hope that Lyra could see him as anything but the monster he truly was. The weight of her gaze burned through him as he wiped his hands on a cloth, the blood smearing rather than cleaning, a fitting metaphor for the moment. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the wet, labored breathing of the Vera officer strapped to the chair. We should move to the living room, Callum suggested, his voice unnaturally calm. He glanced at Greyson, seeking some confirmation, some direction. Greyson only nodded.
What about him?
Shadera asked, gesturing toward the bloodied officer with a tilt of her head. He's not going anywhere, Greyson replied, his tone flat. Lyra flinched at the words, her shoulders drawing tight beneath her elegant dress. She stepped back from the doorway, allowing them to file past her. Callum moved last, pausing beside her with words of explanation or comfort ready on his tongue. But when he met her eyes through the openings in her mask, the words died. There was no explanation he could offer that would erase what she'd seen, no comfort that wouldn't sound like a lie. The living room still bore the marks of violence, though the bodies were now gone. The furniture placed upright and glass swept up. His cleaning crews still worked methodically, removing bloodstains from every surface. One worker was carefully removing a shattered mirror, while another scrubbed at dark patches on the kitchen floor. They studiously avoided looking at the four of them as they entered the room, their training ensuring that nothing they witnessed would ever be repeated outside these walls. Callum sank into an armchair, suddenly aware of the dried blood flaking from his clothes, his hands, beneath his fingernails. Lyra chose the farthest seat from him, perching on the edge of a sofa as if ready to flee at any moment. Greyson remained standing, his posture rigid, while Shadera claimed a spot on the arm of a chair next to Greyson, her body language suggesting casual indifference despite the tension filling the room. There were Vera officers in the apartment last night, Greyson began without preamble, his voice controlled. We dealt with them. Callum watched as Lyra's posture shifted in understanding.
And the torture?
Lyra asked, turning back to her brother.
Was that your idea?
Mine. Callum spoke before Greyson could answer. We needed information about your father's plans. Greyson's head turned toward Callum, the motion sharp and sudden. Speaking of plans, he said, his voice taking on a dangerous edge. When were you going to tell me you've been helping the rebellion? The question hung in the air between them. Years of friendship suddenly caught in their secrets. Callum didn't immediately answer, weighing his response carefully. The truth was, he'd never planned to tell Greyson. Not because he didn't trust him, but because knowledge was dangerous in the heart. What Greyson didn't know, he couldn't betray, willingly or otherwise.
That's fucking rich coming from you.
Shadera cut in, a harsh laugh escaping her. Lyra turned toward her.
What does that mean?
Shadera glanced at Greyson, and he stilled. The silence that followed felt weighted, a physical presence pressing against Callum's chest. He looked between them, sensing some unspoken knowledge passed in that shared glance. Don't, Greyson said finally, his voice low. Shadera's laugh this time was bitter, cutting.
How can anyone ever trust you when you don't even trust each other?
She stood, pacing the length of the living room with restless energy.
All of you, elite of the heart, Vera, children of privilege, keeping secrets from each other like it's your fucking job.
Shadera, Greyson warned, but she ignored him.
Your brother,
she continued, turning to face Lyra and pointing toward Greyson,
has been smuggling goods into the rings. Medicine, food, supplies. All under your nose. Your father's nose.
Callum felt as if the floor dropped out beneath him. His eyes snapped to Greyson, searching for confirmation or denial. His face revealed nothing, but his silence was answer enough. Is that true? Callum asked, unable to keep the shock from his voice. Greyson nodded once, a short, sharp motion. Yes. Something warm and unexpected flared in Callum's chest. Pride, he realized. Pride in his friend who had found the courage to act, to resist. All this time, while Callum had been running his operations, Greyson had been fighting his own silent battle. Why didn't you tell me? Callum asked, leaning forward. I could have helped. We could have coordinated our efforts. The same reason you didn't tell me about your activities, Greyson replied. The fewer people who knew, the safer the operation. Lyra stood suddenly, her movements jerky as she took off her mask to reveal the emotion flooding her face.
Both of you,
she said, her voice trembling with anger.
Both of you have been risking your lives, committing treason, and neither of you thought to trust me with the truth?
She turned to Greyson.
I'm your sister. I would have helped you, protected you.
That's exactly why I didn't tell you, Greyson replied, a hint of gentleness entering his voice.
The Vera watch you closely because of your position, your access to media and public perception. If you'd been caught helping me...
But you didn't even trust me with the truth.
Lyra's voice sharpened.
Even if you didn't let me help, you didn't trust me enough to tell me the truth.
It wasn't about trust, Greyson insisted, falling onto the couch next to where Shadera had sat again. It was about safety. The fewer people involved, the fewer deaths when our father eventually discovers what I've been doing. Callum watched the siblings, feeling a familiar ache in his chest. How many times had he wanted to tell Lyra the truth about his own activities? But he'd kept silent for the same reason Greyson had. To protect her, to keep her untainted by the violence and betrayal that had become his life. "We should get back to our guest," Callum said, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Officer Webb might have more information we can use." Lyra went completely still, her body freezing mid-motion.
What did you say?
She asked, her voice suddenly hollow. Callum's brows furrowed, sitting up straighter at the edge in her voice. "We should question the officer again."
His name.
Lyra interrupted.
What's his name?
Something in her tone sent a chill down Callum's spine. "Webb?" he repeated. "Vera Officer Marcus Webb." Lyra stayed silent for a long moment, her breathing becoming shallow and quick. When she spoke again, her voice was so calm it felt violent.
Give me your gun, Cal.
The request stopped him, and for a moment he simply stared at her. "What?"
Your gun.
she repeated, extending her hand.
Give it to me.
Callum didn't hesitate at her request as he withdrew his gun from the holster on his shoulder and placed it in Lyra's outstretched hand. Her fingers closed around the weapon with surprising familiarity. The Lyra he knew was not the woman standing in front of him. "Lyra," Greyson began, but she cut him off with a raised hand.
I'll be right back,
she said, her voice devoid of emotion as she turned and walked toward the weapons room. The three of them remained frozen in the living room, an unspoken agreement keeping them seated as Lyra disappeared through the doorway. Callum's heart hammered against his ribs, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Marcus's voice rose in panic from the other room. "Wait, please! I know you! I didn't want to! They made me!" His pleas were cut short by a single gunshot. The sound cracked through the apartment like thunder, followed by a silence more absolute than any Callum had ever experienced. Greyson rose from his seat, but before he could move toward the weapons room, Lyra reappeared in the doorway. Blood spattered her face and the front of her dress, bright crimson against pale blue. Her hand, still holding the gun, hung limp at her side. She crossed the room with measured steps and returned the weapon to Callum. He took it automatically, his mind struggling to reconcile what had just happened. "Why?" he asked, unable to form a more coherent question. Lyra stared at him, her eyes hollow and distant.
He was one of them,
she said, her voice flat.
One of the ones my father gave me to when I was 14.
The words took a moment to penetrate. When they did, he felt as if the air was sucked from his lungs. Greyson had gone completely rigid, the rage in his body palpable without a single movement. "What are you talking about?" Greyson asked, his voice barely audible. Lyra turned to her brother, something breaking in her posture.
You never wondered why I was so obedient. Why I never questioned Father's orders the way you or Brooker did.
She laughed, the sound empty of humor.
He needed the Vera's loyalty. Needed to ensure they would follow him without question. So he gave them something valuable. Me.
Callum felt bile rise in his throat. The president had traded his own daughter's body to secure the loyalty of his officers, had allowed them to rape her, to use her for his own agenda. "How many?" Callum managed, the words scraping his throat raw.
11.
Lyra answered, her voice steady despite the horror of her revelation.
11 officers over 3 months, before Mother found out and put a stop to it.
She looked at Greyson.
She threatened to kill herself if he continued. It was the only time I ever saw her stand up to him, and the president couldn't have the stain of a weak wife on his reputation.
Greyson took a step toward his sister, hands reaching for her, but she backed away.
Don't,
she said.
Don't touch me. Not now.
Shadera's hand shot out at the despair in her voice. Lyra's fingers clung to her, wrapping around Shadera's so tight, Callum could see her knuckles blanching. Slowly, Shadera stood, stepping in front of Lyra, and began wiping the blood from her face with her free hand. When she finished, she grabbed Lyra's chin, forcing her to meet her eyes.
Good for you.
Shadera's voice was sharp, strong.
He deserved that bullet. And I promise to help you do whatever you need to put one in the other 10.
Callum sat frozen, unable to process the magnitude of what he'd just learned. All these years he'd thought he was protecting Lyra. All these years he'd believed she needed sheltering from the ugly realities of the heart's power structure, but she had already seen it, knew better than he ever would just how cruel it could be. And all this time she'd been carrying this burden alone, this unimaginable trauma inflicted by her own father. Rage scorched a fiery path through Callum's chest, a living thing with claws that threatened to tear him apart from the inside out. He thought of the officer's blood spilling across the weapons room floor, of the single gunshot that had ended his life, and felt only satisfaction that Lyra had been the one to pull the trigger. It was a small justice, inadequate against the enormity of the crime, but it was something. His eyes met Lyra's across the room, and in that moment he made a silent vow to destroy the entire, rotting edifice of the heart's government, to tear it down, stone by stone, until nothing remained of Maximus Sorel's legacy but ashes. Greyson stood in the center of his living room, blood singing through his veins like static in his ears as he watched Shadera speak to his sister. But he couldn't hear her words. Couldn't hear anything over the fury consuming his mind. Lyra's words hung in the air like poison, seeping into every corner of the room, changing everything. His father had sold Lyra, sold her. He was going to fucking burn for this. The logical part of his brain took over, shoving emotion aside on instinct like it always had, a symptom of surviving a monster. "We need to lay everything on the table," he said, his voice rough and distant to his own ears. "No more secrets between us. No more protecting each other through silence." He looked at each of them in turn. Callum, still seated with the gun in his hand. Shadera, watching him with those piercing green eyes. Lyra, blood-spattered and hollow-eyed, but standing tall. "If we have any chance against my father, we need complete honesty, complete trust." The words felt strange on his tongue. Trust was a luxury in Newfound Haven, a commodity rarer and more precious than anything in the heart. For years he had operated on the assumption that isolation was safety, that sharing his plans would only create vulnerabilities. Now, with the knowledge of what his father was planning, with the sound of his sister's voice describing the horrors she'd lived with in secret, he realized that isolation had only ever served Maximus's interests.
That's a nice idea.
Shadera started, breaking the silence that followed his declaration. She fell back onto the couch, arms crossed over her chest.
But maybe this apartment, where we just murdered 8 Vera officers for surveilling us, isn't the smartest location.
"She's right," Callum said, finally holstering the gun and dragging a hand down his face. "My place, then," he suggested, rising from his chair. "Tonight I have security measures that even your father's tech can't penetrate." Greyson nodded, his expression softening as he turned to Lyra. "Are you okay to join us tonight? We could use your expertise with media and public perception."
I'll be there,
she said simply.
I know things about his inner circle that might help us.
She paused, her voice dropping lower.
And I want to be part of ending him.
The venom in her tone made Greyson's hair stand on end. Lyra, the voice of reason for the Sorel family, had been replaced with someone harder, someone forged in pain and long-buried rage. He wondered how much of the sister he thought he knew had been a carefully curated facade, a survival mechanism in a household ruled by cruelty. "What about her?" Callum asked, nodding toward Shadera. "Can she risk leaving the apartment again after your little murder spree?" Greyson and Shadera answered at once.
Oh, I am fucking coming.
"I'm not letting her out of my sight." The memory of her near escape was still raw, still burning at the edges of his consciousness. "Where I go, she goes." Callum rose, straightening his blood-stained clothes as best he could. "I'll have my men finish cleaning here," he said, gesturing to the lingering evidence of violence. "The bodies will never be found." "Thank you," Greyson said, the words inadequate for what he truly felt. Gratitude, yes, but also a profound relief at no longer carrying his secrets alone. As Callum moved toward the door, a sharp knock froze them all in place. The sound echoed through the apartment. 3 precise raps against wood that carried the unmistakable authority of Vera command. Greyson's eyes met Callum's across the room, a silent message passing between them. Danger. "Masks," Greyson hissed, already reaching for his own. The others moved quickly, replacing their masks with practiced efficiency. Shadera's fingers brushed against his as he handed hers to her, the brief contact sending an unwelcome spark through his nervous system. The knock came again, more insistent this time. Greyson drew a deep breath, forcing his features into the expressionless mask of the executioner, even before the physical mask settled over his face. He nodded to the others, who positioned themselves strategically around the room. Callum by the kitchen island, hand resting casually near his concealed weapon. Lyra beside the window, adopting a posture of aristocratic indifference. Shadera just behind him, a deadly shadow. Greyson opened the door, body angled to block as much of the apartment from view as possible. Captain Mikkel stood in the hallway, his Vera uniform pristine, his mask snug over his face. Greyson could feel his stare, assessing his bare torso, head tilting to peer over his shoulder at the others in the room. "Executioner," Mikkel said, his tone formal but with an undercurrent of tension Greyson had never heard before. "I hope I'm not interrupting a social gathering." "What do you want, Mikkel?" Greyson asked, not bothering to mask the edge in his voice. He shifted his stance, further blocking Mikkel's view of the apartment's wreckage, of the hallway leading to the weapons room where Marcus's body still cooled. "Your father sent me," he replied, his tone sharp. "I'm listening," Greyson said, maintaining his position in the doorway as anxious frustration flared in his chest. Mikkel paused, his head tilting again, moving slowly as if he were making mental notes. Shadera stepped up beside Greyson, fully blocking Mikkel's view, and for the first time Greyson was so fucking thankful for that woman. When Mikkel spoke again, his voice had taken on an official cadence that suggested he was delivering rehearsed words. "The President has orders to see you and the Daggermouth in his Haven Tower offices immediately," Mikkel announced, each word precise and flat. "Alone." The demand percolated between them as Greyson forced his breathing to stay steady. Immediate summons to the President's office always ended with a warning, a threat. Greyson felt Shadera move closer beside him, the heat of her body reaching out as if trying to calm him. "What's this regarding?" Greyson asked, buying time as his mind raced through possibilities, none of them good. "He did not say," Mikkel replied. "Only that your presence is required without delay." He paused, then added with careful emphasis, "Both of you." Greyson felt rather than saw the tension ripple through Shadera's body. This summons wasn't a request, it was a command backed by the full authority of the heart. Refusing wasn't an option, not without triggering immediate suspicion, immediate response. Whatever his father wanted, they would have to face it directly. "We'll need a moment to prepare," Greyson said, his voice calm despite the alarm bells ringing in his mind. Mikkel nodded once, sharply, then stepped back, allowing Greyson to close the door. As soon as it clicked shut, Greyson turned to face the others.
"This could be a trap,"
Shadera said quietly, voicing what they were all thinking. Greyson turned to her, struck by the realization that she was afraid, not for herself. He doubted she had ever feared for her own life, but for what their discovery might mean for the rings, for the thousands whose lives hung on their ability to deceive his father. "I know," Greyson breathed, scrubbing a hand over his face. "Let's just get it over with." He glanced at Callum. "Tonight, your place. If for some reason we are not there, make a plan. Move forward with or without us."
Chapter 27. It did not make me weak. Shadera felt the weight of Maximus Sorel's gaze through his mask, As she and Greyson were ushered into the pristine office atop Haven Tower, the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a god's view of the city below. His city, his people, his property. She kept her spine straight, despite the exhaustion dragging at her limbs. The president sat behind the desk, his golden mask catching the early afternoon light filtering through bulletproof glass. Even seated, even silent, he dominated the room. Mikhail stepped out of the room, and the door closed behind them with a soft pneumatic hiss, sealing them in with the monster who ruled this city. Greyson's body was a rigid line beside her, taut with a tension she could feel radiating from him in waves. She could sense the rage he struggled to contain with each measured breath as he stared at his father.
Sit,
Maximus commanded, the single word vibrating with disdain. 2 chairs waited before the massive desk. Greyson moved first, placing himself slightly ahead of her, a subtle shield between her and his father. The gesture wasn't lost on Maximus, whose head tilted a fraction. As they sat, Greyson leaned toward her, his shoulder brushing hers. A small gesture, a promise. They were in this together now, whether they liked it or not.
I've been hearing whispers,
Maximus began, setting down a tablet he'd been examining when they entered. His voice was smooth, almost pleasant, which somehow made the hairs on the back of Shadera's neck rise faster than any threat could have.
Whispers of late-night activities that concern me.
Neither responded. The silence stretched until it was something thin, fragile. A chuckle leaked from behind the golden mask, the sound hollow and manufactured.
One of my Vera units never reported back after their assignment last night. 8 officers simply disappeared.
His fingers drummed once against the desk.
Would either of you care to explain that?
Shadera kept her expression neutral behind her mask, her eyes fixed on a point just above Maximus's shoulder. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of a reaction, wouldn't betray the flash of memory, blood spattering across kitchen tiles, her fingers squeezing a trigger, Greyson's hands moving over her body. Beside her, Greyson shifted forward, and she felt her breath catch. He was going to lie. He had to lie. Please fucking lie.
We killed them.
The words dropped into the room like rebel bodies on the platform. Shadera's head snapped toward him, disbelief freezing her in place. What the fuck is he doing? Maximus went very still.
You killed them,
He repeated slowly.
all 8. Yes?
Greyson's voice was flat, emotionless. The executioner's voice.
Alone.
The question carried a dangerous edge.
Alone.
He was protecting her. Maximus leaned back in his chair, the golden mask sending sparkling prisms dancing over his desk.
Strange. My sources tell me 2 people engaged in a fight, not 1. Your sources are mistaken.
Greyson replied evenly.
And you dispatched 8 trained Vera officers by yourself.
Skepticism dripped from every word.
Your training served me well, Father.
Greyson's voice took on a cruel edge that matched his father's.
Or have you forgotten the lessons you so enjoyed teaching me?
The jab landed. Shadera could see it in the subtle tensing of Maximus's shoulders, the slight curl of his fingers against the polished surface of his desk.
You admit to killing these Vera officers.
Maximus said after a moment, each word measured.
Do you understand what that means, Greyson? Even for the executioner, even for my son, that is treason. Treason is punishable by death. They broke into my home, threatened my fiancée.
Greyson responded, his tone remaining steady.
I was protecting what's mine.
Mine. The words sent a jolt through Shadera, but she kept her reaction hidden, understanding what he was doing, playing the role his father expected, the entitled heart elite defending his territory, his possession.
What's yours?
Maximus repeated, his attention shifting to Shadera. She could feel his gaze traveling over her face, her body, assessing and calculating in a way that made her skin crawl.
Interesting how protective you've become of a woman sent to kill you.
She's as good as my wife now.
Greyson's hand moved to rest on her thigh, the gesture casual but deliberate. A claim.
Entering my apartment without permission was foolish. I suspected they might be rescuers sent for her. I acted accordingly.
Maximus was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice carried a new edge.
Perhaps I should bring your sister in for questioning. She seems to be privy to the inner workings of your life. I understand she and Callum Thane were at your apartment early this morning.
Shadera felt Greyson's body tense, his fingers flexing against her thigh at the mention of Lyra. One wrong word, one wrong move could kill them all. She reached for his hand, her fingers wrapping around his and squeezing. "The vow ceremony is in 3 days," she said, forcing her voice to remain calm, even as her heart thundered in her chest. Callum and Lyra arrived to help us prepare. Greyson took me into the heart last night to celebrate. I got carried away with the drinking. Greyson's hand turned in hers, his fingers interlacing with her own. He understood what she was doing, was playing along. Callum offered to adjust the security to give us privacy. She continued, the lie flowing easily, so we could truly get to know each other before the ceremony. Maximus's gaze dropped to their intertwined hands, and a low laugh bubbled from behind his mask.
How touching.
The words dripped condescension.
The mercenary and the executioner finding common ground.
His attention shifted back to Greyson.
You've always been reckless, my son. Impulsive, quick to anger. Last night was yet another example of that.
He leaned forward, elbows resting on the desk.
It's why I've never fully trusted you with the heart's future.
I've never wanted your trust,
Greyson said, his voice still measured despite the facade of calm slipping.
Or your future.
And yet, here you are.
Maximus countered, gesturing to the room around them, to the city beyond the windows.
Playing your part, taking the vow, fulfilling your duty to the heart, to our family.
Greyson's grip tightened around Shadera's hand, his anger trapped between their palms.
Given the circumstances,
Maximus continued, his tone shifting to something that mimicked regret.
I'm afraid I must insist on certain precautions until the ceremony.
What precautions?
Greyson asked, wariness evident in the sharpening of his voice.
Since you are so desperate to get to know one another, you will be quarantined together until the vow. No outside communication, no visitors.
Maximus's fingers steepled in front of his golden face.
For your protection, of course.
I will not let you cage me.
Greyson's voice had dropped to a growl as he said the words.
Then maybe the Daggermouth's second assassination attempt was more successful than the first.
The threat hung in the air between them.
Perhaps she turned you against your family, against the heart. Perhaps you are both threats that must be eliminated.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Greyson snarled, rising to his feet.
You can't. I can.
Maximus cut him off, his voice hardening.
I can, and I will. You killed 8 of my men, Greyson. Be grateful I'm allowing you to live, to continue with the ceremony. Be grateful I'm not having your bitch dragged to the platform this very moment, putting a bullet in the back of her head like I did her parents.
Maximus slowly leaned across the desk, toward his son.
Do not forget your sister has a perfectly good womb. Heirs are replaceable, even if sons are not.
Something snapped inside Shadera at his words, at the casual cruelty with which he threatened her life, their lives. She stood beside Greyson, hand clasping his again, her eyes burning into Maximus Sorel's golden mask. "One day," she said, her voice low, deadly, "you will pay for every crime you've committed. Against my parents, against the rings, against your son." She paused, letting the words sink in. "Against your daughter." Maximus went rigid. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees in an instant.
Is that a threat, Miss K.L.?
He asked, his voice silk over poison. "It's a promise," she replied. "The heart will fall. You will fall. And I will be there to watch it happen." Maximus rose slowly from his chair, his height and breadth emphasizing the power he wielded.
No one will stand against me. Not the rings, not my enemies, not my own blood.
He moved around the desk with measured steps, stopping directly before her.
And certainly not Daggermouth scum like you, Shadera K.L.
His voice dropped to a whisper.
You think you know what power is, what cruelty is. You haven't seen anything yet. When this is over, when you've served your purpose, you will die like all the rest, as an example to all who would challenge me.
The doors burst open behind them. Mikkel entered, flanked by 6 more Vera officers, their weapons drawn.
Father,
Greyson started, fury igniting in his voice.
Take them.
Maximus ordered, stepping back.
Separate cells, no contact until the ceremony.
The Vera descended upon them like wolves. Shadera felt hands grabbing her arms, wrenching her away from Greyson. She clung to his hand, fighting instinctively. She landed an elbow to one officer's throat, heard him choke and stumble back. Her leg swept out, catching another behind the knees.
Shadera.
Greyson's voice cut through her thunderous heartbeats, desperation in his voice.
Don't fight them. They'll hurt you.
A blow landed between her shoulder blades, driving her to her knees. Hands tangled in her hair, yanking her head back as Greyson's fingers were ripped from hers. She felt it then. Real, exquisite fear, as she frantically clawed for him. She watched Greyson struggling against 3 officers, his eyes locked on hers, even as they forced him to the ground. Rage reflected in his eyes as the butt of a rifle landed in the center of her abdomen. She buckled over as the air vanished from her lungs, choking as she tried to draw in oxygen.
Don't fucking touch her!
Greyson roared as a fist connected with his face. The sound of his nose snapping filled the air as a black bag descended over her head, plunging her into darkness. She screamed, a wordless sound of pure hate, thrashing against the hands that held her. Then she screamed for him, his name slipping over her lips, frantic and terrified, as she felt herself being lifted from the ground and carried away. Her name echoed back to her, his voice penetrating through the fabric as she reached out blindly in the dark, fingers grasping for something, for someone, for him. Lyra watched the evening light filter through the high windows of Callum's apartment, painting long golden fingers across the polished floor. The shadows had grown longer since she'd arrived, stretching toward her like an ominous clock. No word from Greyson or Shadera. No message. Nothing but the hollow reassurances Callum offered with decreasing conviction as time passed. She traced the rim of her untouched whiskey glass, focusing on the cool touch of crystal against her fingertip, rather than the knot of dread tightening in her stomach.
They're fine,
Callum said from across the room, not looking up from the security feeds he monitored on his tablet.
Your father likes to make people wait. It's a power play.
You don't know that, Lyra replied, her voice flat, as she glanced down at her mask resting on the side table. Something about this feels wrong. Callum set down his tablet with a sigh, running a hand through his thick brown hair. He'd been pacing, checking his networks, calling in favors to gather scraps of information, all without result.
It's still early,
He insisted, though the tension in his shoulders betrayed his concern.
If something had happened, we'd have heard. The heart loves its gossip.
Lyra didn't respond. Her father was many things, but predictable wasn't one of them. Not anymore. Not since the growing unrest in the rings had begun eating away at his control, at his power. A cornered animal was most dangerous when it sensed its territory slipping away. Callum moved to sit beside her on the plush couch, close enough that she could feel his warmth, but not touching. He'd been careful with her since morning, since she'd put a bullet in Marcus Webb's head, since the truth about her past had spilled from her lips like poison finally purged. The careful distance between them now was new, unfamiliar, as if he feared she might shatter at his touch.
Why didn't you tell me?
He asked suddenly, his voice low. The question that had been hanging between them all day, unspoken, until now. Her fingers tightened around the glass. What would you have done if I had? Callum was silent for a long moment.
I would have killed them.
Exactly. She turned to face him, meeting his eyes. You would have gotten yourself put on that platform, and I couldn't risk losing you too.
You were a child.
He said, the words catching in his throat.
A child, Lyra. And I was supposed to protect you. We all were supposed to protect you.
Protect me? A harsh laugh escaped her. That was never your job, Callum. That was my father's duty, my mother's duty, and they failed. His face twisted with something like guilt, and she realized he was blaming himself for not seeing, for not knowing, for not saving her from a horror that had occurred before they'd even become close. Don't, she said, her voice sharpening. I don't have the energy to console your male shame. She paused, then sighed, her tone softening slightly. Don't take on guilt that isn't yours to carry. You have your own nightmares from surviving in this place.
I'm sorry.
He breathed.
All these years I thought I was protecting you from the ugly realities of the heart, from the violence and corruption. I thought you needed sheltering from the things I did, the choices I made.
His hands clenched into fists on his thighs.
And all along, you were the one protecting me.
Lyra set her glass down. Is that why you kept me at a distance all these years? Why you never told me about your work for the rebellion? Because you thought I needed protection from the truth?
Yes.
He admitted after a pause.
That and I didn't want you to have to choose between me and your family, between me and your duty to the heart.
She stared at him, anger flaring sudden and hot in her chest. I thought I'd found a man I could trust, she said, each word precise and cutting. Someone who saw me as an equal, not just a Sorrel daughter to be used or protected. And now I learn that you've been hiding half your life from me, making decisions about what I could handle, what I should know. She shook her head. I'm angry, Callum. I'm fucking furious.
At me?
He asked, his eyes never leaving hers. At everyone, she replied. At the fucking world we live in? Her voice hardened. And yes, at you. For thinking I was too fragile to handle your truth.
I never thought you...
He started to protest, but she cut him off. Didn't you? She stood, moving away from him, needing space as the words poured out. You've treated me like glass from the moment we met. Always so careful, so controlled around me, never letting me see the man who was capable of torturing Marcus Webb this morning, who disposes of bodies without thinking twice. She turned back to face him. Did you think I'd run screaming? Did you think I was so naive to what you do in your clubs? Callum rose to his feet, his own anger beginning to show.
Do you think I wanted to hide my true self from you? That I enjoyed a second of it?
He stepped closer.
I was trying to give you one fucking corner of this city that wasn't soaked in blood and betrayal, Lyra. One relationship that wasn't built on violence and fear.
So instead, you built it on lies. The words burst from her, louder than she'd intended. I never wanted to be the precious, perfect thing you kept on a shelf, untouched by the dirt of your real life.
And I never wanted to be the man who added to your nightmares.
He shouted back, his control finally slipping.
Do you have any idea what it does to me knowing what happened to you? Knowing I've spent years in this apartment with you, talking to you, wanting you, and never suspecting the pain you were carrying?
The raw honesty in his voice stopped her. She stared at him, seeing the anguish in his eyes, the self-loathing. They stood facing each other across the room. Two people who had spent years circling a truth neither had been brave enough to name. I don't care, she said finally, her voice dropping to a fierce whisper. I don't give a damn about the violence in your life, Callum. I don't care what you've done, who you've hurt, how many men you've tortured or killed. She moved toward him, each step deliberate. I don't care if Greyson would be angry, if my father would forbid it. I don't care about any of it. Her eyes never left his. Because I love you. I have loved you for years. Through every moment you thought you were protecting me. Through every secret you kept. Through every touch you held back. Because you thought it was for the better. Callum's jaw clenched at her words, almost as if he couldn't believe she was saying them, that she still felt the same way after all these years. Lyra had never stopped loving him, not for a single second. Her heart, her body, her soul had ached for him, had mourned for the love lost to a man who was too afraid to love her back. She was close enough to touch him now, but she didn't. Not yet. Not until she'd said everything she'd been waiting to voice for 5 years. I'm not some fragile, breakable thing. I don't want to be touched like I might shatter at any moment, she continued, the words flowing now. I'm a woman in a system designed to grind us down into nothing, to strip us of our worth and dignity and rights. I've survived that system, and it didn't make me weak or submissive. It made me angry. So fucking angry that sometimes I can barely breathe through it. She paused for only a breath and straightened her shoulders. Women are the backbone, the foundation, the immovable force that still does not falter when men stand on our spines to grab power. So no, Callum, I am not fragile. The cracks in my soul aren't broken places. They are veins cemented together with rage. And it will take more than the hands of men to kill my spirit, to break my will. She finally reached for him, her fingers curling around his wrist, feeling his pulse race beneath her touch. I don't need your protection. I need your honesty. I need your trust. I need all of you. The ruthless club owner, the kind man I know you to be, the rebel informant. All of it. The silence that followed felt electric, charged with the potential that had been building between them for years. Callum's eyes traveled over her face, as if seeing her for the first time, really seeing her. Not the mask she wore for the heart, not the girl that he needed to protect, but the woman who had survived and grown stronger in her scars. Callum's hand came up slowly, hesitantly, to cup her cheek. The touch was different now. not careful, not controlled, but honest in its vulnerability.
You're the only thing I've ever wanted,
He finally said, his voice hoarse, the words unpolished.
The only honest part of me is what I feel for you.
For a moment, the words hovered between them, trembling and alive. His voice, always a careful instrument, was stripped raw now. There was no calculation, no performance, no attempt to charm or deflect. He sounded almost boyish, almost frightened, as though in articulating the depth of his feelings, he might be consumed by them.
Lyra,
He took a steadying breath.
I don't deserve you. After everything I've put you through, I don't deserve you, and I know that. But I need you to know that you are the reason I keep fighting, the reason I believe there might still be something in this world worth saving. Because if someone like you can exist, if someone as kind and fierce and fucking beautiful as you can still stand tall after everything you've endured, then maybe there's still hope for the rest of us.
Lyra's body felt like it was floating somewhere above her as she listened to his words. His thumb brushed over her cheekbone, wiping away a tear she hadn't realized had fallen.
I am in awe of you, in awe of your resilience, your intelligence, your capacity for love in a world that has shown you so little of it. You are a goddamn force of nature, and I am just a man lucky enough to stand in your presence.
Lyra felt her eyes burn, her throat tightening with emotion.
I don't want to hide from you anymore,
he breathed, his eyes never wavering from her gaze.
I don't want to pretend I'm anything less than completely, desperately in love with you. I want you to know me, all of me, even the parts I'm ashamed of, even the parts I thought would make you turn away. Because you're right, you're not fragile. You're the strongest fucking person I have ever known, and I trust you with my truth, with my heart, with everything I am.
He leaned forward, resting his forehead against hers. Their breath mingled, their lips a hair's breadth apart.
I love you,
he whispered again. The words a vow, a prayer.
I will always love you, in this life and whatever comes after. You are my beginning and my end, Lyra Sorrel, and I am sorry.
He took a shuddering breath.
I am so sorry for not telling you that 5 years ago, for wasting so much of your time.
In that moment, with those words and the last light of day fading around them, Lyra felt something she'd stopped believing in long ago. Hope. I love you, Callie.
Those 3 words seeped into Callum's chest, and his lips crashed against Lyra's before he could second-guess himself, before the habit of restraint could reassert itself. The kiss held none of his usual careful control. It was desperate, hungry, years of wanting poured into a single point of contact. Her mouth opened beneath his, her fingers tangling in his hair, pulling him closer with a strength that challenged his own. Gone was the delicate touch he'd always used with her, replaced by the raw need he'd kept leashed for so long. His hands found her waist, pulling her against him with an urgency that matched the racing of his heart. Callum's lips devoured hers, a hunger breaking free after years of starvation. He'd imagined this moment countless times, dreamed of it, ached for it. But reality eclipsed fantasy in ways he couldn't have predicted. The soft gasp that escaped her as he backed her against the wall sent lightning through his veins. 5 years. 5 fucking years wasted on noble intentions and misplaced protection. He lifted her hands, sliding beneath her thighs as her legs wrapped around his waist. The weight of her, the heat of her body against his, felt like coming home after a lifetime of exile. Lyra, he breathed against her lips, reluctantly breaking the kiss to look at her. He needed to see her face, needed to know that this was real. She was real, and not another torturous dream he'd wake from alone and aching.
Are you sure? Her eyes met his, pupils dilated with desire, her lips swollen. The sight of her like this, disheveled, wanting, looking at him with such raw need, made his knees weak.
I've never been more sure of anything,
she whispered, her fingers working frantically at the buttons of his shirt, impatient, demanding. He captured her mouth again, unable to resist the pull of her any longer. His shirt fell open under her touch, her fingers trailing fire across his chest, exploring each ridge and plane of muscle as if committing him to memory. Callum carried her toward the bedroom, unwilling to separate from her even for that short distance. The apartment blurred around them, the luxurious furnishings, the security screens, the evidence of his double life, none of it mattering now. Only this moment, only Lyra mattered. The bedroom door hit the wall with a bang as he kicked it open, not caring about the mark it would leave. The last rays of sunset filtered through the windows, bathing the room in golden light that caught in her hair, illuminating it like a crown of fire. He laid her gently on the bed, his eyes never leaving hers as he shrugged off his shirt and tossed it aside. "You're beautiful," he murmured, drinking in the sight of her sprawled across his sheets, her hair fanning out around her like a dark flame against the fabric. "So fucking beautiful it hurts to look at you sometimes." Callum's hands stilled on her hips. The trust in her gaze made something twist inside him. After everything, the secrets, the distance, the years of half-truths, she still looked at him like he was worthy of her, like he was something more than the blood on his hands and the lies on his tongue.
What is it?
She asked, pushing herself up on her elbows. Concern had begun to replace desire in her expression, and he couldn't bear it. "I'm afraid," he admitted, the words scraping his throat raw. "Afraid that once I have you again, I'll never be able to let you go."
Then don't,
she answered simply, and the last of his restraint shattered. Callum surged forward, her mouth clashing with his as he pressed her back into the mattress. His hips ground into hers instinctively as he groaned against her mouth. The dress she wore became an enemy, a barrier between him and what he craved. His fingers found the zipper at her back, dragging it down with a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet room. The fabric parted beneath his touch, revealing inches of soft skin that he immediately claimed with his mouth. He pressed his lips to each new expanse exposed, the soft curve of her stomach, the delicate arch of her ribs, the swell of her breasts. When he finally pulled the garment over her head, his breath caught in his throat. The fading light cast shadows across her body, highlighting every curve, every dip and hollow. His fingertips traced the edge of her bra, feeling her shiver beneath his touch. "I've dreamed of this so many times," he confessed, his voice rough with desire as he unhooked her bra with ease, sliding it down her arms. "But nothing, I imagine, comes close to how perfect you are." Her breasts spilled free, and Callum couldn't resist lowering his head to taste her, his tongue circling one nipple while his fingers teased the other. The sound she made, half gasp, half moan, sent a jolt of pleasure straight to his cock, already hard and straining against his pants.
Callum,
she breathed, her back arching, pressing herself more firmly against his mouth. Her fingers tangled in his hair, holding him to her, as if afraid he might stop.
God, that feels so good.
He switched his attention to her other breast, lavishing it with the same care, drawing another breathless moan from her lips. His free hand slid down her stomach to the waistband of her underwear, slowly dragging them down. "I want to worship every inch of you," he murmured against her skin, pressing kisses along the valley between her breasts, down her sternum, across her stomach. "I want to learn every sound you make when I touch you here." His fingers dipped between her thighs, finding her already wet. "And here." Lyra gasped as his fingers slid through her folds, circling her clit with teasing pressure.
"Please,"
she whispered, her hips lifting to meet his touch.
"I need you."
He slid her underwear the rest of the way down her legs, his eyes never leaving hers as he tossed it aside. She was completely bare before him, a feast for his senses that he intended to savor. "You're so wet from me," he said, his voice bordering on a moan as his fingers explored her, finding the places that made her breath catch, that made her tremble. Tell me, my love, how many times do you want to come?
Lyra gasped at the question but didn't answer. He pressed harder on her clit and a deep moan rolled from her lungs.
I want you to tell me, he breathed, bringing his lips to her ear and nipping at her lobe.
3.
She forced out, her voice thin and breathy. Callum chuckled, then pushed a finger inside her. Only 3? We can do better than that.
Oh, God.
Her moan was ragged as it fell from her lips.
5.
She gasped, greedily pushing her hips toward his hand. Callum grinned against her neck at the sound of her pleasure, dragging his lips to hers and kissing her deep and hungry before pulling away. He lowered himself between her thighs, pressing kisses to the soft skin of her inner legs, slowly working his way higher. When his mouth finally found her center, the taste of her exploded across his tongue, and he groaned against her, the vibration making her gasp and buck against his mouth. Callum took his time, licking and sucking, his tongue tracing patterns that had her writhing beneath him as her hands fisted in the sheets. He slid another finger inside her, curling them to hit the spot that made her cry out his name. And that's it, he encouraged, watching her face as pleasure transformed her features. I'm going to worship you like you deserve. Her eyes locked with his, dark with desire, her lips parted as her breathing grew more ragged. He could feel her tightening around his fingers, so close to the edge. He increased the pressure of his tongue against her clit, his fingers moving in rhythm inside her.
Callum.
His name was a cry torn from her throat as she shattered, her body arching off the bed, her walls clenching around his fingers. He didn't stop, working her through the waves of her orgasm until she collapsed back onto the mattress, trembling and breathless. His lips did not leave her. He stayed, tasting every bit of her essence, refusing to drag himself away. He was going to make this last, to make up for every year he had gone without the taste of her on his tongue. Her heels dug into his back as her thighs trembled around his head. Each gasp and moan she made drove him wild, feeding a primal need to pleasure her until she couldn't remember her own name.
Callum.
She gasped, her fingers tangling in his hair, pulling almost painfully as her second orgasm approached.
Oh, fuck, I can't.
You can, he murmured against her slick flesh, replacing his tongue with his thumb so he could watch her face. Give me another one, Lyra. Let me see you come apart again. Her eyes flew open, locking with his as her body tensed. The vulnerability in her gaze, the raw trust as she allowed herself to be completely undone before him, it nearly broke him. His cock throbbed as she cried out, her back bowing, her thighs clamping around his hand. That's 2, he said, his voice rough as he crawled up her body. He captured her mouth, letting her taste herself on his tongue. Lyra's hands fumbled with his belt, her movements urgent and clumsy with post-orgasmic bliss.
Too many clothes,
she complained against his lips. Callum chuckled, helping her remove his belt before standing to shed his pants and briefs. Her eyes widened as his erection came free, hard and straining toward her. See what you do to me? He said, returning to the bed. 5 years, Lyra. 5 years of wanting you, of aching for you, of never touching another woman. She reached for him, her fingers wrapping around his length. The feel of her hand on him after so long nearly brought him to his knees. He groaned, his head falling back as she stroked him, her touch tentative at first, then more confident.
I need you inside me,
she whispered, her voice dripping with desire.
Please, Callum.
He gently removed her hand, pressing her back into the mattress. Not yet, he said, his lips finding her neck, trailing kisses down to her collarbone. I promised you 5, remember? Before she could protest, his mouth was on her breast again, his tongue circling her nipple as his fingers returned between her thighs. He worked her slowly this time, building her pleasure with patience, savoring each gasp and shiver. When he felt her body clench around him, he shifted lower, replacing his fingers with his mouth. Her taste was even richer now, her arousal coating his tongue as he licked into her. He groaned against her, the vibration making her hips buck against him.
Oh, God.
She gasped, her nails biting crescents into his shoulders.
Callum, I'm going to...
He redoubled his efforts, his tongue flicking rapidly against her clit as he slid 2 fingers inside her, curling them to hit the spot that always made her scream. Her 3rd orgasm crashed through her with such force no sound came out of her mouth as her lips parted in a silent scream, her body convulsing beneath him. Callum didn't stop, didn't give her time to recover. He kept his mouth on her, his fingers moving inside her, relentless in his pursuit of her pleasure. Her 4th orgasm followed quickly on the heels of her 3rd, a breathless, keening sound escaping her as her body tensed and released.
Come here,
she said, breathlessly reaching for him, and he couldn't have resisted her call if he tried. He rose above her, his cock pulsing with need as he positioned himself at her entrance. He stared down at her, one hand stroking himself as the other dragged up her stomach, feeling every inch of her skin. I could look at you forever like this.
If you don't fuck me right now, Callum Thane.
She interrupted, her voice a delicious mix of command and plea.
I swear I'll never forgive you.
He grinned at her, and Lyra's answering smile was so pure, so breathtaking, it healed every piece of his heart he had broken when he'd walked away from her. I love you, he whispered, the words still new, still precious on his tongue as he pushed into her slowly. Callum watched her face for any sign of discomfort as he filled her, the sensation overwhelming, tight, wet heat enveloping him inch by inch, her body yielding to his in perfect surrender. He paused halfway, gritting his teeth against the urge to thrust fully into her. It had been so long and she felt so perfect around him. Lyra sighed, her body arching into his as she wrapped her legs around his waist, urging him deeper. Fuck. The word was a groan tearing from his throat as he sank completely into her. For a moment he remained perfectly still, closing his eyes to keep from ending it all too soon as she gasped into his neck. Callum forced his eyes open as he began to rock into her, slow and deep, savoring each stroke. His forehead dropped to hers, their breaths mingling in the narrow space between them. Her eyes remained open, locked with his, a connection more intimate than their joined bodies. In those dark blue depths he saw everything he'd ever wanted. I'm so fucking in love with you, he murmured, brushing his lips against hers.
Show me,
she whispered, and Callum snapped his hips forward at the command. Her fingers dug into his shoulders, nails raking over his skin as he set a rhythm that had her panting beneath him. Each thrust built the pressure in his spine, the coiling heat low in his belly. But he held back, determined to bring her pleasure first, to watch her come apart in his arms. He shifted his weight, changing the angle of his thrusts, and was rewarded with Lyra's sharp gasp. Her eyes widened, pupils blown with pleasure as he hit that perfect spot inside her.
There.
She breathed, her voice catching.
Right there, don't stop.
Callum increased his pace, driving into her with controlled power, his muscles burning with the effort of holding back his own release. He slipped a hand between their bodies, finding her clit with adept fingers, circling in time with his thrusts.
More.
She gasped, her thighs tightening against him.
Please.
Come for me again, he urged, his voice a low growl against her ear. One more time, love. Let me feel you. He rolled them, settling her on top of him without breaking their connection. The new position let him see all of her, the curve of her waist, the swell of her breasts, the way her hair fell around her shoulders like dark waters. She braced her hands on his chest, rising and falling at her own pace, taking her pleasure from him in a way that made his blood sing. You're a goddess, he breathed, hands gripping her hips to help guide her movements. My goddess. The possessiveness in his voice should have frightened him, but it felt right. She was his now, as he was hers. He had always been hers. Callum watched, entranced, as Lyra rode him, her body moving in a rhythm that seemed to pulse through his entire being. She looked down at him, their eyes locking, and there was such an intensity in her gaze that he felt as though she was seeing right into his soul. Her fingers dug into his chest as her movements grew faster, more urgent. The heat of her surrounded him, gripped him, dragging him closer to the point of no return with each thrust. Callum felt his control fracturing as Lyra moved above him, her pace relentless, drawing him toward an edge he'd been fighting to avoid. His hands tightened on her hips, fingers pressing into soft flesh as he tried to slow her movements, to make this last. "Not yet," he groaned, but she only smiled down at him, a wicked, knowing expression that sent heat racing through his veins.
Yes.
She breathed, rolling her hips in a way that made his vision blur.
It's your turn to come undone for me, Callie.
The words destroyed what remained of his restraint. He surged upward, capturing her mouth in a desperate kiss as his hips thrust up to meet hers. She gasped against his mouth, the sound vibrating through him as her inner walls began to flutter around his cock. "That's it," he growled against her throat, feeling her body tensing. "Come with me, Lyra. Now!" Her fifth orgasm hit with devastating force. She cried out his name, her body clenching around him in waves that pulled his own release from him with violent intensity. The feeling of her breaking around him prolonged his pleasure until he thought he might black out from the sheer intensity of it. He groaned into her shoulder, his hips jerking upward as he spilled inside her, the pleasure so acute it bordered on pain. Every muscle in his body went taut, then released in a rush that left him trembling beneath her. His vision widened out as ecstasy scorched through his blood, burning away every thought, every sensation that wasn't her, wasn't this. They collapsed together, a tangle of sweat-slicked limbs and racing hearts. Callum's arms wrapped around her, holding her against his chest as though she might disappear if he loosened his grip. Her breath came in soft pants against his neck, each exhale sending shivers across his skin.
5.
She murmured after a moment, a note of satisfaction in her voice that made him chuckle. As promised. He pressed a kiss to her temple, breathing in the scent of her. "Though I'm nowhere near done with you." She lifted her head to look at him, eyebrow raised.
Is that so?
His hands traced lazy patterns on her back, mapping the curve of her spine. "We have years to make up for." The reminder of lost time sobered them both slightly. Lyra's expression grew serious as she studied his face, her fingers tracing the line of his jaw.
No more secrets.
She said softly.
No more protecting each other from the truth.
"No more secrets," he agreed, catching her hand and pressing his lips to her palm. The tablet on his nightstand buzzed, shattering the moment. Callum's body tensed. That particular alert meant urgent news from his network. He reached for it reluctantly, aware of Lyra watching him with curious eyes. The message made his blood run cold.
What is it?
Lyra asked, pushing herself up on one elbow. He turned the screen toward her, watching her face pale as she read the encrypted message. "Executioner and Daggermouth taken into custody. President's orders. Location unknown. Vow ceremony preparations continue as scheduled."
No.
The word escaped Lyra in a whisper.
We have to find them.
Callum was already moving, pulling on his pants and dragging a shirt over his head. His mind raced through possibilities, contingencies, the network of informants he could activate. But finding prisoners the president wanted hidden would be nearly impossible, even with his resources. He reached for the gun he kept in the bedside drawer, checking the magazine, then tucking it into his waistband. "Stay here," he said, his voice shifting into the cold command of someone preparing for war.
Like hell,
she replied, sliding from the bed and reaching for her clothes.
I'm not hiding out in your bedroom.
He wanted to argue, to insist she stay safely away from whatever violence came from this news. But the determined set of her jaw told him it would be useless. This was the new reality between them. No more protection, no more sheltering. Callum strapped a second gun to his ankle and handed Lyra a smaller pistol he kept for emergencies. Marcus's face flashed behind his eyes as she took it from him and checked the safety and grip. "You sure you know how to use that?" he asked. She'd lifted a brow in his direction.
Did I not prove that this morning? Just give me a thigh holster. I need somewhere to hide this under my dress.
He didn't try to hide the smile that lifted the corners of his lips. Maybe she was more suited for his world after all. He pulled a holster out of the bottom drawer of the nightstand and handed it to her before turning to the door and heading for his surveillance equipment. He paused at the threshold, looking back at her. His heart, his soul, everything that mattered. Callum knew the moment he took a step out of that room, everything would change. The living room was now bathed in shadows, the security screens casting a blue glow over the furniture. Callum moved silently across the polished floor, every sense heightened. The chimes sounded again from the tablet in his hand. Meeting tonight, Wolfe's Head, 10 p.m. He tilted his head at the message, at the timing of it. A rebel meeting the same night Greyson and Shadera got detained. Someone else was feeding the Boundary information. He shoved the device back into his pocket, setting his gun on his desk as he scoured the security footage of Haven Tower on double speed, looking for anything, any sign he had missed, any clue that could tell him where Maximus had taken them.
What do we do now?
Lyra asked from the hallway's opening, and Callum's eyes shot up to see her not in her dress, but in the clothes he had kept for her here in silent prayer that she would someday wear them. His heart convulsed at the sight, at the dream that had miraculously come true at the worst possible time. He stared at her for a long second, the way the black pants hugged her curves, how her brown hair flowed over her shoulders, spilling down the front of the gray knit sweater, the gun strapped snugly to the side of her thigh. Callum cleared his throat, standing from his desk. "We're going to Wolfe's Head." Lyra froze, looking at him with surprise.
The Daggermouth headquarters? They'll kill me on sight.
"Not if you're with me." He holstered his gun, then reached for a blade sitting on the desk's surface and pushed it in beside his other weapons. If Maximus thinks he can use the people we care about as pawns, he's about to learn exactly what I'm capable of. Chapter 28. Welcome to the Revolution. Jameson slipped through the narrow space between two derelict buildings, the shadows wrapping around him as they always did. A weight settled in his chest as he moved. Not quite dread, not quite anticipation, but something darker that had been growing since he'd learned about the vow. The Boundary smelled of desperation tonight, the usual stench of waste and industrial runoff, tainted with fear, with rage. He could feel it in the air, pressing against his skin, seeping through the cracks in the walls around him. His fingers tightened around the gun holstered beneath his jacket, itching for release. 24 hours. 24 hours since he'd stood in that blue-lit room, watching Shadera choose sacrifice over escape. He had been angry at her for that, but now, after pacing and planning and destroying things in the privacy of his hideout, that anger had shifted into respect. Something moved in the corner of his vision, a flash of reflected light from the end of the alley. Jameson froze, pressing himself against the wall as the mechanical hum of a vehicle grew louder. Vera Patrol. This far in the Boundary. This late. This wasn't scheduled. He ducked behind a rusted dumpster, the sharp edge of corroded metal biting into his palm as he crouched low. The vehicle turned the corner, headlights cutting through the perpetual smog. Its silver hull gleamed obscenely against the backdrop of crumbling infrastructure and makeshift dwellings. 3 more vehicles followed, forming a small convoy that crawled through the narrow street. Jameson's pulse quickened. 4 vehicles meant at least 32 officers, possibly more. This wasn't a routine patrol. This was a statement. The lead vehicle's loudspeaker crackled to life, its artificial voice echoing between the buildings. "Residents of the Boundary, by order of President Sorrell, a curfew is now in effect. Return to your dwellings immediately. Lethal force will be administered if you do not comply." The statement played again as the vehicles crawled forward, the sound blaring into the night. Jameson watched as doors cracked open along the street. Not people fleeing inside as ordered, but emerging. First 1, then 3, then a dozen Boundary residents slipping out of buildings, faces hard with something beyond anger. They carried makeshift weapons, metal pipes ripped from walls, broken bottles, chunks of concrete. One man clutched a rusted machete that caught the patrol's searchlight, sending a brief flash across the gathering crowd. The vehicles slowed. "Disperse immediately," the synthetic voice commanded. "This is your only warning." The crowd didn't listen. It grew, swelling from the shadows of doorways and alleys, until nearly 50 people stood in the street. Their silence was more unnerving than shouting would have been. A concentrated, deliberate quiet that spoke of a decision already made. Jameson recognized the signs. The boundary was done being afraid. The first bottle arced through the air, smashing against the lead vehicle's windshield. The sound was like a starting gun. The crowd surged forward as one body, colliding with the Vera convoy in a wave of fury. Metal pipes rang against armored hulls, fists pounded on windows, bodies pressed against doors, preventing them from opening. The loudspeakers squawked again. "Disperse now, or we will open fire! This is your—" A concrete block crashed through the lead vehicle's side window, cutting off the warning. Glass shattered, raining down on the street as the crowd roared in approval. Hands reached through the broken window, grabbing at the officers inside. The vehicle rocked as more bodies pressed against it, tipping it precariously onto two wheels before it crashed back down. The door of the second vehicle burst open and Vera officers spilled out, weapons raised. Their black uniforms and reflective helmets made them look like insects among the drab colors of the boundary. One fired a warning shot into the air. The crack of gunfire seemed to momentarily freeze the scene. The officers in their defensive stance, the crowd paused in their attack. Then someone from the back of the crowd hurled another bottle. It struck an officer's helmet, exploding in a shower of glass and liquid. The officer staggered, then steadied his weapon, and fired directly into the crowd. A woman fell, clutching her chest as blood bloomed across her shirt like an obscene flower. The crowd's roar became a howl. Jameson moved. He sprinted out from behind the dumpster as the street erupted into chaos, his gun already raised. Vera officers poured from the vehicles now, forming a defensive circle as they fired into the crowd. Bodies fell, but for every person who dropped, 3 more seemed to emerge from the shadows, throwing themselves at the officers with suicidal determination. The nearest officer was separated from his unit, backing away as 3 men advanced on him with raised weapons. His rifle swung between them, panic evident in his jerky movements. His back hit the wall of a building as his helmet turned frantically, searching for escape. There was none. He raised his rifle and fired at the closest rebel. Jameson was on him before the man's body hit the ground. He moved like water through the chaos, slipping into the space between the officer and his remaining attackers. The officer's head swiveled toward him, the reflective visor hiding the moment of recognition. The instant of fear as Jameson's gun pressed against the gap between helmet and body armor. Jameson pulled the trigger. The sound was swallowed by the riot. Blood and brain matter spattered against the wall behind them as the officer crumpled. Jameson was already moving, targeting his next victim with the efficiency that had earned him his reputation. A second officer broke from the main group, backing away from the crowd with his weapon raised. He fired twice, dropping a teenage boy who'd been charging him with a length of pipe. The boy fell writhing, screaming. The officer kept firing, bullet after bullet, punching into the fallen child until he stopped moving. It was not protection, it was murder. He would fucking die for that. Rage rose in Jameson's chest, a tide of burning acid that threatened to detonate. He circled behind the officer, closing the distance in 3 long strides. His arms snaked around the Vera's neck, twisting sharply, putting his full weight into the motion. The pop of vertebrae separating was the only thing Jameson heard as the cracking of bone vibrated through his forearm. He let the body fall, already scanning for his next target. The street had dissolved into pure violence now. Boundary residents overwhelming the officers through sheer numbers, despite the automatic weapons cutting through their ranks. Blood darkened the cracked concrete, turning puddles of chemical runoff into crimson pools that reflected the flashing lights of the patrol vehicles. A third officer stumbled into Jameson's path, helmet gone, face exposed and terrified. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second, just long enough for the officer to register Jameson's cold intent, just long enough for Jameson to see the plea forming on his lips. He didn't hesitate. The knife slid from his sleeve into his palm, an extension of his arm as he lashed out in a single fluid motion. The blade opened the officer's throat from ear to ear, a perfect crimson smile blossoming beneath his chin. Blood sprayed across Jameson's face, hot and metallic. The Vera dropped to his knees, hands clutching futilely at his ruined throat, eyes still locked on Jameson's as the light behind them dimmed and extinguished. When Jameson finally looked up, when he tore his eyes away, he saw the carnage, saw the Vera bodies scattered among rebels, saw as the patrol vehicles were set ablaze with Molotov cocktails. Jameson stood in the center of it, chest heaving, blood dripping from his face, his hands soaking into his clothes. The knife in his grip gleamed red and wet in the firelight. Around him the boundary went silent as a mother pushed through the crowd. The bodies parted for her as she made her way toward Jameson, toward the body on the ground beside him, toward her son. The mother's screams was the most horrific thing he had ever heard. Her anguish echoed into the burning night as she dropped to her knees in the blood-soaked mud and pulled her dead child into her arms. Jameson's heart twisted in his chest, a physical pain that radiated outward until his entire body ached with it. The sound cracked a deep vein into the foundation of his being, rage filling the void as he looked toward the heart. This was Maximus Sorel's doing. The president who sat in his tower, who ordered these patrols, who treated the boundary like an infestation to be controlled rather than people to be governed. The mother's keening cut through the night air raw and primal. It was a cry Jameson had heard too many times in his life. The sound of loss that couldn't be measured, couldn't be avenged, couldn't be healed. Her tears mingled with her son's blood as she rocked him back and forth, her fingers tracing his face as if trying to memorize it before death stole even that away. The crowd stood silent, heads bowed, a momentary reverence for grief in the midst of violence. Some removed their hats, pressing them toward their chests as they knelt with the mother. One by one the boundary knelt, rage simmering just below the surface, waiting for the next spark to ignite it. Then, from somewhere in the back of the crowd, a voice rose, low but strong. The old anthem. The song that had started all of this. The song that so many had already died for the right to sing. It was no longer the old forbidden anthem. It was the song of the new rebellion. A second voice joined, then a third. Soon dozens of voices swelled together, filling the street with a sound more dangerous than gunfire. His vision blurred as more voices joined, the music rolling through the street like thunder. The mother looked up from her son's body, tears streaking through the blood on her face, and added her broken voice to the chorus. Jameson felt something break open inside him, a dam he'd built years ago to hold back the pain, the fear, the desperate hope that things could change. He'd become the ghost, the smuggler, the rebel leader who forced himself to be unbreakable for the cause. But standing here, surrounded by the people of the boundary, bloodied but unbowed, grieving but defiant, he couldn't maintain that distance. These were his people, and this was his home. The last notes of the anthem faded, leaving behind a silence charged with purpose. The crowd's eyes turned to him, recognition dawning on their faces. They knew who he was, what he was. Their protector. A man stepped forward, his face weathered by years in the toxic air of the boundary. "They're coming for us all," he said, his voice carrying in the sudden quiet. "Ain't they?" "Yes," Jameson answered, unable to soften the truth. "The president is planning something big." He glanced at the burning patrol vehicles, the bodies scattered across the street. "And this is just the beginning." The man's jaw tightened. "Then we fight!" Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Jameson saw the determination in their faces, the readiness to throw themselves against the heart's oppression regardless of the cost. It would be a slaughter. They had pipes and bottles. The heart had bombs. "Not like this," Jameson said, his voice sharper than he intended. "Not without a plan. Not without unity." He looked at each face in turn, committing them to memory. The elderly woman with her makeshift spear, the young couple clutching each other's hands, the children watching from windows above. These were the people Shadera had sacrificed herself to protect. These were the lives hanging in the balance. "Go home," he told them, softening his tone. "Tend to your wounded. Mourn your dead. But be ready. When the time comes, and it will come soon, I'll need all of you." They hesitated, the fire of rebellion still burning in their eyes. "Trust me," Jameson added, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "I won't let you fight alone." Slowly, reluctantly, the crowd began to disperse. Some carried away the injured, others gathered the dead with gentle hands. The mother remained kneeling beside her son, her tears now silent, her grief beyond words. Jameson knelt beside her, ignoring the blood soaking into his pants. He placed a hand on her cheek, feeling her body shake with silent sobs. "I'm sorry," he said, the words woefully inadequate. She looked up at him, her eyes red-rimmed and shimmering with tears. Something in her gaze had hardened, crystallized into resolve.
"Make them pay,"
she whispered. Jameson nodded once, a solemn vow. Then he rose, gesturing to two men standing nearby. They came quickly. "Help her take her son home," he started, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. "And make sure she does not bury her child alone." Their answer was a nod. "Thank you," Jameson whispered, then turned away just in time to hide the tears that began to cut through the blood on his face. He would keep that promise to her. He would make them pay. Every single leader of the heart.
Shadera woke to a fist against her jaw, red cord tying her to a chair bolted to the ground. Another fist connected with the other side of her face before she could blink vision back into her eyes. Somewhere behind her, she could hear Greyson screaming. She thought she heard him screaming for her. But before his words registered, a baton found her temple, and consciousness was knocked out of her body again.
Jameson's path to Wolfe's Head was clear now, the boundary streets emptying as news of the clash spread and people retreated to safety. He didn't bother cleaning his hands or face of the blood as he approached the Daggermouth headquarters. Instead, he would let it speak for him. He could hear the familiar sounds of the bar from outside the establishment, glasses clinking, low conversations, the occasional burst of laughter, all of it normal, despite the world burning outside. He shouldered through the door and conversations died mid-sentence, heads turned, eyes widening at the sight of him. The silence spread like ripples until the entire room had fallen quiet. Jameson took another step forward, his boots leaving bloody prints on the cracked floor. Dozens of eyes locked on him, assassins, informants, rebels, all momentarily united in their assessment of the man before them. Slowly bodies began to rise from their chairs, their glasses raised in silent tribute, acknowledging what he had done tonight. Then, one by one, fists began to beat on tables, a steady drumming that saturated the air. War had been declared tonight. Not with speeches or proclamations, but with blood on concrete and fire in the streets. Jaeger stood to greet him, rising from his usual table in the corner like a specter from the shadows. His weathered face betrayed nothing but his eyes, those cold gray eyes that had seen more violence than Jameson would ever know, gleamed with pride. "Welcome to the revolution, brother," Jaeger said, hand stretching toward Jameson. He took it, wrapping his bloody fingers around Jaeger's. Jameson said nothing as he shook it. Words felt inadequate, trivial against the weight of what he'd just done, what he was prepared to do. The bartender set a full bottle of whiskey before him instead of the usual glass. Jameson uncorked it, took a long pull directly from the neck, and let the burn cleanse the taste of blood from his mouth. When he finally spoke, his voice was raw, stripped of everything but his anger. "They sent a convoy into the boundary." Jaeger nodded once, sharply. "I know. My men saw you handle it." "When do we move?" "Soon. Jaeger gestured to the table where several of his men stood, looking over the maps and diagrams spread out on its surface. Sit. Jameson ignored the command, instead took another long pull as the door opened at his back. He turned, watching weapons appear across the room as if by magic. Guns, knives, garrots, all trained on the newcomer. Captain Mikkel stepped into the bar, his face grim but unsurprised by the reception. His Vera uniform was spotless, a stark contrast to the blood covering Jameson. "Stand down," Jaeger ordered, his voice cutting through the tension. "He's with us." Weapons lowered reluctantly but remained visible, a reminder that trust was a luxury extended to Mikkel that could be snatched back at any moment. Mikkel moved to join their table, keeping a careful distance from Jameson as he sat. Kestrel Farrow entered the bar from the back door, emerging from the shadows as she quietly cut off a call and slid her tablet into a pocket, then smiled at them.
Hello, boys.
She drawled, nodding toward the bartender for a drink.
You ready to fuck up the heart?
Jameson's brow furrowed, looking between her and Mikkel. You already knew he was part of this.
There are a lot of things I know that you don't, Vine,
she said, casually sitting and pushing her chair back onto its hind legs.
The Cardinal Rebellion plays a different role than yours, being so close to the heart.
He ignored the slight jab. Well then, let's get started. Tell me everything I don't fucking know. Farrow shook her head, a lock of hair falling across her sharp features.
We need to wait for the others. We only discussed this once.
What others? Jameson demanded, frustration now bleeding into his voice. Him, Jaeger said, a twisted smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he gestured toward the door. Jameson turned slowly, the hairs on the back of his neck standing as his eyes connected with Callum Thane, the broker. His gun was drawn in an instant, barrel pointed at the center of his head. Farrow's sharp gasp echoed in the space behind him as Lyra Sorrell stepped into view, maskless.
Lyra froze in the doorway of Wolfe's head, her hand hovering over the gun strapped to her thigh. She knew exactly who each of the eyes focused on her belonged to, from the surveillance she had done over the years for the media. But her sight narrowed to a single point. Captain Mikkel, in his pristine Vera uniform, sitting among the rebels like he belonged there. The bar fell silent. Even the dim neon lights seemed to hold their breath, casting colors across features hardened by years of boundary survival. Blood decorated Jameson's face like war paint, his clothing soaked in darker stains. She recognized the look in his eyes, the same wild fury she'd seen in her own reflection, after she'd put a bullet in Marcus Webb's head only hours ago. Callum shifted slightly, positioning his body between her and Jameson's gun. The gesture was so subtle, so instinctive, that Lyra doubted he was even aware of it.
I advise you to point that thing away from me,
Callum said, nodding to the gun trained on his head. His hands remained visible, relaxed at his sides, but Lyra knew how quickly those hands could produce a weapon of their own. No one moved. The tension pulled tighter, an invisible wire about to snap. Callum broke the silence again, with a low chuckle that somehow made the air in the room even heavier.
Well, I'm more shocked every day by the traitors you're collecting, Jaeger.
His eyes flicked briefly to Mikkel.
Tell me, does the Vera captain still have the president's tracking device under his skin, or did you cut that out before letting him in on all your secrets?
Mikkel's hand unconsciously moved to his forearm, where Lyra knew all high-ranking Vera officers were implanted with trackers. The gesture was confirmation enough.
He's clean,
Jaeger answered.
All of my people are clean. Your people?
Jameson spat, gun still trained on Callum.
Since when did heart aristocracy become your people, Jaeger?
Since they proved more useful than your emotional outbursts. A new voice cut in. Put down the gun, Jameson. Lyra recognized her immediately. Kestrel Farrow, the Cardinal's most notorious information broker, their rebel leader, the woman whose contact information had been in Brooker's personal effects. "The Princess of the Kingdom finally coming to play with the big boys," Kestrel said, a smirk tugging at one corner of her mouth. "Welcome to the rebellion, Lyra Sorrel. I was wondering when you'd come to the dark side." Jameson's gun wavered slightly, confusion flickering across his blood-spattered face.
What the fuck is going on here?
Jaeger slammed his fist against the table, and Lyra's blood curdled in her veins at the sound, like a gunshot in the tense silence. A programmed reaction to her own father's violent outbursts.
"Everyone, sit down."
Each word of Jaeger's carried the weight of a command, not a request.
"We don't have time for this territorial bullshit."
Reluctantly, Jameson lowered his weapon, though his finger remained dangerously close to the trigger. He backed toward the table, but didn't sit, positioning himself with a clear line of sight to both entrances. Callum guided Lyra forward with a light touch at the small of her back. The contact anchored her, kept her moving, even as her mind raced through possibilities, assessing dangers, formulating responses. This was familiar territory for her, navigating treacherous social waters, reading the undercurrents of power and intent. She'd been doing it since childhood in her father's government. Only the setting had changed. A server appeared, setting drinks before each of them. Lyra noted that the men and Pharaoh received whiskey, while she was given wine. Small assumptions about class, even here at the edge of the world. She picked up the glass carefully, then poured the contents onto the concrete floor. Next, she reached for the bottle in the center of the table and poured herself 2 fingers of amber liquid. "I must say," Pharaoh said, swirling her own drink and eyeing her, "I was surprised to get your call, Lyra." Callum's head snapped toward her, genuine shock breaking through his expression.
"Your call?"
The question hung in the center of the table, laden with implications. Lyra shot Pharaoh a warning glance, which she acknowledged with the slightest incline of her head. Some things were still not for public disclosure. "I found Pharaoh's contact information on my brother's tablet after his death," Lyra said, choosing her words carefully. "I called it to see if I could gather any clues as to why he died." Pharaoh shared a quick glance with Jaeger at her words, both eyes falling back on her, as if assessing. It wasn't a complete lie. She had found Pharaoh's contact details among Brooker's things. What she omitted was the truth of why she had called, the plan that had formed, but that she would never speak of until it was carried out. Lyra took a deliberate sip of her whiskey, then set the glass down. "But that's not why we're here tonight." She turned her gaze to Mikkel, letting the full weight of her anger show on her face. "Why the fuck are you here? Didn't you just help my father imprison Shadera and my brother hours ago?" His jaw clenched, a muscle jumping beneath the skin. In the harsh bar light, he looked older than what she saw through surveillance. Deep lines etched around his mouth and eyes. When he spoke, his voice was rough with an emotion Lyra couldn't immediately identify.
"I did my job,"
he said finally.
"Your father has become unpredictable. There are things happening in this city that you know nothing about, and my task with the rebellion was to get close to him. I've done what is necessary to make that happen."
Before she could respond, Jameson cut in, his voice sharp with suspicion, as he turned to Callum, and finally dropped into a chair beside Jaeger.
What about him? Why is Hart Mafia at this table? Why is the executioner's sister here at all?
Callum sucked in an exaggerated gasp.
"Mafia, you honor me."
Jameson's hand twitched toward his weapon again.
Don't play games with me, Thane. I've lost too much to this fight to be jerked around by Hart Elite playing at Rebellion.
"Jameson,"
Jaeger warned.
No!
Jameson snapped.
No more secrets. No more need-to-know bullshit. We've lost too much time because we didn't share information. Because we all thought we were so fucking clever, keeping our own little sections of the rebellion separate.
He turned his fury on Pharaoh.
Did you know Maximus has bombs he's planning to drop on the boundary? The drones I told you about. That's why he's mapping the rings, so he knows where to drop bombs.
Pharaoh's expression faltered for the first time. What?
It's worse than just bombs,
Callum interjected, and every gaze turned to him. Lyra felt the room tilt slightly, the enormity of the situation finally dawning. She had known about the bombs. The back of her throat started to burn, acid building from the twisting of her stomach. This wasn't just about saving her brother and Shadera anymore. This was about saving thousands and thousands of lives.
They are gas bombs that will disintegrate human life on contact.
Callum paused as if he were preparing himself for what he would say next.
The president is calling it the culling.
A heavy silence descended over the table, each person absorbing the horrifying truth of Callum's words. Mikhail broke the silence first.
Greyson and Shadera are being held in your father's penthouse.
He glanced at Lyra.
He has a level beneath his floors that he uses as a private prison for important people.
Lyra's stomach dropped.
He will keep it under 24-hour surveillance, using Vera, whose loyalty is resolute. We will not be able to get to them until after the vow ceremony, until after he releases them.
Mikhail's face softened.
I respect your brother. I've known for a long while what he has been doing for the rings, and I have tried to protect him, to ease his burdens on the platform when I could. And I will do everything I can to get him out of this alive.
Why? Lyra snapped, her voice rising as her fingers curled into fists on the table. Why do you have such an interest in him? Why do you care what happens to him when you have been following my father's orders at every turn to hurt him? Mikhail looked at Pharaoh only once, and she nodded. Then he took a deep breath and answered.
He's my son.
That wasn't possible. How could that? It couldn't be possible. Lyra shook her head, refusing to believe the lie as her breathing began to come in rapid pants. No. No, that's not... He's coming. Pharaoh's voice stopped Lyra's words, and her eyes snapped to her. Static began to rupture in her ears, a tingling spreading over her limbs. Too much was fucking happening. Who? She could barely hear her own voice. Who else could be a part of this? She felt Callum's hand suddenly slip into hers on the table, squeezing as if he was afraid, as if she might be ripped away from him. No one answered her. No one said anything as the door to the entrance of the bar pushed open at her back. The hinges whined as every eye dragged over her shoulder to a place beyond. Then, out of the quiet, a voice she could have picked out of a screaming crowd sounded from behind her.
Hi, sis.
Chapter 29. At what cost? The first thing Greyson became aware of was the pain. It radiated through his skull, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat, dragging him up from the black depths of his unconsciousness. He tried to lift his head, but the small movement sent agony lancing down his neck and spine, wrenching a groan from his throat. His tongue felt thick and dry in his mouth, tasting of copper, of blood. He forced his eyes open, blinking against the harsh light that stabbed at his retinas. The room swam into focus slowly, details emerging from the painful brightness. A glass box, a single light recessed in the ceiling, too high to reach even if he could stand. And he couldn't stand, he realized, because he was tied to a chair. No, not tied. The word was too tame, too civilized. He was bound. The same thick red cord used to tie rebels bit into his wrists and ankles, immobilizing his limbs. Sick symbolism courtesy of his father. More cord wrapped around his chest, his waist, his thighs, welding him to the chair as if it were trying to consume him. He could feel the bruises forming beneath the bonds, his skin screaming at the pressure. He tested his restraints, straining against the cords until his muscles burned and skin bled. The chair didn't so much as budge. He scanned the floor, eyes catching on the bolts, the thick rivets securing it to the concrete. An interrogation chair, a chair for traitors and rebels, designed to hold its occupant in place, no matter how they struggled, no matter how they fought. The irony wasn't lost on Greyson. How many times had he stood in similar rooms, interrogating rebels strapped into a chair just like this one? He'd always thought there would be a certain dignity in it, a stoic resolve in the face of death. He'd been wrong. There was no dignity here, only fear and fury and the dawning realization of his own helplessness. His head ached, the pain sharpening as his senses returned. He could feel dried blood on his face, cracking as his jaw clenched. The memories were hazy, fragmented. The Vera descending on them in his father's office. Shadera's fingers being ripped from his as they were dragged away from each other. Shadera. Her name was a jolt to his system, a spike of adrenaline that cleared the fog from his mind. Where was she? Had they hurt her? The questions churned in his gut, dread mixing with the hot flush of rage. A sound interrupted his spiraling thoughts, a thud, muffled but unmistakable, coming from his back. From the cell next to his. He went still, straining his ears, hardly daring to breathe. Another thud, then another. Then a cry, high and thin, quickly cut off. No, 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 no. Shadera! Her name tore from his throat, raw and ragged. Shadera! Only silence answered him. Silence, and then the distinct sound of flesh striking flesh, and a whimper that knifed through him, flooding his veins with terror and fury. They were beating her. The knowledge settled in his bones like ice, freezing him from the inside out. She was a mere wall away, enduring blows that should have been for him. This was all his fault. Stop! The word ripped from him, tearing at his vocal cords. Stop it! Don't fucking touch her! His voice bounced off the glass, echoing back to him in mocking repetition. Useless. He was fucking useless. I'm right here! He yelled, straining against the cords until he could feel them cutting into his skin, slicing through flesh. Pain shot up his arms, his legs, his chest, but it was nothing compared to the agony they would put her through. You want to hit someone, hit me! Hurt me instead, you fucking cowards! His only answer was another blow, another muffled cry that shredded something fundamental inside of him. She was trying not to scream, he realized, trying to be strong, to not give them the satisfaction. But he could hear the toll it was taking, each suppressed whimper, each choked-off gasp. She was breaking, cracking, crumbling under their brutality, and there wasn't a goddamn thing he could do about it. Please just hurt me, he shouted, his voice cracking. He wasn't above begging. Not now, not with her pain echoing in his ears, reverberating in his skull. He would grovel, plead, debase himself in any way they demanded if it would make them stop, if it would spare her. A new sound snapped through the air, the impact of something harder than a fist. This time, Shadera's pained gasp was followed by the unmistakable sound of bone cracking. I'll fucking kill you! Greyson screamed, fury unleashing through his body. Every last one of you! I'll hunt you down and cut your throats myself! The threats poured from him, vicious and detailed. He described precisely how he would end each of them, how he would ensure their deaths were witnessed and remembered. The words flowed like poison, like blood, like all the darkness he'd kept contained for so long. But his words fell on deaf ears. Or perhaps they simply fell on cruel ones, ears that reveled in his desperation, in his anguish. The blows continued, relentless, merciless, each one a fresh hell, a new lesson in the depths of his father's brutality. Between his screams, between her gasps and the blows and the all-consuming rage, another emotion began to take root in the center of Greyson's chest as he listened to them torture her. An emotion he'd been denying, suppressing, hiding from. Strapped to this chair, listening to her agony, that emotion demanded to be named. Still he refused to acknowledge it. Her cries were weakening now, fading into little more than ragged breaths and soft, broken whimpers. Greyson's heart seized at the sound, at the wet rattle in her lungs that spoke of internal damage, of injuries that might never heal. Shadera, he breathed, his voice cracking into shards on her name. Hold on. Just hold on. I'm here. I'm right here. The blows finally ceased, leaving a ringing silence in their wake. Greyson held his breath, straining to hear any sound, any indication that she was still breathing, still fighting. Then, out of the terrible quiet, a new sound emerged. Footsteps, slow and measured, echoing in the space beyond his cell. The deliberate tread of expensive shoes on concrete, each step a declaration of power, of control. Greyson knew that walk. He'd heard it on marble floors and parquet ballrooms, had felt it vibrate through his bones as he hid in closets as a child. It was the sound of his nightmares, of his darkest fears and deepest shames, the sound of his father. Maximus Sorel stepped into view behind the glass, his golden mask gleaming in the harsh light. He stood before Greyson's cell, his posture relaxed, almost lazy in its arrogance. When he spoke, his voice was the rich, smooth baritone of a practiced orator, a charismatic leader, a lie given form. Oh, my son. Despite the pain, despite the fear and the soul-deep anguish still reverberating through him, Greyson felt his lips pull back from his teeth in a snarl. I am going to fucking kill you.
Shadera was caught in a world of blood and pain, each nerve ending shrieking in agony. The blows stopped suddenly, the absence of new pain almost as shocking as its infliction. She drew in a shuddering breath, tasting copper on her tongue, feeling it bubble in her lungs. She blinked through the swelling around her eyes, squinting against the light. Her cell resolved itself in increments. The details filtered through a haze of concussion and Maximus's best efforts to break her. She would not break for the devil. Red cord bit into her flesh, weaving across her body in a grotesque web, binding her so tightly she couldn't tell where her battered skin ended and the restraints began. She was no stranger to pain, to imprisonment, to the unique cruelties the heart reserved for those it deemed enemies. But this was new. This was intimate, personal in a way that chilled her beyond the freezing cold of the cell. This wasn't an interrogation. It was a message, a promise of the suffering to come, meted out not for information, but for the sheer vicious thrill of it. Her vision focused as she spit blood onto the floor, raising her head as far as she could to see Maximus standing on the other side of the glass, staring into the two cells, surveying her battered form like a craftsman admiring his handiwork. And to her horror, some part of her felt relief at the sight of him. Relief that his presence meant a respite, however brief, from the brutality. Relief that maybe, just maybe, he would end this. If only so he could be the one to begin it again. Self-loathing rose like bile in her throat. Is this what it took to break her? To make her grateful for the crumbs of mercy from a monster's table? Is this how Greyson had felt, all those years under his father's thumb, enduring who knew what degradations and disfigurements? She thought of Lyra, of the confessions torn from her throat in that shattered apartment, the abuses she'd suffered, the wounds she'd hidden, all in the name of survival in this gilded cage of a city. And for the first time, Shadera truly recognized it. Recognized the impossible choices they'd faced, the parts of themselves they'd had to carve away to endure the unendurable. Maximus hadn't just broken their bodies. He'd broken their spirits, their wills, their very sense of self. No one survived the heart unscathed. Not the princess in her tower, not the executioner on his platform, and not the assassin in her cage. They were all casualties of this man's cruelty, this man's megalomania. But as Maximus's gaze dragged from Greyson's cell and met hers through the glass, cold and pitiless as the eyes of a shark, Shadera felt something kindling in her chest. Not hope, not defiance, but understanding. The kind of understanding that could bleed into empathy, into solidarity against a common enemy. They'd all done what was necessary to survive Maximus's rule. Now maybe they could do what was necessary to end it, if they lived long enough. If she lived long enough. Maximus stepped closer to the glass, his masked face cocked in a parody of concern. She stared back at him, pouring every ounce of hate, of defiance she could muster into her swollen eyes. Fuck you.
The sound of Shadera's words sent relief washing through Greyson's body. His father laughed at the hate in her tone, at the defiance she still held even after taking his beatings. Maximus nodded to one of the Vera, and they appeared in front of the glass with a chair for him. He sat, leaning back as his gaze roamed over the two of them. Greyson stared at him, hate burning in his eyes. Blood dripped steadily from his wrists now, the restraints cutting through skin and muscle beneath. He barely felt it.
"How dramatic you've become," Maximus started. "Threats against my men? Declarations of vengeance?"
He clicked his tongue in disapproval.
"I thought I raised you better than that."
"You raised me to be exactly what I am," Greyson replied, his voice dangerously quiet. "Remember that when I put a bullet in your head." Maximus ignored the threat.
"Did you truly believe your rebel activities would go unnoticed?"
he asked, his tone conversational as if discussing the weather over breakfast.
"The medical supplies, the credits passed to the rings."
He tilted his head, the golden mask catching the light.
"Did you think me blind, or merely stupid?"
Greyson's jaw clenched, his throat tightening at the revelation. He remained silent, refusing to rise to the bait, to give his father the satisfaction of a reaction.
"Your silence is pointless,"
Maximus continued, removing his mask and placing it gently on his lap.
"I've known for months, tracked every shipment."
He sighed, the sound hollow.
"Just as I knew about Brooker."
The name sent a shock through Greyson's system. He had nothing to do with this, with Greyson's choice to help the rebellion. What? The word was a growl leaving his lips. Maximus folded his hands in his lap.
"Your brother was also a traitor. Did you know that?"
He shook his head, a soft chuckle leaving his lips.
"Of course you didn't. He was more careful than you."
Something like pride crept into his voice.
"More clever, more patient, until he made his fatal mistake."
"You're lying," Greyson said, but doubt had already taken root. Brooker had always been secretive, always kept parts of himself hidden, even from him. There'd always been something about his brother, some core of defiance that even Maximus's cruelest lessons couldn't quite extinguish.
"Am I?"
Maximus asked softly.
"Why would I lie when the truth is so much more instructive?"
He stood, moving closer to Greyson's cell.
"Brooker lived a double life in the Cardinal for years unmasked. Used an alias, Called himself Levi Pierce, smuggled prisoners out of Hart detention, diverted resources to the rings. A pause heavy with meaning. And he fell in love with a cardinal whore. Greyson's breath caught in his throat. This couldn't be true. Brooker, the perfect son, the dutiful executioner. A rebel? A traitor to the heart? And yet, it made a terrible kind of sense. Explained his brother's growing distance in those final months. The strange comments that Greyson had dismissed. The unexplained absences, the odd hours he'd keep. The way he'd sometimes look at Greyson, an apology in his gaze, a sorrow he'd never quite understood. "You're saying he was like me?" Greyson finally asked. "Worse," Maximus replied. "You merely smuggle supplies. Your brother actually achieved something. He was orchestrating a full-scale uprising, gathering information for a coup." He shook his head. "I couldn't allow that, of course. But neither could I risk the public shame of unmasking, of execution on the platform, of my eldest son's betrayal." Realization washed over Greyson. "You had him killed?" "I arranged his removal," Maximus corrected. "Quietly, efficiently, through contracted means that could never be traced back to me." He turned slightly, his eyes glancing toward Shadera's cell. "A contract carried out by the Daggermouths, by their most talented mercenary." Greyson felt as though he'd been plunged into ice water. He tried to twist in his chair, tried to look at Shadera through the cell wall at his back, but the bindings only cut deeper as they held him in place. "No," he whispered, the word barely audible. "No, that's not. She said she didn't, and you were dumb enough to believe her." Maximus snapped, making his way back to his chair and sitting. "I framed him as a Hart informant," he continued. "Made him appear to be betraying the very rebels he was working with. Made his death seem like rebel justice, rather than a father's punishment." A soft laugh. "The contract specified to leave his body in the center of the heart, to make it messy. A fabricated warning to Hart citizens who might consider crossing into the rings. Your Daggermouth performed admirably." Greyson couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Shadera killed Brooker. Shadera had executed his brother, had carried out his father's twisted punishment. She'd lied to him. "You're lying," he said again, but the words were hollow now. A desperate attempt to convince himself that this was not the truth. It couldn't be the truth. "Ask her," Maximus suggested, gesturing toward Shadera's cell. "Ask her if she remembers the feel of her blade across his throat, of his blood warming her hands." He didn't bother trying to look at her this time, couldn't bring himself to try. Is it true? Did you do it?" There was silence for a long moment. Then she answered.
"I didn't know, Greyson."
The words cracked on his name. Her voice, usually so strong, so defiant, had been reduced to a thready whisper.
"I didn't know he was your brother."
Something shattered inside Greyson. A small, choked sound escaped him. The absurdity of it all. The perfect, twisted symmetry. His father's ultimate manipulation. "There it is," Maximus said softly. "The truth. The woman you love murdered the person you loved most in this world." Love. The word ignited rage in his chest. Greyson couldn't love her, couldn't give form to the feeling that had been growing in his chest, taking root in the very core of him. Not now. Not in the face of this betrayal, this devastation. Not after this. Maximus leaned forward, brushing dirt off his pants as if he had not just placed a grenade within Greyson's ribcage. "Of course, Brooker's death was merely the beginning. I had planned similar fates for both of you." The words penetrated the pain collecting in Greyson's soul, pulling him back from the edge of complete collapse. "What are you talking about?" "Surely you've realized by now.
Maximus continued. The contract on your life. The assassin sent to kill you. A growl vibrated through Greyson's throat, but he bit it back, his mind returning to logic as it always did when feeling became unbearable. His father was talking openly, was sharing secrets. Whatever he said he could use, he needed to keep him talking. I had hoped for her to do a better job, Maximus said, running his fingers over the mask in his lap. First Brooker's death at the hands of a Daggermouth, then yours, a devastating tragedy for the heart, proof that the rings had become ungovernable. A pause, the perfect justification for what comes next. The culling, Greyson breathed, horror dawning as the pieces started falling into place. You plan to use our deaths to justify mass murder. Maximus waved a dismissive hand. Population adjustment.
They're people.
Shadera cut in, her voice laced with poison.
Not statistics. Not equations to balance.
They're vermin, Maximus countered, not bothering to look at her. Parasites draining the heart's resources, contributing nothing of value. Better to clear them out. Make room for those who deserve the protection of our city. Make room for what? Greyson demanded, a new suspicion forming. Maximus met his eyes, and a sickening smile twisted onto his face. For the future. The city-state to the north is failing. Its elite, people of culture, education, wealth, need somewhere to go. Newfound Haven has the infrastructure, the security. All it lacks is space. The full depravity of his father's plan ossified in Greyson's mind. You're insane, Greyson whispered. I'm pragmatic, Maximus corrected. The world is changing, son. Those who adapt will survive. Those who cling to outdated notions of equality will perish. He paused. The old ways, the old power structures, they're crumbling, and it's up to us, the strong, the worthy, to shape what rises from the ashes.
At what cost?
Shadera's voice cut through the tension between father and son.
How many lives are you willing to sacrifice for your utopia?
Maximus turned to her, his posture straightening into something threatening. At any cost, he said simply. Whatever is necessary to ensure the heart's survival. He stood, straightening his dark blue suit. The vow ceremony will proceed as planned. You will both cooperate fully. You will present yourselves as the perfect symbol of unity between a heart and boundary, and use your voices to convince those loyal to the heart to come forward, to be spared. And in exchange, I will consider modifying my plans, perhaps sparing key sectors of the rings. He placed his mask back over his face and turned away from them. Resist, and I will ensure you watch thousands die before I kill you both. The bombs are ready, the targets selected. One word from me and the boundary burns. With those words hanging in the air, Maximus signaled to the guards. They fell into formation around him as he exited, the heavy door closing behind them with a final, echoing thud. Silence descended over the cells, broken only by the ragged sound of Shadera's breathing. Greyson sat motionless, staring at the concrete floor where his blood had pooled beneath his chair, then dried. His mind was a hurricane, each emotion crashing against the others, leaving him numb in their wake. His father had paid for Brooker's contract, and Shadera had been the one to carry it out. The knowledge sat in his chest like a stone, crushing his lungs. His heart.
Greyson.
Shadera's voice reached him through the glass.
Greyson, please.
Stop, Greyson said, the word barely audible. He couldn't do this. He couldn't hear her voice. He couldn't stand the sound of it, the pain it held, the lies it told.
I need you to understand.
Please. His voice was shattering now. That grenade Maximus had planted in his chest finally detonating. Please, just stop.
Chapter 30. Those two things. Lyra sat across the table from her brother, her dead brother. Her mind refused to process what her eyes were seeing. Brooker. Alive. Breathing. The world around her seemed to blur at the edges, the voices planning at the table becoming distant and muffled, as if she were underwater. Her brother, whom she'd mourned, whose absence had torn a hole in her family, sat there with a slight smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. The same smile he'd worn when they were children, and he'd successfully pulled a prank. Only this wasn't a childish trick. This was an earthquake shattering the foundation of everything she thought she knew. She couldn't move, couldn't speak, could barely breathe as he shifted in his chair, leaning back casually like he hadn't just been resurrected. Callum's hand tightened around hers beneath the table, his thumb stroking reassuringly across her knuckles. But even that familiar touch couldn't anchor her to reality. Brooker's hair was longer now, dark strands falling to his shoulders, the length something their father would never have permitted. A thin scar bisected his right eye and brow, puckering the skin in a way that made his face seem sharper, more severe. But it was his eyes that had changed the most. Those blue sorrel eyes that now held shadows she couldn't begin to fathom. Lyra watched Brooker reach beside him, his fingers intertwining with Pharaoh's in an easy, intimate gesture that spoke of history, of trust. Pharaoh's expression remained neutral, but her grip on Brooker's hand tightened fractionally, a silent communication passing between them. The clearing of Yeager's throat drew her attention back to the matter at hand.
We need to be ready to strike in just over 2 days,
He continued, as if the return of a dead man was minor.
Tuesday night, after the vows ceremony, provides our best opportunity. Security will be focused on keeping Shade and Greyson secure. They will be expecting a disturbance during the ceremony, so we wait until after.
Yeager spread the maps across the table, his finger tracing routes through the heart.
Mikhail has Vera officers on the inside. His teams will secure the plaza, monitoring and relaying any information back to the rebels that will be waiting with Ghost to flood the heart when Pharaoh and my team fry the circuits powering the checkpoints. Lyra will make sure the media drones are creating blind spots for us to navigate.
Lyra heard the words, saw Yeager's finger moving across the paper, but they made no sense. Nothing made sense. Her brother was alive. Her brother was alive and had been working with the rebellion all along. Her brother was alive and holding hands with a rebel leader, while Greyson was being held prisoner by their father. What the fuck? Brooker laughed, the sound achingly familiar.
There she is.
How dare you? Her voice was barely above a whisper, trembling with rage. How dare you sit there and laugh? The smile faded from his face. Do you have any idea what you've done? She leaned forward, her body vibrating with fury. Do you know what it did to us? What it did to me? Her voice rose with each question. To Greyson! She pulled her hand from Callum's, needing to feel unanchored, untethered in her anger. What have you been doing all this time, Brooker? While we were trapped with him, while we were living with the monster, day after day, knowing exactly what he's capable of. She swallowed back the tears threatening to spill. Did you even think about us while you lived free? Brooker's expression sobered, the playfulness evaporating from his eyes as he leaned forward.
I know.
He shook his head, swallowing hard.
I've thought about you every day, Lee. Believe me, there has not been a second where I haven't wished this could have been different.
The gentleness in his voice only fueled her rage. No, you don't know. You weren't there. You didn't have to see Father getting worse, becoming more paranoid, more cruel. You didn't have to watch Greyson take your place on that platform, become the thing he never wanted to be.
There was no other way.
Brooker said, his voice low and urgent.
He needed to believe I was dead. The heart needed to believe I was dead so I could continue my work.
Your work? She spat the words. What work could possibly be worth letting your family think you were murdered? His eyes hardened.
Saving thousands of lives? Building a resistance that could actually challenge Father's power? Creating an escape route for people trapped in the heart?
He squeezed Pharaoh's hand.
Finding people I could trust with the truth.
Lyra gasped as the words tore like a bullet through flesh. He couldn't trust her. Didn't trust her. I see, Lyra answered, her own voice going hard. Guilt flashed across Brooker's face, a genuine emotion cracking behind his eyes. But before he could speak again, her gaze shifted to Mikkel, her fury finding a new target. What do you mean Greyson is your son? How is that possible? The Veyra captain's face remained impassive, his military bearing not faltering under her scrutiny. She had known this man her entire life, had seen him standing at her father's right hand at every official function, had watched him carry out her father's orders without question.
Your mother and I have known each other all our lives.
He paused, a shadow of sadness passing over his features.
We had planned to take the vow together, but then she was betrothed to your father.
He leaned forward, tipping back the rest of the liquid in his cup and clearing his throat.
Alara is the only woman I have ever loved, and I had to watch while she was forced to marry the devil.
He took a long breath, struggling to keep his voice steady.
There is no love to be found in your father's bed, only pain. It did not matter to us that we could be killed for it. We were not afraid of death, knowing we would die together.
He refilled his glass, as Lyra opened her mouth to snap back, but Jaeger's fist found the table first, cutting her off.
Enough!
He growled, his gaze pinning her.
Your family drama can wait. We have—
Lyra moved, her hand snatching the gun from her thigh. They saw her as a simple girl, a princess, a woman not capable of violence. They were so wrong. That was their mistake. That was the reason she was able to train the barrel of her gun on the center of Jaeger's skull before being shot down in a room full of assassins. In the next breath, every Daggermouth in the room had their weapons trained on her back, readying to fire. Time seemed to tilt around her as she watched Brooker's eyes widen, as she felt Callum slowly move his own hand to his gun, as she watched Jaeger's back straighten. Tell your men to stand down, Lyra snarled, flicking off the safety in warning. Jaeger didn't hesitate as he signaled to them. She could feel the weight lift off her back as the guns lowered, but remained ready.
Now, Miss Sorrel.
Jaeger started slowly.
I believe it is your turn to stand down.
Lyra only raised her gun. How dare you mock me when you facilitated this? You accepted contracts on both of my brothers. What's to stop you from accepting one on me next? Brooker stood slowly.
Lyra, please put down the gun.
No. Her eyes never left Jaeger. I want the truth. All of it. And I want it from him. Jaeger's eyes met Lyra's over the barrel of her gun, his expression unreadable.
You want the truth?
He asked, his voice low and even.
The truth is rarely a comfort.
I don't want comfort, Lyra replied, her fingers steady on the trigger. I want answers.
Fine.
Jaeger leaned back in his chair, seemingly unconcerned by the weapon pointed at his head.
My partnership with Pharaoh didn't start until after I accepted the contract on a man named Levi Pierce.
Lyra's brow furrowed at the unfamiliar name, but she remained silent, letting Jaeger continue.
I didn't know back then that Brooker was working under that alias in the rings. The evidence supplied in the purchased contract was sufficient to show that Pierce was selling cardinal secrets to the heart.
Yeager's gaze flicked briefly to Brooker before returning to Lyra.
I didn't know what Brooker had really been doing for the rebellion, that he was working with Pharaoh.
Lyra's mind raced, trying to piece together this new information with what she already knew. Her brother, living a double life under a false name, caught between two worlds.
Shadera's part of the contract was to kill him.
Yeager went on, his tone matter-of-fact.
I would handle the rest with my contacts to complete the contract, which was to display his body in the center of the heart as a warning to others who might consider informing on the rings.
Lyra's stomach turned at the thought, bile rising in her throat, the cold brutality of it, the callousness with which her brother's life had been bargained away.
Pharaoh watched Shadera's attack on Brooker from their meeting place,
Yeager said.
She found him barely alive and was able to stop the bleeding, get a medic to him in time to save his life.
He paused, his eyes meeting Pharaoh's across the table.
That's when she called me and told me the truth about what was really happening in the Cardinal Rings. That's when we decided we needed to start working together, to share information so things like this wouldn't happen again.
Lyra's arm began to tremble, the weight of the gun pulling at her muscles.
We were able to save his life,
Yeager continued.
And he told us the contract most likely came from your father, but we needed to complete the rest of it to make sure he believed he was dead.
Every word he spoke was a hammer against Lyra's already fracturing reality.
We found a body,
he said, his voice flat.
From the Cardinal Clinic, similar to the build of your brother. We took it, tattooed Brooker's mark on his chest, then we beat it, badly, until it was unrecognizable.
Lyra's stomach lurched. She didn't want to hear this, didn't want to know what came next. But Yeager kept talking.
We burned off the fingerprints, pulled the teeth, scalped it, drained the blood, replaced it with Brooker's. As close a match as they could make it to him.
Each detail was a fresh horror, a new violation. Lyra's vision swam, nausea rising in her throat.
I left the body in the heart.
Yeager finished.
The contract on top of it, and it was enough. Enough to convince your father it had been completed.
Lyra turned to Brooker, searching his face for a denial, for any sign that this was a lie. But his eyes met hers, solemn as he nodded once. Confirmation. Acknowledgement. Finally, she lowered the gun as she turned back to Yeager. And Greyson? She asked, her voice sounding distant to her own ears. What's your excuse for accepting his contract? She needed to know. Needed to understand how the man who claimed to protect the rings, to fight for the people, could so easily trade her brother's life for what? Money? Power? Yeager leaned forward, his elbows resting on the table, his scarred hands clasped before him. He met her gaze steadily, unflinching in the face of her anger, her devastation.
A year after Brooker was presumed dead, he brought Mikkel to me. Said he'd been acting as eyes and ears inside your father's circles, feeding information to the rebellion, that he was willing to help us however he could.
Yeager paused, taking a coin out of his pocket and flipping it through his fingers as he sipped from his drink.
6 months ago, Mikkel presented us with an ultimatum. Said he'd only keep helping if we got Greyson out. Told us of his connection to Greyson, about the smuggling, that Maximus was beginning to get suspicious.
Lyra's eyes flicked to Mikkel as Yeager continued.
We agreed to extract him, but we needed time to plan, to find a way that wouldn't jeopardize the rebellion we were planning in the rings. We were still figuring out the logistics to get him out when the contract came. This time, there were no aliases, no smoke and mirrors. It was bought specifically for Greyson Sorrel by an unknown heart elite claiming they wanted change.
Her stomach churned. Lyra knew. with sickening certainty, where that contract had truly come from. "But you knew it was from my father," she said, her voice hollow. Yeager nodded grimly.
I took it to Brooker and Farrow immediately. We saw it for what it was, an opportunity, a way to get Greyson out without arousing suspicion.
Her mind began to spiral as she tried to absorb it all. The secrets, the lies.
The plan was to send Shadera in.
Yeager continued, the coin dancing between his fingers.
I assigned it to her because she was the only one I trusted, the only one smart enough to have a chance at making it out of the heart alive. Completing this contract would have to happen from inside.
Yeager glanced at Jameson, his expression hardening.
I had a choice to make. Risk her life to get Greyson out, or lose our most important informant in the heart. I chose the option that would save the most lives.
She could feel the anger radiating from Jameson in waves, watching as the muscle twitched in his jaw. He seemed to be the only other person that was kept in the dark, the only other person that was not trusted with the truth.
Shade was never supposed to actually harm Greyson,
Yeager said, his voice growing softer as he flipped the coin over his knuckles one last time before catching it in his palm.
I went to her warehouse while she was out on contract, replaced all her bullets with rubber ones soaked in a poison that would lower his heart rate, make his limbs seize so it would look like he was dead.
The room spun around her, all these revelations piling atop one another, until she could barely breathe under their weight.
The Vera officers that came to the scene of the assassination were Mikkel and his men. They were supposed to pronounce him dead and take care of the body like they always did. That's when they would smuggle him out of the heart.
But something went wrong, Lyra said, the pieces clicking into place. Yeager nodded.
I didn't know about the Vera pistols she kept hidden. I didn't replace those bullets.
A chill crawled down Lyra's spine as she sank back into her chair. All those careful plans, all those manipulations, undone by a single hidden weapon.
And then
Yeager sighed.
Greyson removed his mask. Those two things, the live round and the unmasking, detonated our entire plan.
Jameson surged to his feet, his chair clattering to the floor behind him.
You've been lying to me this whole time?
His eyes trained on Farrow.
I expect this from Yeager, but you?
Lyra watched the blood drain from Farrow's face as she rose to meet him. That's not what this is, Jay.
I came to you for help, sharing all of the information I had. I begged you to help me find a way to keep everyone safe, and you let me sit there in fear, and you said nothing.
The betrayal in his voice resonated in Lyra's chest, his pain reflecting her own.
This is why we didn't tell you first.
Yeager hissed, and Jameson's eyes snapped toward him.
We planned to tell you after Greyson was out, once the extraction was complete, because you are emotional. You are an idealist, believing you can save everyone. But you can't, Jameson. We cannot save everyone.
Jameson opened his mouth to speak, but Yeager raised a hand.
We tried to get Shade out for you safely. We have not betrayed you, only kept you in the dark to the things you did not need to know until you were capable of focusing on something other than her. But that mission was not a failure. We learned valuable information through you, that the President plans to bomb us, that there are things he keeps even from Mikkel.
Callum finally spoke, his voice level, relaxed.
I think we can all agree that we should have trusted each other from the beginning, that unity, in light of all we know now, would have been the better route. But we're here now, and we don't have time to fight between ourselves. Greyson and Shadera don't have time. The rings do not have time.
He tapped a ring against the table, the wrap of it vibrating through Lyra.
We have to get back to the heart, so let's stop fucking around and finish this.
Lyra clenched her jaw, forcing back the tide of questions that were trying to drown her. Callum was right. The conversation continued around her, tactical details and contingency plans flowing in a current her ears refused to hear. Instead, her eyes remained fixed on her brother, studying the changes time and secrecy had carved into him. He was leaner, harder, his softness replaced by the sharp edges of a man who had lived in the shadows. Her gaze drifted to Callum, watching his face as he discussed extraction routes with Jaeger. His expression was focused, determined. He had known. Somehow, he had known all of it. He hadn't flinched at a single revelation, hadn't shown surprise to any of the truths shared tonight. He'd known Brooker was alive, and he'd kept it from her.
Lee, did you hear me?
Her eyes snapped to Brooker.
I said we will need a distraction when the Daggermouths move on Maximus.
Brooker repeated. You'll have one, she promised, and something in her voice sent a chill down her own spine. The heart won't know what hit it. Chapter 31. Past tense. There had been no food, no water, only the rhythmic sound of Greyson's breathing at Shadera's back from his cell. She couldn't tell how long they had been there. The Vera officers hadn't returned since Maximus's visit. No more beatings, but also no sustenance. A different kind of torture. Slower, more deliberate. Her tongue was swollen in her mouth, dry as sand. Thirst clawed at her throat, a desperate animal scratching to be freed. She tried to shift in the chair, seeking any position that might ease the pressure on her broken body. But the cords bit deeper with each movement. A hiss of pain escaped through her cracked lips, echoing in the sterile cell. Her mind drifted in and out of clarity, memories surfacing and submerging like debris in murky water. Contract 205. The words repeated in her mind, a mantra that at once meant nothing more than another job, another target, another mark to eliminate for the good of the boundary. Levi Pierce, heart informant. The details of the contract swam before her eyes. High priority, a traitor selling cardinal secrets. The photograph flashed in her mind. It all made sense now, the nagging recognition that she couldn't place. The man that her mind knew, but the context was wrong. Greyson and Levi Pierce. Greyson and Brooker. Her mind had refused to connect the dots. The very idea was impossible. Heart Elite didn't remove their masks. They didn't venture into the Cardinal without guards, without protection, without the trappings of their status. Shadera's stomach twisted. She had been jealous of the Daggermouth that got that contract, and wished it had been hers. All this time it had been, and she'd had no idea. She had been used, manipulated, and she had killed someone who was rising up against the heart, against Maximus. She had killed Greyson's brother. For the first time in her life, she found herself questioning everything she'd done as a Daggermouth, everything she'd stood for, every contract she'd fulfilled, every life she'd ended in the name of justice, of vengeance, of the greater good. How many had been based on lies? How many had been innocent people, sacrificed to maintain political fiction? How many times had she been a pawn in a game she didn't even know she was playing? She'd become a Daggermouth as a child with nothing left but rage and a promise to make the heart pay for what it had taken from her. Jaeger had seen her potential, had molded her into a weapon, had given her purpose when she had none. But what purpose? To kill on command, to eliminate targets without question, without hesitation. without ever considering that the lines between enemy and ally, between guilty and innocent, might be blurred beyond recognition. She told herself she was fighting for the boundary, for justice, for a better future. But maybe she'd been nothing more than another cog in the machine of oppression, just serving a different master. The tears came without warning, silent trails cutting through the dried blood on her face. She didn't bother trying to stop them. What was the point of pride now? Greyson, her voice raw and barely audible. The quiet between them had become its own kind of prison, more isolating than the glass walls surrounding her. Please talk to me. No response came, just the sound of his breathing, steady and controlled. Too controlled. She knew that rhythm, the deliberate inhale and exhale of someone fighting to maintain composure. The silence from his cell was worse than any beating. She'd have been prepared for physical pain, for torture, for death. But this emptiness where his voice should be, it hollowed her out from the inside. I know you hate me. She tried again, each word scraping her parched throat. I would hate me too. But please, I need to know what you're thinking. I need you to talk to me.
What do you want me to say?
His voice cut through the silence, hard and cold as the concrete beneath her feet. There was something in it she'd never heard before. Not just anger, but a void, an emptiness where emotion should be. I don't know, she admitted, relief and dread mingling at finally hearing his voice. Anything. Scream at me. Tell me you hate me. Threaten me. Tell me you're going to kill me. Just something. He didn't speak. I'm sorry, she whispered, the words woefully inadequate against the magnitude of what lay between them. I didn't know, Greyson. I swear to you, I didn't know who he was. The silence resumed. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, the quiet growing heavier with each passing moment, the ache in her chest expanding until it threatened to consume her. She wanted his rage, his hatred, even disgust, anything but this. Some part of her deep down felt the sharp threat of fear, as if somehow she could lose him without ever having had him in the first place. Please, she finally said again, the desperation leaking into her voice.
You lied to me,
Greyson answered, anger finally breaking through the emptiness.
You looked me in the eyes and fucking lied to me.
No, Greyson, I didn't know. Her words were frantic. You heard your father. He was using an alias. I had never seen his face. I didn't know it was him.
I thought I could trust you.
Greyson's voice cracked, emotion finally bleeding into his words.
You were just another tool like me, like all of us.
Shadera's tears flowed freely now at the truth in his words, the salt stinging where they met open wounds. She had become exactly what she'd sworn to destroy, a weapon wielded by the powerful against the innocent. Her entire identity, everything she'd built herself to be, crumbled around her. She didn't know who she was anymore. Couldn't separate one regret from another as they all crashed together in her mind, a kaleidoscope of shame and horror. I believed in what I was doing, she whispered. I thought I was protecting the boundary, fighting back against the heart. I was so fucking blind. The silence that followed felt like a chasm opening between them, widening with each ragged breath she took. Still, she continued, unable to stop the words pouring from her. For years, I've been so certain, so righteous, so fucking sure I was on the right side. A bitter laugh escaped her, turning into a painful cough that rattled her broken ribs as she gasped. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I don't know who I am. Saying the words out loud, giving them power, collapsed something in her mind. The restraints bit deeper as her body shook with silent sobs. Blood seeped from where the cords had rubbed her skin raw. But she barely felt it. The physical pain was nothing compared to the agony tearing through her heart, her soul, her very being. She'd spent her entire life fighting against the heart, against the system that had taken everything from her. And in doing so, she had become the very thing she hated. Cruel, merciless, blind to the humanity of those she deemed enemies. Please, she gasped, not even sure what she was begging for. Forgiveness? Understanding? Death? She'd never felt so weak before, never allowed herself to question, to doubt, to break. But here, bound and bleeding, with everything stripped away, there was nowhere left to hide, no mask to wear, no role to play.
I think I was falling in.
He cut himself off, and for one breath he was silent before he finished.
I think I was starting to care about you.
Greyson's words cut through her, precise and devastating. Past tense. Not anymore. Not after this. Shadera's breath caught in her throat, a small wounded sound escaping before she could stop it. It was an admission delivered as a death sentence.
I don't know if I will ever look at you again and not see my brother's blood on your hands.
Each word drove deeper than any torture Maximus could devise. She would have preferred more beatings, more broken bones, more physical agony to this decimation of something that hadn't even begun between them. She hadn't allowed herself to think about it, to acknowledge or name the emotion that swelled in her chest when she thought of him, when she looked at him, when she imagined him caring for anybody else. She didn't know what love felt like, didn't know how to separate it from lust. But this feeling, this bone-deep fear of losing him, made her question it. Something inside Shadera broke. It wasn't forceful. It wasn't explosive. But a quiet, delicate, irreversible snap.
Greyson heard Shadera's cry like a knife between his ribs, sharp, persistent. The sound was so alien coming from her, the assassin who never flinched, who had stood before his father's threats with steel in her spine. Her cries were quiet, restrained even in her breaking. Not the loud, dramatic weeping he'd heard from heart nobles when they were denied some luxury, but the muffled sounds of someone who had learned early that vulnerability was dangerous, that pain was best endured in silence. He wanted to reach for her, to comfort her, to pull her against his chest and tell her that somehow it would be all right. The impulse disgusted him almost as much as it consumed him. She murdered your fucking brother. Another sob reached him, this one weaker, more ragged. He imagined her bound to that chair as he was, body broken by his father's men, face streaked with tears and blood. The image made something primal and protective rise in his chest, straining against the cold logic of his anger. He remembered the first time he'd seen her vulnerable, truly vulnerable, not the calculated moments designed to earn his trust, The night of his father's dinner, when she saw what he truly was, what his father had done to him. He remembered how her fingers had trembled when they'd cupped his face, when she'd looked in his eyes and told him that he deserved better, that he was a better man than his father. He'd wanted to wrap himself around her then, to shield her from whatever demons pursued her, from whatever pain she had endured, to understand the violence that was in him. The feeling had been so strong, so unexpected, that it had frightened him. Now that same instinct surged through him, demanding action, demanding he break his silence, reach out to her across the void that separated them. His jaw clenched as he fought against it, refusing to speak. She wasn't what he'd thought, wasn't who he'd thought. The woman he'd begun to care for, to trust, to... She didn't exist. She was a fabrication, a tactical approach, a mission objective. And he was a fool for forgetting, even for a moment, the fundamental truth of the heart. Love outside of your ring was a death sentence. Chapter 32, 3 a.m. Callum's fingers drummed against his desk as the blue glow of surveillance screens painted his face in a ghostly light. The vow would be happening today. 3 in the morning, and the silence of the heart beyond the walls of his club felt like the held breath before an execution. Each moment that passed brought them closer to dawn, closer to chaos, closer to either salvation or slaughter. His tablet sat in front of him, screen dark and silent, waiting for Jameson's call, waiting for the confirmation that would set everything in motion. Callum glanced at the bar cart, contemplating, then sighing and dragging his gaze away. Today was not one for dulled senses. Today required every neuron firing, every instinct sharp. His body vibrated with the strain of waiting, muscles coiled tight beneath his suit. He rose from his chair, unable to remain still any longer, and moved to the window. The heart slept below him, its pristine towers and streets bathed in the artificial glow of security lights. By tonight, it could be burning. Callum pressed his forehead against the cool glass, closing his eyes against the view. The plan they'd constructed was full of gaps, of variables they couldn't control. All of it had to work perfectly. All of it had to happen in precise synchronization. If it didn't... His mind conjured images of slaughter, of boundary residents gunned down in streets they'd barely glimpsed, of cardinal rebels executed where they stood, of Jaeger's assassins falling before they could reach their targets. But worse, infinitely worse, was the image of Lyra in her father's hands if they failed. Callum's fist clenched at his side, knuckles white with strain. Maximus wouldn't simply kill his daughter if he discovered her betrayal. Death would be a mercy compared to what he would do. Callum had seen enough of the president's handiwork to know that Maximus Sorel's creativity extended far beyond governance and into the realm of torture. He returned to his desk, dropping heavily into his chair. The screens before him showed various feeds from around the heart. The plaza where the vow ceremony would take place, the checkpoints between rings, the approach to Maximus's tower, all quiet now, all normal. It wouldn't last. His thoughts drifted back to Lyra, to the weight of her in his arms just days ago, to the taste of her skin, the sound of her breath against his ear, the way her body had yielded to his after 5 long years of restraint, 5 years of longing. He hadn't seen her since the conclusion of their meeting in the Boundary 48 hours ago. Something in the way she had looked at him when he took her back to her apartment, when she told him she needed space to think, scared him. He could feel it. He'd just gotten her back, and he was already losing her. He'd known it was a possibility when she found out that he'd known about Brooker. He'd thought about leaving her in the heart for that very reason, but they said no more lies, and he wasn't willing to break his promise to her. If they failed today, Maximus would make her suffer in ways that would break even Lyra's iron will. He would take his time, would extract every detail of the conspiracy before he finally allowed her to die. And he would make sure she watched everyone she loved die first. Callum's breathing became shallow, his chest tightening with every breath. He forced himself to inhale deeply, to regain control. Panic would not help any of them. He needed to focus, needed to be the calculating, ruthless man who'd built an empire in the heart, who'd infiltrated its highest circles, who'd learned to smile while plotting the downfall of those who trusted him. His tablet vibrated against the desk, screen illuminating with Jameson's encrypted contact ID. Callum's hand shot out, snatching it up on the first ring. He answered, "Ghost?" "It's done." Jameson's voice was calm, controlled, but Callum could hear the undercurrent of tension. Relief washed through him. "All of them?" "Every last one. We cleared the final sector 20 minutes ago. The shelters are sealed." Callum closed his eyes briefly. At least the boundary would be protected from whatever came next. If Maximus deployed his bombs today, they would fall on empty streets, not innocent people. "Any resistance?" he asked, knowing that convincing some boundary residents to trust authority figures enough to enter underground shelters would have been nearly impossible. A pause. "Minimal. Daggermouth's handled it." "Good. I'll turn on the surveillance loop for the boundary now. You are clear to head into the Cardinal. I'll call you back when we are headed for the heart." The line went dead. Callum set the tablet down, the weight of what they were about to do settling over him and pressing down on his lungs. 9 hours. 9 hours until the vow ceremony began. 15 hours until they either liberated Newfound Haven or condemned it to unparalleled bloodshed. He turned to his computer, fingers flying over the keyboard as he hacked into the Heart's security mainframe. The security protocols unfolded before him. A complex web of surveillance feeds, access points, and alarm systems. Callum had spent years learning every vulnerability, every backdoor. Now he began the delicate process of creating blind spots without triggering alerts, adding looping synthetic live feeds, reducing guard rotations in key areas, scheduling system maintenance at critical junctures, inserting subtle delays in the feeds from checkpoints. Nothing obvious, nothing that would immediately raise suspicion, but together these small alterations would create windows of opportunity when the time came. The screens before him flickered as the changes took effect, the Heart's defenses subtly weakening under his touch. Outside his window, the first pale hint of dawn touched the eastern sky. The day of reckoning had begun.
Chapter 33, 5 a.m. Lyra stood at the window of her apartment, tea cooling between her palms, as she watched Newfound Haven sleep its final hours of ignorance. The darkness that clung to the city, that had always defined it, would be washed away soon. Not by the coming dawn, but by fire and blood and revolution. Her reflection stared back at her from the glass, eyes hollowed by a sleepless night, dark circles like bruises beneath them. She looked like a ghost already, and perhaps that was fitting for what was to come. Platinum towers pierced the dawn sky, their surfaces catching the first hint of light. Streets empty and clean, patrolled by the occasional Vera vehicle, its lights cutting through the lingering dark. She sipped her tea, grimacing at its bitterness. She had forgotten to add honey, too consumed by the weight of the coming day. Her hands had been steady as she brewed it. They were steady now, but her mind raced with 1,000 calculations, 1,000 ways this could go wrong. 7 hours until the vow ceremony. 7 hours until Greyson and Shadera would be forced to stand before the city as symbols of a unity that had never existed. They would go to the consummation chambers after that, while their friends worked above to make sure no other woman had to endure such horrors. Next, they would attend lunch, a formal meal with all the city leaders to welcome them into society, as if they had not just been violated. To end the day, at 6 o'clock, they would be back on the platform, making a united speech about the heart, asking the rings to conform to its laws, so they too could one day enjoy its luxury. What they did not know was that that speech would be heard by no one outside of the heart. Every person in the rings who was not rising to fight today would be underground, sealed away in bomb shelters. And beneath all that spectacle, the clockwork of rebellion would be turning, gears sliding into place, blades sharpening as Brooker. Her brother's face appeared in her mind, not as she had last seen him in Wolfe's head, hardened by years in the rings, but as he had been before the rebellion, before his assumed death, before everything had changed. The memory twisted in her chest, grief and relief intertwining until she couldn't separate them. Alive. He had been alive all this time. The tea trembled in her cup, betraying the emotion she refused to show on her face. Lyra took another sip, forcing the hot liquid down her throat, as if it could wash away the sting of betrayal. Callum had known. All these years he had known Brooker lived while she mourned, while she wept in his arms, while their father became more monstrous.
They thought they were protecting you,
Callum had explained as they'd driven back from Wolfe's head. His voice had been gentle, as if kindness could soften the impact of his words.
If you'd known, your father would have seen it in your eyes. He would have known something was wrong.
And you? She had asked, unable to look at him. What was your excuse for lying to me? His silence had been answer enough. The memory of Callum's face, of the guilt in his eyes when she'd left him at her door with nothing more than a cold goodnight, made her chest ache. She should hate him for his deception, should rage against his betrayal of her trust, just when they had promised no more secrets. But she understood now, understood the sacrifices made in war, the necessity of compartmentalization, the price of keeping those you love alive. She drained her tea and set the cup on the small table beside her. On its surface lay the items she would need today. Her comms device, programmed with the rebels' secure channel, a small pistol, loaded and safety on, a datapad containing the final details of their plan. And her mask. Lyra picked it up, the rose gold gleaming even in the dim light of her apartment. She twirled it between her fingers, feeling its familiar weight, the smooth metal warm from her touch. How many years had she hidden behind it? How many lies had it enabled? How many truths had it concealed? Her finger traced the decorative swirls that marked her as a sorrel, as daughter to the president, as royalty in a kingdom built on subjugation. The mask that had been secured to her face on her 6th birthday, rendering her faceless, nameless, except for her family's legacy. The mask that had been both shield and prison. After today, she would never wear it again. She would be Lyra, just Lyra, not a sorrel, not a diplomat, not a puppet dancing on her father's strings. She would be free, or she would be dead. It was so simple in the end, so clear. The path forward, narrow but defined. She set the mask down and moved to her desk, pulling open the hidden drawer with the press of her fingertip against the biometric lock. Inside lay the evidence she had spent years collecting, hundreds and hundreds of copies, documents detailing her father's corruption, recordings of his threats, financial records showing the diversion of resources meant for the Cardinal and the Boundary, autopsy reports for those who had mysteriously died after opposing him. And at the bottom, sealed in a protective case, the final piece, her secret, her plan. Lyra traced the edge of the case, her mouth set in a grim line. No one knew about this. Not Callum, not Brooker, not Farrow or Yeager or Jameson. This was her personal revenge for everything Maximus had taken from her. From all of them. She closed the drawer, the lock engaging with a soft click. She would ensure the truth was known, one way or another. Her father would fall, the system would crumble, and if her own destruction was the price, so be it. The tablet on the table vibrated, a single pulse that sent her heart racing. She checked the time. 5:40 a.m. The city would be waking soon. Vera changing shifts. Workers preparing for the day. The wheels of the heart, beginning their relentless turning. Lyra crossed to the table and lifted the device, pressing it to her ear. Yes, they're ready. Farrow's voice was soft. Are you sure about this? Lyra closed her eyes, drawing a deep breath that filled her lungs with resolve. Yes. She ended the call without another word. There was nothing more to say. No dramatic declarations, no rousing speeches. Just the quiet certainty of what was to come.
Chapter 34, 7 a.m. Jameson watched the heavy metal door of the shelter seal shut with a dull thud that echoed through the underground chamber. The last group of Cardinal residents, mothers clutching children to their chests, old men leaning on makeshift canes, workers still in factory uniforms, disappeared behind 4 feet of reinforced steel. Their faces had been a mixture of confusion and fear, but they'd gone willingly enough when told bombs might fall today. No one in the Cardinal questioned the possibility of heart violence. They'd lived too long in its shadow.
That's the last of them,
said a voice at his shoulder. One of Pharaoh's people, a woman with short black hair, brown eyes, and a balaclava covering the rest of her face.
All sectors report clear.
Jameson nodded, checking the time on his comms unit. 7:02 a.m. 11 hours until the real fight began, but their work had started long before dawn. Through the night, his rebels had moved through the boundary, guiding people to the shelters he'd been reinforcing for years. The operation had gone more smoothly than he'd dared hope. The Cardinal had been easier to manage, less people with more of a willingness to listen to authority, courtesy of the Heart's labor mandates pushed on them. Any trouble at the Eastern Quadrant? He asked, remembering the factory overseer who'd threatened to report them to the Vera. The man hadn't lived long enough to make good on his threat, but Jameson needed to be sure no alarm had been raised.
None,
she replied.
We're clear across the board.
His mind flashed to the mother in the boundary, cradling her dead son as she begged Jameson to make them pay. Her face contorted with grief had haunted his dreams for the past 3 nights. Today he would keep his promise to her. Today, Maximus Sorel and his golden mask would fall. He straightened his spine, turning to the woman. What's your name?
Chandler, sir. But my friends call me Hawk.
A corner of his lip twitched up at the name. Well, Hawk, if I don't get time to tell you this later, thank you. We would not have been able to secure the Cardinal on time without you.
Yes, of course, sir. My honor.
He could see the smile in her eyes as he turned away from her. Signal the teams, he said, already moving toward the maintenance access panel at the far end of the corridor. We move in 5. Hawk melted back into the shadows of the tunnels, leaving Jameson alone with his thoughts. He crouched beside the panel, fingers working the encrypted lock Callum had reprogrammed days ago. The metal cover slid away with barely a whisper, revealing the dark tunnel beyond. Shadera's face slipped into his head, and the thought of what would happen to her today sent a surge of rage through his body, so intense that his vision blurred at the edges. He'd heard enough about the vow ceremony at their last meeting, and he could barely stomach it. He forced the image away. Rage made men careless. Rage got men killed, and he couldn't afford to die. Not today. Not when she needed him. His comms unit vibrated against his wrist. Ghost! Callum's voice came through, low and distorted. Surveillance loop is active. Heart security is blind to the cardinal sectors. You're clear to proceed.
Copy that,
Jameson replied, adjusting the earpiece that would keep him connected to the rebel network throughout the day.
Moving to position Alpha. What's your status?
In place at the club. You have 2 hours to make it to the heart before patrols start.
Understood,
Jameson answered as the line fell silent. He straightened, rolling his shoulders to release the tension that had settled there. Behind him, shadows had coalesced into people, his team assembling silently, their faces grim. 100 men and women drawn from the most skilled soldiers, from the Boundary and the Cardinal, each armed with Vera weapons provided by Mikkel, smuggled piece by piece through Callum's networks. Each ready to die for the cause if necessary. He could see the determination in their eyes, the readiness. Some bore fresh wounds from the Vera clash days ago. Others carried older scars, the visible marks of heart oppression etched into flesh and bone. All of them had lost something to Maximus's regime. All of them had reason to fight. Hawk snaked through the crowd until she was standing in front of Jameson, her mask pulled down now. A large scar cut from ear to ear on the bottom half of her face, a permanent smile he knew could have only been gifted to her by the Vera. It was their signature for women who refused to kneel to them, who refused to smile for them. If they would not do it on their own, the Vera would do it for them.
Pharaoh's unit is in position,
she said, slipping to his right side.
Says they've secured the access points to the power grid. They'll cut it when the signal comes.
Jameson nodded.
And Jaeger's teams?
Already inside the heart. Moved in during the night shift change.
A small victory, but significant. If the Daggermouths were already in place, their chances improved considerably. The assassins would target key security points with snipers, eliminating resistance before it could organize against the main rebel force.
Let's move,
Jameson said, gesturing toward the tunnel.
Single file until we hit the first checkpoint.
He climbed down the ladder first, cracking a glow light and hooking it to his belt. The rebels behind him mirrored his actions, and they began their final trek toward the heart. His thoughts turned to Shadera again, as they always did in quiet moments. He missed her in a way that made it hard to breathe. Of course he missed the intimacy of her in his arms, of the feel of her skin against his, but that was the least of it. He missed his best friend. She was his person before he'd ever truly fallen for her. The simplicity of it made it even more honest. She was just his person, and he missed her. For now, he would keep his unit safe, stay focused on making sure they all made it into the heart alive. But tonight, his only goal was to make sure Shadera made it out with her life. Chapter 35, 9 a.m. Greyson's head tilted up as the sound of boots filtered through the air. Slowly, one by one, Vera came into view and lined the wall on the other side of the glass as Mikkel followed them into the room. Greyson knew it was him just by the way he stood. He hesitated at the entrance for only a second before falling in line with his men. His father stepped through the doorway next, and Greyson stared at him, refusing to lower his gaze. A fresh wave of hate threatened to choke him.
Good morning.
Maximus's voice was pleasant, almost cheerful.
I trust you've had time to reflect on our conversation.
Greyson said nothing. His silence was all he had left, the only defiance he could muster while bound to the chair. Maximus punched a code into the cell door. It slid open with a hiss, and Maximus recoiled slightly as the stench of the cell hit him. Goosebumps spread over Greyson's skin as the sudden stream of cool air and relief crashed over his body. The door was open, one step closer to getting out of this fucking cell.
Today is a joyous day.
Maximus clasped his hands behind his back.
Your ceremony begins in 3 hours. Captain Mikkel will be escorting you and your intended back to your quarters to prepare for this magnificent union.
Greyson's jaw clenched so hard his teeth ached.
Remember our agreement,
Maximus continued, stepping closer to Greyson's chair. Close enough that he could smell the expensive cologne that clung to his suit, a scent that had haunted his nightmares since childhood.
You will participate fully You will speak the words as written. You will smile. He leaned down, his golden mask inches from Greyson's face. And you will consummate the vow as tradition demands. Bile rose in Greyson's throat. The consummation, the final degrading requirement of the vow ceremony. Still Greyson stayed silent. I only came to wish my son luck on the most important day of his life, Maximus said, turning back toward the door. Remember, your cooperation today decides the fates of many. He didn't say another word as he strode from the cell, passing Mikkel. Mikkel's faceplate followed the president until he disappeared through the outer door. Then his head turned back to Greyson. Remove his restraints, Mikkel ordered the officers. Then bring out the Daggermouth. One officer stepped forward, a knife appearing in his hand. He began to slice through the cords binding Greyson to the chair, starting with those around his chest. Each severed rope eased the pressure, but as blood rushed back into his compressed muscles, pain flared like fire beneath his skin. Greyson bit back a groan as the last cord fell away. His limbs felt foreign, leaden, refusing to respond properly as he tried to stand. The officer gripped his arm, not roughly but firmly, supporting him as his legs threatened to buckle. Slowly, Mikkel advised, watching him with an intensity that made Greyson uncomfortable. You've been bound for more than 48 hours. The information registered dimly through the haze of pain. 2 days. 2 days of thirst and hunger and filth and Shadera's muffled cries from the next cell. Shadera. His head turned toward the frosted glass wall that separated their cells, straining to hear any sound from her. Nothing. The silence from her side was more terrifying than any cry could have been. Get her out, he croaked, taking a stumbling step toward the door. The officer's hand tightened on his arm, holding him back. Now! Mikkel nodded to the remaining officers, who disappeared from view, heading toward Shadera's cell. Greyson heard the beep of the access code, the hiss of the door, then silence again. When they reappeared, 2 officers supporting a figure between them, Greyson's world contracted to a single point of horror. Shadera hung between the officers, barely conscious, her feet dragging on the concrete floor. Her face, her beautiful, defiant face, was swollen beyond recognition, one eye completely closed, the other a slit in the purple-black mess of bruising. Blood had dried in her hair, matting it to her scalp in dark clumps. Her lip was split in multiple places, chin crusted with blood, both fresh and old. But it was her body that made Greyson's knees nearly give out. Her shirt was torn, revealing glimpses of skin that was no longer skin, just a map of bruises, blacks and greens and blues, and sickly yellows at the edges. She held herself as if her ribs were broken, each breath a shallow, pained affair. Her hands were a ruin, fingers swollen, knuckles split, nails torn and bloody. Greyson's vision blurred. The rage that exploded in his chest was unlike anything he'd felt before, hotter, sharper, more all-consuming than any fury he'd experienced in his violent life. It filled his lungs like acid, burned behind his eyes like molten metal. This was what they had done to her while he sat in his cell, nursing his anger, refusing to speak to her. This was what she had endured while he wallowed in his own pain. They'd barely touched him. A few bruises, the cuts from the cords, the discomfort of thirst and hunger, nothing compared to what they had done to her. And he had left her alone with it, had refused her when she'd reached out to him in her suffering. Shadera, he whispered, the word breaking in his throat. Her good eye flickered at the sound of his voice, focusing on him for a brief moment before sliding away. The deliberate avoidance sent a spike of pain through his chest, sharpening by the second. She needs water, Mikkel said, his voice neutral but something unreadable flowing beneath the current. Both of you do. He snapped his fingers and another officer appeared with 2 bottles of water. Mikkel took them, dismissing the officer with a nod, then handed one to Greyson. He approached Shadera carefully as one might a wounded animal and held the bottle to her swollen lips.
"Drink," he said, his tone softer than before. Shadera's throat worked convulsively as she gulped the water, some of it spilling down her chin and onto her ruined shirt. Greyson watched, his own thirst momentarily forgotten as he witnessed her desperation. When Mikkel finally pulled the bottle away, nearly empty, Shadera sagged further between the officers supporting her. Greyson raised his own bottle to his lips, the cool water a shock to his system after so long without. He drank greedily, some distant part of his mind warning him to slow down, that too much too quickly would make him sick. But his body's demands overrode caution, and he drained the bottle in seconds. "We need to go," Mikkel said, checking his watch. "The vow begins soon." Greyson's rage surged again at the mention of the ceremony. He wanted to lash out, to smash his fist into Mikkel's face, into the faces of every Veyra officer who'd watched Shadera being brutalized. But he couldn't. Not when she was in this state, not when the threat of the ring's destruction hung over them. "Can you walk?" Mikkel asked him. Greyson nodded once, sharply. His legs were unsteady but functioning. More than could be said for Shadera, who remained suspended between her guards, head hanging forward. "Then let's go." Greyson fixed his gaze on Shadera's back as they left the private prison, watching for any sign that she might collapse entirely. Each step she managed, however halting, however supported by the officers, was a testament to a strength he couldn't begin to comprehend. They emerged into his father's residence, the opulence of it an obscene contrast to the cells they'd left behind. Thick carpets, elegant furniture, art that cost more than most Boundary residents would see in a lifetime. It felt like an eternity before they made it to the elevator, before they made it to his floor. Mikkel slid a keycard into the locks that were unfamiliar to Greyson, new, high-tech. He stepped in first and held the door open for his men. The officers deposited Shadera on the sofa, her body folding into it like a discarded doll. Greyson stood in the center of the room, unsure where to go, what to do, how to help her. Mikkel scanned the apartment before turning to Greyson, but saying nothing. Silence stretched between them, uncomfortable and heavy. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Greyson finally asked, the words sounding strange to his own ears, formal, distant, nothing like the screaming rage inside him. Mikkel studied him for a long moment, then turned to the officers. "Wait in the hallway," he ordered. The officers filed out, leaving the door open at Mikkel's back. Still he remained, standing straight, hands clasped behind his back in military precision. Finally, Mikkel cleared his throat as if snapping himself from some trance. "I'll be outside if you need anything," he said, his voice low. "I will step back inside at noon to collect you." He said nothing else as he turned to the door, closing it behind him with a finality that echoed in the quiet apartment. Greyson stood motionless, staring at the closed door, feeling the seconds tick away toward the inevitable. Then he turned to Shadera.
Shame burned hotter than pain as Shadera forced her battered body to move. Every cell screamed in protest, every breath a fresh agony as broken ribs shifted beneath her skin. But she couldn't stay here, couldn't bear the weight of Greyson's gaze on her ruined form a moment longer. She had to hide. Had to get away from those eyes that held so much pity. She would rather endure another beating than see that look on his face again. She pushed herself up from the sofa, swallowing the cry that rose in her throat. Her vision swam, darkness encroaching at the edges, as blood rushed from her head. One step, then another. Her legs trembled beneath her, threatening to fold with each movement. The bedroom door seemed miles away, an impossible distance across the luxury apartment that mocked her broken state with its pristine surfaces and soft furnishings. Don't look at him. Don't let him see what they've made of you. Greyson took a step toward her, his arms reaching for her, preparing to help. She took a step away from him, and his body froze mid-motion, his fingers curling into fists as he brought his arms back to his body. She dragged herself forward, one arm wrapped protectively around her shattered ribs. She could feel Greyson's eyes on her back, burning into her. But she didn't turn, couldn't face the judgment, the disgust, the hatred that would be written there. The bedroom door gave way under her touch, swinging open to reveal the only place she suddenly felt safe. Her gaze fixed on the bathroom door across the room. Just a little further, just a few more steps, and she could collapse in private, could let the tears come without an audience to witness her final humiliation. Her foot caught on the bed's edge, sending her stumbling. Pain exploded through her chest as her broken ribs protested the sudden movement. Still, she bit back the scream, refused to give voice to her weakness. She made it to the bathroom, her hand closing around the doorknob as if it were a lifeline reaching out to her. She put her weight onto it as she dragged herself the last few steps into the room. The door swung closed as she let go of the handle and grabbed the towel rack. Only then did she allow herself to sag against the cool wall, legs finally surrendering to gravity. She slid down slowly, each inch a fresh torment, until she sat crumpled on the floor, knees drawn up as far as her battered body would allow, trying to catch her breath. The marble tiles were cold against her skin, a small mercy in the inferno of pain that was her existence. She stared at her reflection in the glass shower door. A stranger looked back at her, a creature of bruises and blood, one eye swollen shut, the other haunted and hollow. Her face was misshapen, cheekbone possibly fractured, jaw bruised and tender. Her hair hung in matted strands, stiff with dried blood. This was what remained of Shadera KL, the Daggermouth. This broken thing on the bathroom floor. She pushed herself toward the bath, reaching up to turn the faucets with hands that shook violently. Water thundered into the tub, steam rising to fog the mirrors, to blur her reflection into something less monstrous. The sound would mask her tears, her weakness, would hide from Greyson the final disillusion of whatever strength he might have thought she possessed. Tears came then, hot and stinging, as they tracked down her battered face, mixing with fresh blood where they found cuts not yet closed. Her shoulders shook with silent sobs that sent waves of agony through her chest. But she couldn't stop them now. Everything she'd held in during the beatings, during the endless hours in that cell, it all poured out of her in a flood she had no power to contain. The water continued to rain down, its roar almost loud enough to drown out the sound of her own shuddering breaths. Almost, but not quite. She needed to get in, to wash away the blood and filth, to feel clean again, if only for a moment. But the thought of removing her clothes, of seeing the full extent of what they'd done to her body, made her stomach heave. Still, she had to try. Had to at least attempt this tiny reclamation of dignity before they forced her onto that platform to play her part in Maximus's twisted ceremony. Her hands found the counter's ledge, using every last ounce of her strength to pull her upward. She gripped the hem of her torn shirt, steeling herself for what was to come. Then, with a quick breath that sent knives between her ribs, she tried to lift it over her head. The pain was immediate and overwhelming. White-hot agony ripped through her torso as her arms raised, pulling at muscles that had been pulverized, at skin that had been split open and should have been stitched back together. A scream tore from her throat before she could stop it, primal and raw, echoing off the tiled walls. Her vision tunneled, darkness rushing in as her legs gave way beneath her. She was falling, dimly aware that her body was about to hit the unforgiving bathroom floor, that the impact would be one agony too many. But the blow never came. Arms caught her, breaking her fall, cradling her against a solid chest. She felt herself being lowered gently to the floor, heard her name being called from what seemed like a great distance.
Shadera. Shadera, look at me.
Greyson's voice, urgent and tight with an emotion that didn't sound like disgust, that didn't sound like hate. His hand cupped her face, thumb brushing across her injured cheek with impossible gentleness. The contact broke something in her, some final wall that had been holding back the tide of her grief and shame and despair. A sob ripped from her chest, then another, until she was crying openly, ugly sounds tearing from her throat as she curled into herself. "I'm sorry," she gasped between sobs, the words falling from her lips in a desperate litany. "I'm so sorry. For everything, for Brooker, for not knowing. You were right. I am a murderer. I am a monster." Her good eyes sought his face through the blur of tears, searching for some hint of forgiveness, of understanding, but it refused to focus. His arms tightened around her, drawing her closer, one hand cradling the back of her head. He held her as she cried, her tears soaking into his shirt, her body shaking against his. He made no attempt to shush her or stem the flow of her grief. He simply held her, solid and present, an anchor in the storm of her despair. She didn't know how long they stayed that way, her broken and weeping, him silent and steadfast. Time seemed to lose meaning, stretching and contracting with each shuddering breath. The bathwater continued to run, filling the tub to its brim before the automatic overflow kicked in, maintaining the water level with a gentle gurgling sound. Eventually, her sobs quieted, exhaustion claiming what remained of her strength. She sagged against him, drained and empty. Still, Greyson said nothing. The silence between them had changed, though, no longer charged with anger and betrayal, but something almost like acceptance. Finally, he shifted, his arms adjusting their hold on her but not letting go.
"I'm going to help you,"
he said, his voice low and rough, as if the words were being dragged from somewhere deep inside him.
"Let me help you into the bath. Let me help you get out of these clothes."
It wasn't forgiveness. Not yet. It was a man showing that he still had a heart, that despite his own pain, the good man she had come to know still remained.
Greyson's hands trembled as he reached for the scissors in the bathroom cabinet, not from weakness, though his body still ached from captivity, but from the storm of emotions that raged beneath his skin. Anger at his father, at the men who had done this to her, guilt that twisted like a knife in his gut for how he'd treated her, for the words he'd spoken in cold fury, and something else, something that terrified him more than either of these, a desperate tenderness that threatened to shatter what remained of his carefully constructed walls. She sat with her back facing him, small and broken, a shadow of the woman he'd first encountered, and every instinct in his body screamed to protect her, to heal her, to never let her be hurt again. He sank back to his knees, scissors in hand, her ruined clothes stuck to her body with dried blood and sweat. Her breathing was shallow, carefully controlled to minimize the pain. "I'm going to cut these off," he said, his voice gentler than he'd intended. "It'll hurt less than trying to lift them over your head." She nodded once, a small, tight movement that revealed how much pain even that simple action caused her. Greyson swallowed hard, pushing down the rage that threatened to consume him at the sight of her suffering. Rage wouldn't help her now. She needed steady hands, calm words, careful touch. He began with her shirt, slipping the blade of the scissors under the hem and cutting upward in a slow, deliberate motion. The fabric parted easily, revealing inches of skin mottled with bruises, some fresh, some already beginning to heal. Blood pooled underneath her skin that threatened internal bleeding coming from somewhere in her abdomen, but it was what he saw beneath the injuries that forced the oxygen from his lungs. Scars. Dozens of them, old and silvered with time, crisscrossing her body in a chaotic pattern that spoke of years of violence. A knife wound just below her ribs, puckered and raised. A burn that covered her left side, the skin mottled and uneven. Bullet wounds, so many bullet wounds. Her body was a battlefield, a record of survival written in scarred tissue and damaged flesh. Greyson's fingers stilled on the scissors, his throat tightening. These were the evidence of a life lived in brutality, of pain endured and overcome time and again. How had he never noticed? How had he been so blind to the story her body told? He'd seen some of the scars before in that black, backless dress, but somehow it hadn't fully registered. Somehow this close, with nothing to cover her, he was forced to truly understand the violence that her body had seen. He wanted to run his fingers across their ridges, let his lips trace the outlines of the tattoos inked between them.
"It's nothing you haven't seen before,"
she murmured, her voice barely audible over the running water. She was wrong. She was so fucking wrong. He had never seen anything so heartbreaking, so beautiful and horrifying at once. He continued cutting, removing her shirt piece by careful piece to avoid disturbing her injuries. The fabric had adhered to some of her wounds, and he had to wet it with a washcloth to prevent reopening them as he worked. She remained still throughout, only the occasional sharp intake of breath betraying the agony each movement caused her. When her torso was completely bare, Greyson had to clench his jaw to keep from cursing aloud. The unnatural depression on her left side confirmed what he'd suspected. At least 2 breaks, possibly more. Precise injury designed to cause maximum pain without endangering vital organs. His father's men knew exactly what they were doing, how to hurt without killing, how to break without destroying. He moved to her pants next, cutting from ankle to waist in 2 long lines that allowed the fabric to fall away without her having to stand. More bruises revealed themselves, more tattoos, more scars. A particularly vicious one that ran the length of her thigh, another that curved around her knee. The story of her life continuing down her legs, a narrative of pain and survival that made his own scars feel insignificant in comparison. When he'd finished, she sat before him naked and shivering. Despite her injuries, despite the vulnerability of her position, she met his eyes and held his gaze with a dignity that made his chest ache. This was Shadera, the real Shadera, stripped of masks and defenses, of bravado and pride. This was the woman who'd survived horrors he could only imagine, who'd been shaped by pain as he'd been, forged in the same cruel fire that had tempered his own soul. They were mirror images, he realized, both weapons crafted by others' hands, both scarred by the roles they'd been forced to play, both longing for something they could barely name. Freedom, perhaps, redemption, a chance to be more than what violence had made them. "The water's getting cold," he said, the words inadequate against the magnitude of what he felt. Shadera nodded, still watching him with that single wary eye. She tried to stand, her legs trembling with the effort, and Greyson moved without hesitating, sliding one arm beneath her knees, the other supporting her back, lifting her with a care he hadn't known he possessed. Her body felt fragile against his chest despite the strength he knew it contained. He could feel her heartbeat, rapid and shallow, her skin cool beneath his touch. He lowered her gently into the water, supporting her head as she hissed at the initial contact with her injuries. Steam rose around them, fogging the mirrors, creating a world that existed only in this moment, separate from the horrors that awaited beyond the bathroom door. For a few precious minutes, there was no vow ceremony, no heart, no boundary, just two broken people finding a moment of peace in the midst of chaos. "Is it too hot?" he asked, hands still wrapped around her as if he was scared to let her go. She shook her head slightly, eyes closing as the warmth began to ease some of the tension from her battered body.
"It's perfect,"
she whispered. Greyson remained kneeling beside the tub, watching as the water turned pink with diluted blood, as her face softened slightly with the first real relief she'd experienced in days. Something twisted in his chest at the sight, something that felt dangerously close to forgiveness. His brother's ghost seemed to hover in the steam-filled room, a presence impossible to ignore. Shadera had killed him. Unknowingly, yes, but the fact remained. His blood was on her hands. Greyson should hate her for that, should want nothing to do with her, should walk away and leave her to face whatever fate awaited them both. But he couldn't. The hate that had burned so fiercely in his cell had cooled, transformed into something more complex, more painful. He looked at her now and saw not his brother's killer, but a woman who had been used just as he had been, a pawn in his father's game, manipulated into becoming the instrument of Brooker's death without ever knowing the truth. Could he forgive that? He didn't know. The wound was still too raw, the loss too profound, but he knew he couldn't continue to blame her for it. "I should go," he said finally, reluctantly withdrawing his hand from where it clung to her body. "Give you some privacy." Her eyes opened, finding his face with an intensity that made his breath catch. For a moment he thought she might ask him to stay. Part of him hoped she would, but she simply nodded, another of those small, careful movements designed to minimize pain. Emotional now, not physical.
"Thank you,"
she said, her voice steadier than before.
"for helping me."
Greyson stood, his muscles protesting after so long in one position. He moved toward the door, each step taking him further from her. At the threshold he paused, his hand on the doorknob, his back to her. He couldn't bring himself to turn around, to look at her again. If he did, he might not find the strength to leave. "They are going to die today, the Vera that touched you," he breathed. "And then I am going to kill my father." Chapter 36. 11 a.m. Callum's office had transformed into a war room. Maps covered the polished surface of his desk, marked with entry points, security rotations, and escape routes. Weapons were arranged neatly on a side table, sleek, expensive models that would never be tracked back to him if things went wrong. 3 different devices sat before him, each connecting to a different line of communication. One for the Vera comms, one for his men, one for the rebellion. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. His heart thundered against his ribs, but his hands remained perfectly still. Years of practice, of negotiating with the most dangerous people in Newfound Haven, had taught him to conceal his fear beneath a veneer of calm. His eyes flicked to the screen, showing the plaza where the vow ceremony would take place. Vera officers patrolled in regular intervals, their masks gleaming in the morning sun. Somewhere among them, blending perfectly, were Jaeger's mercenaries. Daggermouths disguised as security, as staff, as innocent bystanders, the perfect predators hidden in plain sight. They were so close to ending this, so close he could taste it. He lifted his tablet to his ear and listened for one ring until Jaeger's voice cut through. "Status report," Jaeger said without any pleasantries. "Surveillance is clear," Callum confirmed, typing a command into his keyboard that would begin the loop he'd programmed into the Heart's security system. The cameras are blind to the plaza now. Get your snipers in position. Understood, Yeager replied, not waiting for a response as the line went quiet. Callum swallowed, imagining the scene playing out in the plaza. Yeager's people would be drawing their weapons now, securing positions, preparing for the moment when Greyson and Shadera would be brought out for the ceremony. No one watching would notice anything amiss, not until it was too late. He set his tablet down, reaching for the Vera transmitter. He took a deep breath, clearing his throat before pressing down on the button. Central Command to Plaza Unit, confirm status of the executioner. Callum modulated his voice, adopting the flat, emotionless tone of a Vera officer. There was a pause, longer than there should have been. Callum's fingers tightened around the transmitter. Had he made a mistake? Used the wrong code phrase? Then Mikkel's voice came through, perfectly composed. Executioner secure. Moving to Plaza in 45 minutes with subject. Subject. Shadera, a woman reduced to an object. Guilt twisted his gut. He had manipulated Greyson with the unshared knowledge of Brooker's survival, had pulled his best friend's strings to convince him to get close to her. He had known at some point they would need her on their side, and used Greyson as a pawn. Some days he truly felt as if he was no better than the rest of the garbage in this city. Confirmed, Callum replied. Maintain escort protocol. He ended the transmission, exhaling slowly. Mikkel was the linchpin, the inside man with direct access to both prisoners. If he turned on them, if he had been compromised. No, he couldn't think that way. Trust was a commodity in short supply, but they had no choice but to extend it now. Mikkel had proven himself loyal to the cause, had risked everything to protect his son. His son. The truth still stunned Callum, though he'd had days to process it. He knew most secrets kept in this city, but this one he had not been prepared for. Greyson Sorrell, son of Mikkel, not Maximus. He checked his watch. 30 minutes until the first phase needed to be complete. His throat felt dry, constricted. He reached for the glass of water on his desk, careful not to disturb the maps as he took a drink. His fingers swiped over his tablet, punching in the numbers for his third status report. Ghost, what's your position? Jameson's voice came through immediately, thrumming with anticipation. In position at entry point. Team's ready for ascent. Callum pulled up a different screen, this one showing the old maintenance shaft that led directly from the Cardinal to the Heart, to the basement of his club. The access point should have been sealed years ago, but Callum had bribed the right officials, falsified the right reports. On paper, it didn't exist anymore. Shaft is secured, Callum confirmed, checking the feed one last time. You're clear to begin your ascent. Remember, when you arrive in the basement, do not leave it under any circumstances until you receive the signal. Copy that. A pause, then Jameson added. Any word on Shade? The concern in his voice was unmistakable. She's alive, he said, moving to the plaza with Greyson. Mikkel is with them. A tense silence followed before Jameson answered. Understood. Callum pulled the tablet from his ear. He knew what Jameson was thinking, that Mikkel had better have protected her, that someone would pay if she had been harmed. The love Jameson had for Shadera was as obvious as it was hopeless. Some part of Callum pitied him for it. 3 calls down. His fingers hesitated to dial the number. This was different. They'd barely spoken since the meeting outside of required conversation about the rebellion. He scratched at his brow, an uncomfortable feeling settling into his chest, then dialed her number. She answered on the first ring, her voice clear and focused.
Yes?
Just hearing her steadied something in him. Lyra had always been his constant, his North Star. 5 years of watching her from a distance, of loving her in silence, had taught him to recognize every nuance in her voice. She was afraid, but resolute, ready. Are the drones in position? He asked, focusing on the mission first.
Yes,
she replied.
All media feeds are secure and ready. The primary broadcast will begin in 30 minutes, and the secondary feeds showing people arriving are already live.
Callum nodded. The media was her domain, the official channels through which the Heart disseminated its propaganda, now reprogrammed to serve the rebellion instead. When the time came, they would broadcast the truth, and no one would be able to look away. And Brooker?
He and his Vera are at the base. They are working to secure the bombs.
Good, he said. That's good. A silence stretched between them, filled with all the things they hadn't said, all the fears they hadn't voiced. Lyra would be the most exposed of all of them when this began. She would be standing beside her father on that platform, playing her role as the dutiful daughter, one last time while the rebellion erupted around her.
Callum?
Her voice was softer now, private. I'm still here. He closed his eyes, picturing her face. Lyra, The words caught in his throat. 5 years of hiding how he felt, and now, when it mattered most, he found himself hesitating again. No, not this time. I love you, he said, the words rushing out like water breaking through a dam. Please be safe today. Please come back to me. She hesitated for a breath.
I love you too, Callie.
A pause, then stronger.
I'll see you tonight, when this is over.
She ended the call before he could respond. Callum stared at the tablet in his hand, a strange mix of elation and dread coiling in his stomach. He hadn't lost her. They might die today. Both truths existed simultaneously. He set the tablet down and leaned back in his chair, surveying the screens again. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. The rebels were in position, the surveillance was compromised, the weapons were distributed, the prisoners were being moved, the broadcasts were ready. It was going too smoothly.
Chapter 37, 11:45 a.m. The warm water had eased some of the pain, but Shadera's body still felt like a battlefield. Each movement, a fresh skirmish against her broken ribs and battered flesh. She stood in the center of the bedroom, hair dripping onto the floor, the towel clutched to her chest. Every breath was a negotiation, shallow and careful, to avoid disturbing the fractured treaty with her ribcage. Her gaze drifted to the bed. She hadn't noticed it when she'd come home. Had been too deep in her mind to see anything but the pathway to the bathroom. A dress, long white silk, with a slit that would reach her thigh, and a neck and back that plunged dangerously low. Beside it lay a shawl to cover her arms and shoulders, and her mask. The skull stared back at her, almost taunting her, reminding her of what she brought into this world. Death. Something else caught her eye. A small silver tray, holding a folded note and a collection of white pills. Shadera moved toward it, each step sending ripples of pain through her body. Her muscles protested, begging for rest, for stillness, for mercy she couldn't afford to grant them. Not today. She reached the bed and picked up the note with fingers that felt clumsy and swollen. The handwriting was elegant, flowing. Nothing like her own jagged scrawl. Your dress for today. Do not hide the damage he has done to you. Let the world see the monster he really is when the time is right. The pills are for the pain. You will need them. Her eyes moved to the next line as she stilled. For what it's worth, I always wanted a sister. XO. Lee. P.S. You can trust the captain. Shadera read the note again, then a third time, the words sinking into her consciousness and churning out guilt. Lyra didn't know what she had done to her brother. She read the words again. I always wanted a sister. Sister. Family. Belonging. Things Shadera had buried so deep within herself that she'd nearly forgotten the ache of their absence. Things she'd convinced herself she didn't need, didn't want, couldn't have. She pushed the thoughts away, picking up the tray and dumping the pills into her mouth. She swallowed them dry, feeling their bitter taste scrape down her throat. Whatever they were, painkillers, stimulants, poison, she'd know soon enough. At this point, relief in any form was welcome. She let the towel drop, the air cool against her naked skin, and avoided her reflection in the mirror as she moved toward the window. The plaza below was filling with people, Hart citizens in their finest clothes, their masks gleaming as they gathered for the spectacle to come. Her stomach twisted at the sight of them, at their eager anticipation of the ceremony that would bind her to Greyson forever. Not that forever would be very long for either of them. Death seemed the most likely outcome for both of them, regardless of what choices they made, what orders they chose to obey. The drugs began to take effect, spreading through her system like warm honey, dulling the sharp edges of her pain, without clouding her mind. Relief flooded her muscles, allowing her to straighten slightly, to draw a deeper breath, without the knife-like stab between her ribs. She took one last look at the plaza below, at the predators gathering, hungry for others' suffering, then turned away and moved toward the dress. The fabric slipped through her fingers like water, cool and sleek against her skin. Lyra had chosen well. The high slit would allow her to move, to fight if necessary, but she doubted that was her reason for choosing it. Do not hide the damage he has done to you. Let the world see the monster he really is when the time is right. Understanding dawned slowly. This wasn't just a dress. It was a statement, a weapon, evidence. Shadera slipped it over her head, wincing as she raised her arms to guide it down her body. The silk clung to her curves, the white fabric stark against her dark skin. The neckline dipped between her breasts, exposing more bruising along her collarbones, while the back plunged low enough to reveal the constellation of scars and bruising glittered there. She gathered the scarf in her arms as she slipped into the black heels at the foot of the bed, then reached for the mask last, the familiar weight settling in her hands. The skull grinned back at her, as if it was the promise of death, a reminder of what she was, what she had always been. She forced herself to take a deep breath, testing the medicine's limits, then exhaled as she turned toward the door. It was time.
Greyson stood in the center of the living room, staring at the note in his hand as if it might transform into something else if he glared at it long enough. Lyra's script swam before his eyes, each word a weight settling into his bones. Trust the captain. He's with us. When the time comes, follow his lead. The rest of the note contained instructions for the ceremony, details he'd already committed to memory, but it was those 3 words that kept repeating in his head. Trust the captain. A soft sound pulled his attention away from the paper, the soft click of heels against marble. He dragged his eyes upward and audibly gasped. She was light, given form, standing at the edge of the room. The dress exposed the brutality of what she had survived these last few days, the bruises blooming across her skin like violent flowers. And yet, despite it all, despite the damage mapped across her skin, she was breathtaking. Something caught in Greyson's chest as the realization finally, truly settled into him. This woman was about to become his wife. The thought should have disgusted him, should have filled him with rage, with revulsion. Instead, he felt a strange, twisted knot of emotions that he couldn't begin to untangle. Protectiveness, admiration, desire, guilt, all of it tangled up with one single, horrifying truth. He wanted to be her husband.
Did you get one from Lyra, too?
Shadera asked, her voice rougher than usual, proof of the screams she'd swallowed in that cell. Greyson's throat worked, suddenly dry. He cleared it with a sharp cough, forcing his gaze back to the paper in his hand. "Yes," he answered, the word coming out hoarse. "It was left by my suit." She took a step into the room, moving carefully. She must have received medicine as well, he realized, noting how she held herself straighter than should have been possible with her injuries. Still, he could see the cost of each movement in the tightness around her mouth, the careful way she distributed her weight. The air was tight between them now, charged and uneasy in a way it hadn't been before. The casualness in how they'd existed around one another, even while planning each other's deaths, was gone, replaced by caution.
Mine said we can trust the captain,
she said, her good eye fixed on his face, searching for his reaction. Greyson nodded once, sharp and quick. Mine says the same. His gaze flicked toward the door separating them from the Vera, then back to her. If that's the case, we should prepare ourselves. Confusion flickered across her features.
What do you mean?
He gestured his head toward his bedroom at her back as he strode toward it. As Greyson passed her, for one single second his eyes fluttered shut, his breath catching in his lungs as her scent engulfed him. A low groan slipped over his lips as he forced himself to keep moving. She followed him down the hallway and into his room, then paused at the threshold of his closet as he entered. He moved to the back corner and knelt. His fingers found the edge of a floorboard, lifting it to reveal a hidden compartment beneath. Inside lay a small arsenal, 4 handguns, a collection of knives, spare ammunition, all with serial numbers that would never be traced back to him, unlike the ones in his weapons room. He glanced up at Shadera as she leaned against the doorframe to steady herself. Greyson selected one of the guns and checked its chamber, then rose, extending the weapon toward her, grip first. "Are you going to shoot me with this one?" he asked, trying to push them back to comfortable territory. She stared at the gun, then at him, her brow furrowing as the corner of her mouth twitched upward.
Yes.
Something loosened in Greyson's chest, a knot of tension unwinding at this small sign that not everything between them was broken beyond repair. He found himself almost smiling back, a grim twist of his lips that felt foreign on his face after days of pain and rage. "Well, can you at least wait until after I've shot my father?" She pulled the gun from his hand.
I can definitely try, but I'll probably get to him before you.
"You want to bet?" he asked, selecting another gun for himself. 20 credit says I shoot him first. Shadera laughed now, and the sound almost brought him to his knees.
1,000 credits says you won't even have the safety off before I put a bullet in his skull and yours.
Greyson shook his head, a grin now spreading over his face. "Deal." Greyson met her gaze, and even with the humor, he saw the same murderous intent reflected there that burned in his own chest. In that moment, they understood each other perfectly, 2 weapons pointed now at the same man. He turned back to the cache as Shadera took another step into the room, selecting a smaller gun that could be concealed in a thigh holster. "Take as many as you can hide," he advised, reaching for a knife next. "We don't know how this will play out, but if I were you, I'd carry as many as possible." The voice from the doorway sent Greyson spinning, gun raised and aimed before he fully registered the movement. He stepped in front of Shadera in the same motion, his body instinctively placing itself between her and the threat. Mikhail stood in the entrance to his room, his Vera mask betraying nothing of his expression beneath. He made no move to draw his own weapon, showed no reaction to the gun pointed at his chest. He simply stood there, hands clasped behind his back in that perfect military posture Greyson had seen his entire life. "It's 11:45. We need to go. The ceremony begins in 15 minutes, Mikhail said, gesturing toward the window before turning away from them. "I'll be by the door." Greyson slowly lowered his gun, turning back to face Shadera, whose eyes were just as wild as she clung to his arm. Trust the captain.
Chapter 38. The Vow. Lyra moved through the crowd, her path to the platform opening before her, as if by right. Bodies parted without hesitation, their masked faces tilting in respect as she passed. The air in the plaza was thick, suffocating with anticipation. Thousands gathered for the vows that would bind Shadera and Greyson. Lyra's stomach clenched, bile rising in her throat as her fingers closed around the tablet in her pocket. She had minutes now, just minutes to set everything in motion. She glanced up to the platform where her father already stood at its apex, his golden mask gleaming brighter than any, the full weight of his presence pressing down upon the crowd. Her mother stood a few steps behind him, head dipped in submission. Her lungs felt too small suddenly, unable to draw enough air. Her pulse thundered in her ears, drowning out the murmurs of the crowd. This was it. There would be no going back. Lyra slipped the tablet from her pocket and pressed it to her ear, turning slightly away from the platform. Her fingers trembled as she dialed, the encrypted line connecting almost instantly.
I can see you on the feeds.
Callum's voice was warm, amused, trying to calm her.
You look terrified. Remember to breathe.
His casualness, his easy confidence, cut through her. He had no idea what she was about to do, what she had already set in motion. "I'm sorry," she said, the words barely audible over the pounding of her heart. A beat of silence.
What's wrong?
The warmth drained from his voice, replaced by concern. Lyra swallowed hard, watching as the final preparations were made on the platform. The cylindrical veil hung suspended above the altar, ready to descend at the crucial moment. Soon, Greyson and Shadera would stand beneath it. "I can't let it happen," she said finally. "I can't let them take Shadera to that room. You don't understand what happens there."
Lyra?
The alarm in his voice was growing.
What are you talking about?
She glanced up at the platform. "I found documents. I didn't know until a few days ago, until I really started digging. She won't just be forced to consummate the marriage with Greyson." Her breath shuddered. After Greyson and her, my father, his men, they rape them. They rape them and make their husbands watch." The words spilled out of her now. "It's not just a consummation of the marriage. It's a consummation of their loyalty to the heart and its leaders." She could hear Callum gasp. She pictured him in his office, surrounded by screens, watching her through a dozen different camera angles, trying to piece together what she was saying. "I have a plan," she said, her voice steadier now, as her resolve hardened. "I should have told you, but I knew you'd try to stop me. All of you would have. But this was the only way."
The only way for what?
Panic edged into his tone now.
Lyra, whatever you're thinking, don't do it. The plan is working. Jameson's teams are in position. Pharaoh is about to cut the power to the checkpoints inside the heart to let them into the plaza. We're almost there.
"I can't wait till tonight." She watched as Vera officers arranged themselves at the base of the platform, hands clutched around their guns. "I will not let them take her to that room. I won't."
Tell me what you're planning. Let me help you.
Callum insisted, his words coming faster now. "Just let the others know that it's starting."
Lyra, please.
"I'm sorry," she whispered, hearing the desperation in his voice and hating herself for causing it. "I love you." She ended the call before he could respond, slipping the tablet back into her pocket. Her eyes burned, tears screaming to be freed. But she blinked them away. There was no room for weakness now. No room for doubt. She climbed the steps to the platform, each one bringing her closer to the moment that would change everything. Her father turned as she approached, his golden mask catching the light, hiding whatever expression lay beneath.
Is everything all right?
Maximus asked, his voice pitched low enough that only she could hear. Lyra nodded, meeting his eyes without flinching. "Yes, Father. I was just confirming that the billboards and the rings have the live streams working properly." He studied her for a long moment, as if trying to read beyond her words, beyond her mask. Then he nodded once, satisfied.
Good. Everything must be perfect today.
Lyra took her place beside her mother, feeling the weight of 1,000 eyes upon her. Alara stood tall and elegant. Lyra had always wondered what expression her mother wore beneath that mask, what thoughts passed behind those eyes that watched the world through metal slits. She nearly gasped aloud when her mother's hand slipped into hers, fingers intertwining and squeezing gently. "I have never been more proud to have you as my daughter," Alara whispered, her voice so soft it was barely a breath. Lyra's mind reeled, her carefully constructed calm cracking at the edges. What did that mean? Did she know? Before she could process, before she could fully latch on to the words, a stir ran through the crowd. Heads turned, bodies shifted, creating a path from the edge of the plaza to the platform. Greyson and Shadera had arrived. They moved in perfect synchronization, side by side, but not touching. Greyson wore formal black, his mask the obsidian piece he'd worn all his life. Shadera walked beside him, the shawl draped over her shoulders, covering the evidence of her suffering. But Lyra could still see the bruises marring her neck, disappearing beneath the fabric, only to reappear on her exposed leg through the high slit. Bile rose in her throat as they ascended the platform steps. This was it. Her heart thundered in her chest as Greyson's eyes caught hers, and he gave her a small nod. Shadera's eyes stayed focused forward, her chest rising and falling, just as fast as Lyra's. They took their places on either side of the altar within the golden cylinder, standing like statues, barely breathing. The crowd fell silent, anticipation crackling like electricity in the air. Lyra stepped forward, aware of the media drones hovering closer, capturing her every movement. "Citizens of Newfound Haven," she began, her voice carrying through the live feed at her back. "We gather today to witness the union of two worlds, the heart and the boundary, joined in sacred vow." The words tasted like ash on her tongue, but she spoke them clearly, playing her part one final time. "The ceremony has now begun." The drones shifted, focusing now on her father as he moved to stand behind the altar. Maximus raised his hands, a gesture that silenced even the whispers that had begun to stir in the crowd.
"The heart endures,"
he intoned, and paused as thousands of voices echoed the words back to him.
"This is a day of great celebration, a promise of a brighter future for our great city. Unity between rings, a symbol that will forge bonds."
His voice rolled across the plaza, practiced and powerful.
"Greyson, Shadera, you may face each other now and join hands across the altar."
They turned toward each other slowly, lifting their hands until they met across the altar. Lyra could barely breathe, could barely hear anything over the sound of her own pulse as she watched their fingers wrap around each other. Even from where she stood, Lyra could see the tension in their bodies, the forced nature of the gesture. Maximus continued the ritual, his voice rising and falling in the familiar cadence of the vow ceremony. Words about duty, about honor, about the sacred traditions of the heart. It was static. All of it was static.
What the fuck was she planning? Callum's mind raced through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Her voice had been calm, too calm. The voice of someone who'd already accepted the consequences of their actions, who'd made peace with them. He leaned closer to the screen, scanning every angle of the plaza. Security patterns, normal. Vera positions, unchanged. Nothing visibly amiss. Callum's fingers flew over his keyboard, checking the status of Jameson's teams. Still in position, no movement. Jaeger's assassins remained hidden among the crowd and perched on rooftops waiting for his signal. He could hear Maximus's voice through the feeds, echoing through every channel. Callum forced himself to focus, to think like the strategist he was, rather than the man terrified for the woman he loved. He reached for his security override panel, the digital interface that controlled his back doors into the Heart's surveillance systems. His password flashed red. Access denied. That wasn't possible. He tried again. The same message pulsed on the screen, mocking him. No, he muttered, fingers flying over the keys as he tried a different approach. Another rejection. A third. Cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Someone had changed the security protocols. Someone had located him in the system and locked him out. Callum grabbed his tablet, punching in Pharaoh's emergency code with trembling fingers. She answered immediately.
I'm a little busy.
Cut the power grids, he interrupted, the words rushing out. Now, right now.
That wasn't the plan.
Fuck the plan, he snapped, his voice rising. Something's wrong. Cut the power to the checkpoints now.
I'm trying,
Pharaoh said, her voice tight with concentration.
It's not working.
What do you mean it isn't working? Panic clawed up his throat. Use the bypass codes.
I am,
she insisted.
They're not going through. The system is rejecting them.
Callum's heart slammed against his ribs. Try again.
Nothing. It's like someone changed everything. Like someone knew exactly what we were planning.
His stomach bottomed out. If Pharaoh couldn't cut the power to the internal checkpoints, Jameson's teams couldn't move beyond the entertainment district. They would be trapped there. He would be trapped there. Lyra called you, Callum said frantically. What did she want?
What?
Pharaoh said, confusion fusing with her panic. What fucking plan did she make with you? His words were a snarl now.
Tonight, at the final ceremony, she was going to release documents to the public revealing her father's corruption. She asked me to help her make copies without the Heart knowing.
That couldn't be what she meant. That was too simple. That was too easy. What else?
Nothing, Callum. What is going on?
There was a breath's pause.
Oh, God. Did she?
No. He refused to believe it. She wouldn't betray them. She wouldn't lock them out of the system. She wanted this as much as any of them. Shoot it, Callum said. Fry the whole fucking power grid if you have to. Just get those checkpoints offline.
Lyra was sure she would faint from breathing so hard. Each shallow breath barely sustained her, as she stood rigid beside her mother, watching the ceremony unfold with the inevitability of an execution. Maximus turned to Shadera, the tilt of his golden mask conveying benevolent authority, as he asked the question that had sealed the fate of countless women before her.
Do you, Shadera Kael, accept this vow? Do you vow to uphold the honor of bowing to your husband, of bowing to the Heart, and the laws of New-Found Haven?
Lyra watched Shadera's chest rise with a deep breath, watched her straighten despite the pain that must have lanced through her body. Yes. The word carried across the plaza, broadcast through speakers that would send it to every corner of the city. A single syllable, devoid of emotion. Lyra's fingernails bit into her palms. Her father turned to Greyson now, his posture shifting subtly from benevolent ruler to stern patriarch.
Do you, Greyson Sorrel, accept this vow? Do you vow to uphold your duty as the head of the family, the educator of the family, and to bow to the Heart and the laws of New-Found Haven?
Greyson's yes was firmer than Shadera's, almost challenging in its clarity. Even through his mask, Lyra could feel the rage radiating from her brother, the violence that simmered beneath his exterior.
By the sacred laws of the Heart,
Maximus declared, raising his hands in a gesture that would be captured by every camera, broadcast on every screen.
Your vows have been recorded into history.
His voice swelled with practiced emotion.
You may now witness each other's faces as husband and wife.
At his command, the veil descended, the golden cylinder lowering smoothly around Greyson and Shadera. It would give them their minute of privacy, the only moment in the ceremony not broadcast to the watching city. Lyra focused on her breathing, forcing each inhale and exhale to steady and slow. She had planned for this moment methodically, had moved pieces on the board with a patience that would have made her father proud, had he known. Had created contingencies and fail-safes, backups for backups. But still, doubt crept in. Doubt and fear and the terrible weight of consequence. It all rested on Greyson and Shadera now. The minute passed in silence, the crowd waiting with collective breath held. Her father stepped forward again, his posture radiating satisfaction and control.
The veil will now rise on the newlywed couple,
he announced, his voice carrying to every corner of the plaza. The golden cylinder began to ascend, inch by slow inch, revealing first Greyson and Shadera's joined hands, then their formal attire.
Citizens of the heart, please welcome Mr. and Mrs. Greyson Sorrell.
The heart remained utterly silent. No applause. No murmurs of approval. No reaction at all, save for a collective inhale that seemed to suck the very air from the plaza. Confusion rippled through her father's stance, a momentary hesitation that would have been imperceptible to anyone who didn't know him as she did. He turned, his movement unnaturally stiff, to face the altar. Maximus froze. Lyra watched the shock move through him like electricity, his body going rigid as stone. The golden mask hid his expression, but she could read the disbelief in every line of his posture, and the slight tremor that ran through his hands. Greyson and Shadera stood side by side, fingers still intertwined, battered faces, bare to the world. No masks, no veils. Shadera's shawl slipped from her bruised shoulders, pulling around her feet, as a note slipped from her fingers, fluttering to the ground at Maximus's feet. He bent to retrieve it, movements mechanical, as if his body were functioning on instinct, while his mind struggled to process the betrayal. Lyra watched as he read her handwriting, her command, her rebellion. Leave them off. His head lifted slowly, the golden mask turning toward her, gaze finding her face across the platform. In that moment, with her father's eyes locked on hers, Lyra felt a lifetime of fear fall away. Fear of his disapproval, fear of his anger, fear of his punishment, all of it dissolving like mist under the rising sun. She had spent her life as his perfect daughter, his diplomat, his puppet, moving when he pulled the strings, speaking the words he put in her mouth. She had smiled through her mask as he built his empire on the broken bodies of the rings. No more. She held his gaze, refusing to look away, refusing to bend. For the first time in her life, she faced her father, not as his daughter, but as his enemy. The silence in the plaza stretched, taut as a wire about to snap. The media drones hovered, capturing every moment of this unprecedented breach of heart law. Slowly, Lyra's hand rose, finding the zipper on the front of her dress and pulling it down. The sound of it sliding over the teeth was the loudest thing she'd ever heard. She shrugged out of it, letting it pull at her feet, letting it reveal the white slip underneath. White, the mark of purity required for the vow, the purity that would be stripped from every woman who ever took it just moments later. But Lyra hadn't had to wait for a vow ceremony, for her father to rip everything from her. She'd only had to wait 14 years for that. She swallowed hard, never taking her eyes from her father's, as she reached up and removed her mask. It slipped from her fingers, falling to the platform with a ringing sound that was almost beautiful in its pitch. Then, slowly, she heard it. The gasps that began to flow from the crowd. Gasps turned to murmurs, and murmurs swelled into a growing wave of sound as women throughout the plaza began to move. One by one at first, then in clusters. They shed their dresses. Expensive gowns fell to the ground, revealing white slips beneath. Their hands reached up, fingers finding the edges of their masks, sealing their fates as they showed their faces. Lyra's heart hammered against her ribs as she watched her own rebellion unfold. She had planted the seeds days ago, whispered truths in the right ears, passed messages through networks of women who had suffered in silence for generations. But seeing it now, this mass defiance, stole her breath. Soon, the plaza was filled with the musical clatter of metal hitting stone as women revealed their faces to the world. Some were scarred, burns, cuts, deliberate disfigurements hidden for years behind clothing, behind masks. Others bore bruises, fresh evidence of what happened behind closed doors in the heart's glimmering towers. Her father's body went rigid as he turned to see the severity of her actions. She could feel his rage radiating like heat, the golden mask no longer able to hide the monster beneath.
What have you done?
He hissed, not caring who could hear it. Lyra lifted her chin, rolling her shoulders back as she took 2 steps forward and looked directly into the eye of the media drone. We are the heart. We are its power. And we are taking it back. Her words rippled through the crowd. Women who had spent their lives as decorations, as possessions, as silent witnesses to atrocity, lifted their faces to the sky. Their expressions ranged from terror to exhilaration. But in each face, Lyra saw the same thing. Freedom.
Chapter 39. This is what hope does. Callum's world collapsed in front of his eyes. Lyra had just signed her own execution order. Maximus would kill her for this. Not quickly, not cleanly. He would make an example out of her, his own daughter. There was no hesitation as Callum started running. He was out of his office and down the stairs before he could even think about the others. All that mattered was Lyra. He had to get to Lyra. He punched in numbers on his tablet as he sprinted out of his club and onto the empty streets. First Pharaoh. No answer. He tried again. No answer. Second Jameson. He would answer. He had to answer. He had only been floors beneath him, waiting for the signal. No answer. No fucking answer. He tried Jaeger next. The line connected this time, but there was nothing. Nothing but static spewed into his ear. Fuck! The word dragged from his lungs as he rounded a corner 2 blocks away from the checkpoint for the entertainment district. He dialed Brooker. No one answered. His stomach twisted, bile rising in his throat as his feet pounded against the pavement. He had to get to her. He had to stop Maximus before he got his hands on her. Had to get her out. He forced himself to slow as he reached the checkpoint, panting as he approached the guards. "I need to pass," he said, not bothering with pleasantries. "Immediately." The officer tilted his head slightly. "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. The plaza is under lockdown. President's orders. No one in or out." "I'm Callum Thane." He injected authority into his voice. "My clearance supersedes any lockdown." "Not this one, sir." The officer's posture shifted subtly, hand moving closer to his weapon. "President Sorrell was explicitly clear. No exceptions." Something inside Callum cracked. A thin fissure in the dam holding back his fear, his rage, his desperation. "You don't understand. I need to get through now." "Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to step back and return to your residence." The officer's hand now rested openly on his holster. "The situation at the plaza is being contained." Contained. The word echoed in Callum's mind, conjuring images of blood and pain and Lyra's broken body. "Please," Callum said, and he didn't recognize his own voice. Stripped of pride, of pretense, raw with a desperation he'd never allowed himself to show. "Please, I need to get to her." The officer's voice hardened as a second officer appeared behind him. "Step back, sir. Final warning." He was going to lose her. Something inside him shattered. His fist connected with the officer's helmet before either of them realized he'd moved. The impact sent pain shooting up his arm, but he barely felt it through the roar of blood in his ears. The officer staggered back, stunned by the unexpected attack, and Callum used the moment to snatch the gun from the Vera's holster. The second officer reached for his weapon, but Callum was faster. The sound of the shot cracked through the streets, echoing off glass and metal. The officer dropped, his lifeless body pouring blood from the bullet through his skull. Callum turned the gun on the first officer. "Let me pass," Callum demanded, voice steady in a way that terrified some distant part of himself. The officer hesitated. Callum shifted the barrel, firing a shot that grazed the man's ear. Not enough to cripple, but enough to prove his intent. "Next one won't miss," he promised. Slowly the man reached for the card hanging at his belt. He unclipped it, then backed toward the checkpoint barrier. Callum watched as he slid the card into the reader, then punched in a code and scanned his palm. A light began to flash green as the electric field disengaged with a soft hum. Callum wouldn't take any chances. He pulled the trigger, and the officer crumpled to the ground as Callum broke into a run and passed over the barrier. The twin towers in the center of the plaza rose into the sky. He was so close now. Just 2 more blocks. Just 2 more blocks and he would reach her. Shouts erupted behind him, reinforcements arriving, alerted by the gunshots. He didn't look back. Couldn't afford to waste the seconds. His lungs burned, muscles screaming as he pushed himself harder, faster. He had to get to her. He would do anything to get to her.
Maximus's mask caught the sun as he turned toward Lyra, each movement controlled, deliberate, a predator calculating the kill. Shadera recognized that stillness, had embodied it herself before taking life. And though her body screamed with pain from 100 injuries, though her broken ribs threatened to pierce her lungs with each breath, she moved. Her hand found the slit in her dress, fingers wrapping around the gun strapped to the top of her thigh. The metal was warm from her body heat, familiar and comforting in her grip. As she slid it free, every movement sent fresh fire racing through her torso. But she kept her face blank, refusing to reveal pain. 3 steps brought her between Maximus and Lyra. Her arm extended, the barrel of her gun aimed directly at the golden mask. Steady. Perfect. Even broken, she was the best the Daggermouths had. "Not another step," she said, her voice carrying across the suddenly silent platform. The medicine dulled her pain, but sharpened her focus, narrowing her world to this moment, this confrontation. Maximus's eyes locked on her. His head tilted slightly, as if amused by her defiance.
"You would threaten me?"
His voice carried the confidence of a man who had never faced consequences.
In my heart, surrounded by Vera.
Yes. No hesitation, no fear, only certainty. Greyson appeared at her side, his own gun drawn, aimed at his father's head. The tension in his body matched her own, coiled, ready to spring. She didn't need to look at him to feel his presence, to know they were perfectly aligned in this moment.
It's over, Father,
Greyson said.
Your heart is broken.
Movement flickered at the edge of Shadera's vision. A Vera officer shifting his weight, hand dropping to his weapon. She tracked him without moving her gun from Maximus, calculating angles, timing, priorities. One bullet for Maximus, then pivot to the officer. But that would leave Greyson exposed to. The shot cracked through the air before she could move. The Vera officer dropped, a neat hole through his faceplate, body crumpling, then rolling off the platform's polished surface. Shadera's gaze snapped to the source as horrified gasps rippled through their audience. Captain Mikkel stepped forward from his line of men at the back of the platform, his weapon shifting targets to the president's head.
Traitor!
Maximus hissed at Mikkel, the word dripping with venom. Shadera's fingers tightened on her gun, the weight of it reassuring, despite the tremor spreading through her muscles. 3 guns now pointed at Maximus. The air between them seemed to crystallize, tension drawing it taut, ready to shatter at the slightest movement. Shadera's heart hammered against her ribs, each beat a fresh burst of pain. She could feel blood seeping from her open wounds, crimson staining her dress, warm and sticky against her skin. Maximus tilted his head. Then he laughed. The sound was hollow, echoing strangely behind his mask, a sound devoid of mirth or humanity.
Do you think you've won?
He asked, his voice almost conversational now.
Do you think this is it? The great revolution, the downfall of the heart?
He took a step forward, seemingly unconcerned by the weapons trained on him. Shadera's finger twitched on the trigger, but she held her fire. Something in his confidence made her hesitate. Maximus turned toward Lyra, his eyes fixing on her bare face.
I must admit, daughter, I'm impressed. This...
He gestured toward the scattered masks on the platform, the unmasked women below.
This I didn't anticipate. The only move you've made that I didn't see coming.
His words sent a chill through Shadera's spine. What other moves?
In fact...
Maximus continued, his voice swelling with perverse pride.
I'm proud of you. The only one who managed to get away with something under my nose.
Shadera saw the slight stiffening of Mikkel's back, the stutter in Lyra's chest. They knew something.
Did you truly think I wouldn't know about your plans? Did you think you were so clever hiding the rings underground, thinking it would save them from my bombs?
Shadera's heart stuttered. It wasn't just Lyra who'd acted. Jameson had to be a part of this if the boundary was underground.
While everyone focused on this spectacle,
Maximus said, spreading his arms to encompass the ceremony, the platform.
My loyal Vera were busy elsewhere. They hacked into Callum's system using the same techniques he's so proud of. Fed him false footage while we moved undetected throughout the city.
Her hand tightened on the gun.
The rebels in the entertainment district?
Maximus continued, his voice almost gleeful now.
Detained. It was bloody, I'll admit. Messy. But we managed to keep some of them alive. For questioning. For examples.
Greyson's face had gone pale, and Shadera realized he had been left in the dark like her.
The Daggermouths.
Maximus chuckled, turning his masked face toward Shadera now.
They were rounded up like rats in a trap.
Each word was a knife to her flesh, splitting through skin and twisting.
And Jaeger Nolan, the wolf,
Maximus said, seeming to savor the name.
Your leader, your father figure. I have something special planned for him. Something that will make what you endured in that cell seem like a lover's caress.
No. Shadera's vision blurred, her heart convulsing as its rate quickened. Not Jaeger. He wasn't supposed to leave the boundary. He was never supposed to leave.
Kestrel Ferrum,
Maximus continued, his voice softening in a way that made Shadera's skin crawl.
Oh, she is exquisite, isn't she? Such fire, such intelligence. It would be a pity to waste her. No, I think I'll keep that one. Find uses for her talents. After I break her, of course.
Maximus paused for only a breath, letting his words settle, ferment.
And Callum.
Maximus turned back to Lyra, whose face had gone ghostly pale.
Your lover.
Greyson tensed beside her.
Your co-conspirator. I'll take my time with him. Perhaps I'll even let you watch as I peel him apart layer by layer, as I extract every secret, every plan, every thought he ever had about you.
Shadera watched the gears turning in Lyra's mind, watched as she decided how to respond, choosing between begging for his life and not giving her father the satisfaction of seeing her flinch. She chose the latter, and when she spoke, her voice was steady, cold as steel. "And Brooker?" she asked. "What are you going to do to him this time?"
Grayson's vision blurred, the gun in his hand suddenly leaden. What? He breathed, the question directed at Lyra, whose face remained resolute despite the pallor that had crept beneath her skin. It wasn't possible. Couldn't be possible. Maximus laughed, the sound grating against Grayson's eardrums like metal on glass. His father's amusement, his casual dismissal of the pain he'd inflicted, ignited fury in Grayson's chest. "Surprised, son?" Maximus asked, his voice pitched to carry across the platform. "You shouldn't be. Death has always been negotiable in our family, as you know well." Something in Maximus's words made the Vera surrounding them hold their guns higher. Vera loyal to Maximus formed a perimeter, weapons raised, while those who had sided with Mikkel stood their ground, creating a protective formation around Greyson, Shadera, Lyra, and Alara, outnumbered at least 3-1, but unwavering. The tension in the air was a physical thing now, pressing against Grayson's skin, filling his lungs with each labored breath. A single wrong move, a twitch of a finger, and the platform would erupt in blood and bullets. Maximus raised his hands, the gesture almost benedictory as he addressed the scattered crowd below. "Citizens of the heart," he called, his amplified voice booming across the plaza. "Return to your homes immediately." The crowd hesitated, uncertainty rippling through the gathered masses. Some began to retreat, filtering toward the exits, while others remained rooted in place, eyes fixed on the drama unfolding above them. "Now," Maximus added, the single word carrying the full weight of his authority. The exodus quickened, people streaming toward the exits in growing numbers, desperate to escape whatever violence they sensed was imminent. But not everyone fled. The women who had removed their masks, hundreds of them, stood firm, forming a defiant knot at the base of the platform. Maximus observed them with an air of detached amusement. "Interesting," he murmured, just loud enough for those on the platform to hear. "Your little rebellion has more backbone than I anticipated, Lyra." He signaled to a squad of Vera who moved immediately toward the women. "Deal with them," he ordered. "I'll address their
disobedience later. The Vera swarmed around the unmasked women, herding them together like livestock. Some went quietly, others fought, their resistance quickly subdued with practiced brutality. Greyson forced himself to watch, to bear witness to the courage they showed, to memorize each face, each act of defiance. Maximus waited for the plaza to empty before he turned his attention back to them and allowed a light chuckle to slip over his lips. "What does she mean about Brooker?" Greyson growled toward his father.
"My poor son," he said, locking his eyes on Greyson. "This is what hope does to you, what love does to you."
He shook his head in disappointment.
"It makes you naive. It makes you dull and blind and weak."
Grayson's finger tensed on the trigger, the urge to end this, to put a bullet through the golden mask and whatever twisted expression lay beneath it, nearly overwhelming. But something held him back, the need to know, to understand.
"Your brother is indeed alive,"
Maximus continued, his voice almost gentle now, as if explaining a difficult concept to a child.
"And he's played you beautifully. Played all of you, really."
"No," Greyson said, the denial automatic, instinctive. "Brooker wouldn't—"
"Wouldn't what?"
Maximus interrupted.
"Wouldn't serve his father? Wouldn't protect the heart? Wouldn't do his duty?"
A harsh laugh escaped him.
"You never did understand your brother, Greyson. Never saw his true nature beneath that facade of compassion."
From the corner of his eye, Greyson saw Lyra's sharp intake of breath, saw Mikhail straighten as if struck. Their reactions made no sense. "What's going on?" he demanded, looking between them. "What aren't you telling me?"
"So many secrets,"
Maximus said, enjoying his confusion.
"So many lies. It must be exhausting trying to keep them all straight."
He took a step closer, unconcerned by the weapons still trained on him.
"I had such fun toying with you, breaking you," he continued. "And it was so easy once you thought the Daggermouth killed your brother."
He gestured toward Shadera.
"I didn't have to tell you anything about Brooker. Could have waited until you figured it out on your own. But I enjoyed watching you crumble, watching you try to reconcile your feelings for the boundary trash with the idea that she killed your hero."
Maximus shrugged.
"It was a test of trust, I suppose. And you passed. You still trusted me, even after every lie I have ever told you. You trusted that I was telling you the truth."
Grayson's stomach clenched, bile rising in his throat as his father's words sank in. Movement below caught his attention, a figure emerging from the perimeter of the plaza, walking with confident strides toward the platform. Grayson's gaze caught on the man, and his world tilted on its axis. Brooker. His brother, alive and whole, a gun in his hand and a smile on his face that Greyson had never seen before, cold, cruel, triumphant. And beside him, stumbling as Brooker dragged him forward, the gun pressed to his temple.
"Kill him,"
Lyra whispered. Then louder, a scream and a sob tearing from her throat all at once.
"Kill him!"
Brooker laughed, the sound so familiar and yet so wrong that it made Grayson's skin crawl. "Gray!" he called up, his voice carrying across the plaza. "I missed you!" Grayson's stomach bottomed out, a hollow sensation spreading through his core, as if everything that had anchored him to the world had suddenly dissolved. His brother who had held him through nightmares as a child, who had taught him to fight, to survive their father's cruelty.
"I killed him."
Shadera said beside him, her voice cracking with disbelief.
"I killed him. He should be dead."
"Unfortunately for you, you didn't," Brooker replied, his smile widening as he tightened his grip on Callum as he struggled against him, blood seeping from a cut above his eye, from his lips. "Though not for lack of trying. Your reputation is well earned, Shade." Brooker pulled down the collar of his shirt to show a thick scar at the base of his neck as he continued to move toward the platform. "I'm gonna have to repay you for this one day. Hurt like a bitch." They reached the base and Brooker forced Callum to ascend the steps ahead of him, the gun never wavering from his head. Up close, Greyson could see the changes in his brother, the harder set of his jaw, the coldness in his eyes that had never been there before. Or perhaps it had, and Greyson had simply been too blind to see it. Lyra reached for Callum and he moved to run to her, but Brooker pulled him back quickly, pushing him to his knees and pressing the gun to his temple. Lyra gasped, tears streaming down her face now.
Please don't, Brooker, please don't hurt him.
"You've been alive this whole time," Greyson said, the words tasting like poison in his mouth as he met Callum's eyes. He had never seen fear there, but now it was exploding in his irises. His eyes flickered to Lyra, then back to him, then again. "Very much so," Brooker confirmed. "Dad and I came up with the plan years ago to plant me in the rings. We took a gamble with my life by buying that contract, but I was willing to die for the heart." His smile didn't falter as he glanced at Shadera. "And I almost did thanks to that bitch." "Dad." Greyson forced the sickness back. His mind reeled, struggling to process the betrayal unfolding before him. His brother, the man he'd idolized, mourned, tried to emulate, had been working against them all along. "The contract was the only way to make the rebel leaders truly trust that I was a deserter," Brooker continued, his tone too close to the sound of his father's. "That my loyalties were with the rings. It took years of planning, of building my cover, of sleeping with cardinal trash and helping the scum of the rings." His smile deepened with something like pride. "But it was worth it because it all came to this moment." Each word was a knife slicing through Greyson's last illusions about his family, his brother, his place in the world. The man before him was a stranger wearing his brother's face, a monster who had orchestrated suffering and death with the same casual cruelty of their father. "We learned a lot about Shadera through the grapevine," Brooker went on, his gaze sliding to her with a coldness that made Greyson's hair stand on end. "Knew how important she was to Jaeger, to Vine, knew they would do almost anything to get her back." Maximus moved to stand beside him, the two of them forming a united front that made his stomach turn. Father and son, power and cunning combined. "Dad and I had just planned to keep her prisoner, but then you had to go and remove your mask in front of everyone. That's when Alara suggested the vow." Brooker nodded toward their mother standing at the back of the platform, shoulders folded in on herself. "That's when the real plan formed. Came together brilliantly, if I do say so myself." Brooker chuckled, squeezing Callum's shoulder and shaking him. "I whispered in Pharaoh's ear that this ceremony would be the perfect time to strike," Brooker continued, "and the information just trickled down. Dad and I didn't have to do anything really but wait and let all the rebel leaders come to us." He laughed again, the sound haunting. "And they did it so easily." Callum made a sound, a snarl struggling against Brooker's grip. "You won't get away with this," he spat, blood spraying from his split lip. "The people know now. They've seen." Brooker pressed the gun harder against his temple, cutting him off. "They've seen what we wanted them to see. A spectacle, a distraction, while we took care of the real threat." His smile was razor sharp now. "And without leaders to oppose us, the rings will be easy to eliminate for a greater purpose." "A greater purpose?" Greyson echoed, unable to keep the disgust from his voice. "Mass murder is your greater purpose?" "Progress," Maximus interjected, his tone reasonable, almost paternal. "The expansion of the heart, the preservation of civilization in a world still recovering from collapse." "You really are the devil," Greyson whispered, but Brooker just laughed. "You were always the weaker brother," he said, shaking his head. "So emotional. It makes sense you would have a different father. Something so weak couldn't come from Maximus." The words hit Greyson with astonishing force, driving the air from his lungs. Different father? He saw his mother straighten, saw Mikkel's hand tighten on his gun. "What is he talking about?" Greyson demanded, looking from face to face, searching for answers in their expressions as he raised his gun a little higher. Maximus stepped closer to him, one hand coming to rest on his arm with false affection as Greyson's gun pressed against his chest. "That's right," he said, his voice dripping with contempt. "Your mother is a whore who spread her legs for Mikkel, and weakness is the only thing that came out of it." The world stopped, expanded, contracted. Greyson felt as if he were standing outside himself, watching the scene unfold from a distance. Mikkel, his father, not Maximus. The revelation should have been earth-shattering, should have rewritten everything he knew about himself. Instead, it felt like confirmation of something he'd always sensed. The wrongness of his place in the Sorrel family. The disconnect between himself and the man he'd called father. Mikkel finally pulled his helmet off, letting it fall to the platform with a clatter that echoed across the plaza. His face, a face Greyson had known his entire life without truly seeing, was contorted with rage, eyes fixed on Maximus with murderous intent. "Get your hands off of him," he snarled, raising his gun higher. Something in Greyson snapped. All the rage, all the pain, all the betrayal of the past days, years, lifetime coalesced into a single burning point of clarity. This ended now. He adjusted his aim, finger tightening on the trigger, ready to put a bullet through the golden mask that had haunted his nightmares since childhood, but the Veyra were faster. The first shot came from somewhere to his right, one of Maximus's loyal officers firing in Mikkel's direction. Then another and another until the air was thick with the sound of gunfire, the acrid smell of cordite burning Greyson's nostrils. Chaos erupted on the platform. Mikkel's men returned fire, bodies falling on both sides. Shadera dropped to one knee, firing and dropping Veyra after Veyra. Alara ducked behind the altar, clutching it with shaking hands. Brooker's grip on Callum must have slackened because in the next breath, Callum twisted away, lunging toward Lyra with desperate speed. He ran for her, reaching for her as bullets whizzed past them. Greyson felt it in the air, felt it shift around him as a scream built on the tip of his tongue, but he was too late. The shot came from Brooker's gun, a single bullet to the back of Callum's head. His body jerked once, then crumpled to the platform, blood pooling beneath him in an expanding circle of crimson. The world stilled, every sound muting except the single horrifying scream that erupted from Lyra's throat. It was a sound of pure anguish, a sound that seemed to tear through the entire city, echoing between its buildings. To Greyson's eyes it was slow, an eternity as she ran to Callum, heedless of the bullets still flying around them. He watched Lyra drop to her knees beside his body, could see her lips moving and forming Callum's name as tears fell onto his body, but he couldn't hear anything now past the static. A bullet caught her in the shoulder, spinning her sideways as every sense crashed back into Greyson's body. He lunged for her, slipping over blood and bodies as he fought his way toward his wounded sister, his best friend. His best friend. A Veyra officer tackled him from behind, driving him to the platform floor with bone-jarring force. His gun skittered away across the polished surface, out of reach. He fought, twisting beneath the officer's weight, but more hands joined, pinning him down. Around him, Mikkel's loyal Veyra were falling, overwhelmed by superior numbers. One by one, they dropped until only Mikkel himself remained standing, back to back with Shadera as they fired in desperate defense. But it wasn't enough. Couldn't be enough. A bullet caught Shadera in the thigh, driving her to one knee with a strangled cry. Another grazed Mikkel's arm, leaving a smoking furrow in his flesh. They were losing, had already fucking lost. "Get my daughter out of here," Maximus commanded, gesturing toward Lyra, who still clutched Callum's body, her sobs transformed to a keening wail that tore something from Greyson's soul. "And my son, keep the air safe." Vera officers moved to obey, dragging Lyra away from Callum. She fought like a wild animal, kicking, screaming, her fingers leaving bloody trails across the platform as they separated her from his body. Other officers surrounded Brooker, forming a protective barrier as they escorted him from the platform, away from the violence.
No!
Lyra screamed, the words so raw and broken.
No! Callum, let me go! Callum!
Greyson struggled harder against the hands that held him, desperate to reach her, to help her, but they forced him down, a knee pressing between his shoulder blades until he could barely breathe. He watched as they dragged Lyra away, her screams growing fainter as they pulled her down the stairs and out of the plaza. Shadera snarled at the 3 officers holding her down, rage twisting her face as she thrashed against them. Mikkel stood still, arms pinioned behind his back. Maximus approached Greyson slowly, drawing a sleek pistol from inside his jacket. He stood over him, the golden mask betraying nothing of the expression beneath, but Greyson could feel the triumph radiating from him like heat. "Put him on his knees," Maximus ordered, and Greyson could feel the air rush back to his lungs as they pulled him upright. "You might as well kill me now," Greyson spat, tasting blood where his lip had split against the platform. His eyes fell to Callum's body only feet from him, and his heart convulsed. His voice hardened into something sharper than any blade. "Because I will never stop fighting you. I will never stop coming for you until you are fucking dead." Maximus tilted his head, considering him for a long moment. "You have served your purpose. I have no use for you now. No reason to keep the captain's bastard alive." He raised the gun, aiming it at Greyson's head. "You should have stayed in line, Greyson. Should have accepted your place, and you could have stood tall beside your brother and me." His finger tightened on the trigger. "But you chose the wrong side. This rebellion was doomed from the start." Greyson didn't close his eyes, didn't flinch. Instead, he drifted out of his body. If this was his end, he would face it with the same defiance that had defined his life. He would die as himself, not as Maximus's creation. Shadera's guttural scream came only a breath before the shot rang out.
Chapter 40. Just Not For You. Alara watched as Mikkel wrenched free of the Vera's hold, just in time to put himself between Greyson and death. His body hit the platform, Maximus's bullet finding his heart. He'd sworn to her when she became pregnant with Greyson that he would protect their child with his life. Today, she'd let him fulfill that promise, so she could complete what she'd come here to do. There was guilt packed into that truth, that he'd known she had a job to do, a mission to fulfill. He'd accepted that. In the end, this would be his fate. She felt her heart convulse as she stared into his open, empty eyes. Blood pooled beneath him, spreading in a dark stain that seemed to reach for her across the polished surface of the platform. But she couldn't truly feel the pain of his loss. She had lost so much over the years that death felt like a relief, a blessing for those who were called away from their bodies. Alara knew she would feel the grief later, knew it would rise up as it always did, and she would mourn in silence. She looked past Mikkel to Callum's body, to the space where Lyra had knelt before they dragged her away. Alara had failed Lyra in too many ways to count, had stood by while Maximus corrupted Brooker, had watched in silence as her family fractured and broke beneath the weight of power and cruelty. The only pain she could still feel after all these years living with the devil was her children's. Her fingers slipped around the grip of a dead man's gun. The weight in her hand was familiar, comforting. No one looked at her. No one ever looked at her. In 34 years of marriage to Maximus Sorel, she had perfected the art of invisibility. The silent wife, the submissive mother, the ornamental fixture. But today, that invisibility became her weapon. Alara moved. She was on her feet in one breath, and the next, the three Vera securing Shadera were crumpling to the platform, crimson lakes pooling under their bodies from the perfectly placed bullets. The rest of the Vera looked at her as if time had slowed. Their hesitation was their undoing. They still saw the president's wife, not the predator beneath. Years of rage coursed through her veins. It was sharper than any drug, clearer than any purpose she'd ever known, as she placed bullets in the heads of the remaining officers and spun toward her husband. Maximus stood utterly still, the mask concealing his shock. But she knew his body, knew the subtle signs of his surprise, the slight shift in his posture, the way his right hand twitched at his side. For the first time in their marriage, she had truly surprised him.
Alara,
He said, her name a question and a command all at once. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she reached up with her free hand and removed her mask, letting it fall to the platform with a clatter that echoed across the plaza. "Kneel," she said, pointing the gun at his head. Maximus didn't move.
have you lost your mind? I am the president of...
I said, "Kneel." The words were quiet, but they carried a weight that seemed to press him downward. To her right, Greyson rose to his feet. His face, his beautiful bare face, was streaked with blood and grime, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at her. Across the platform, Shadera stood slowly, limping from the bullet wound in her thigh, but her gun raised and steady. Her son and her new daughter, standing tall, standing free. Reluctantly, with a deliberation that suggested he was still in control, Maximus lowered himself to one knee. He kept his head high, his golden face gleaming in the sunlight that bathed the platform, as if this were some sort of ceremony rather than his downfall. Alara stepped closer, close enough that she could see her own reflection distorted in his mask, then pulled it from his face and tossed it onto the ground below the platform. "You were never the strong one," she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the silent plaza. "You think strength is about dominance, about control, about making others fear you. But true strength?" She shook her head. "True strength is patience. It's endurance. It's waiting for the right moment when every instinct screams for immediate action." She took another step closer, the gun never wavering. "You never broke me, Maximus. You never took my strength from me. You never stripped me of my fight." Each word had been collected over the years, strung together for this moment. While you were reveling in your power, in your illusion of control, I was watching, learning, planning. Maximus's lips curled.
Planning what exactly? This pathetic display? You've killed a few, Vera. The heart still stands. My son, my true son, still lives to carry on my legacy.
Alara laughed, the sound genuine despite everything. Men never truly understand the meaning of patience. You see, men like you can't comprehend even the concept of suffering, the lesson to be learned in it, especially not in silence. Her eyes never left his. But women? That is all we do. We endure. We wait. We survive. Still, she moved closer. I have watched you destroy everything I love. I have seen you corrupt our son, torture our daughter, break countless lives across all 3 rings of this city. Her voice hardened. I watched you bathe in your power, like it somehow made you a great man, a great leader. She reached out to him, pulling his chin up toward her. But here I am, the weaker sex, holding all the power, holding the gun, getting the last word. A flicker of something, fear, perhaps, or maybe just annoyance, crossed Maximus's face.
And what word is that, my dear? Some grand proclamation about justice, about a new order?
No, she stated simply. Do you know who I am? His brow furrowed.
What?
Do you know what they call me, Maximus? She asked, tilting her head.
No,
He admitted, and the confession seemed to cost him something. She smiled down at him. Python, she whispered. They call me Python. Confusion crossed his features.
why would they?
Because I slowly consume my prey, she explained, her voice almost gentle. I cut off their life force without ever being noticed until it's too late. This city is my prey. You are my prey. She could see his chest begin to rise rapidly, the vein in his neck began to pulse frantically. A reckoning is coming for this city, brought by my hand, but you will not be here to see it.
Laura, don't do this. Please,
These will be my last words to you, Maximus Sorel, she said, cutting off his begging. Mercy does exist in Newfound Haven. She pressed the barrel of her gun to his head. Just not for you. Then Alara pulled the trigger.
Thank you for listening to this audio production of Daggermouth by H.M. Wolfe.